What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, September 10th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours at our home away from home. Sue Patrick on 5222 Burnett Road. We're in front of the best selection of Texas Longhorn gear that you can find in the city of Austin. And of course, you can shop online at SuePatrick.com. Plenty to get to on today's show. We will talk more Texas football, more takeaways from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference, and we will start to preview this weekend's tilt against UTEP. We've got some NFL news. Jalen Carter will not serve an additional suspension for Spitgate on Thursday Night Football. We've got the release of Texas baseball's SEC schedule. And, you know how we talked about the new logo coming for the city of Austin? Well, there's already a petition to get rid of that new logo, and more than 3,500 Austinites have signed it.
That's not the newest of logos sitting beside us, is it?
No, that's not the giant Jellycat son that is the third member of Bucky and BK this
Look
morning.
at that thing. That's kind of spooky.
We didn't ask Jay how much that thing costs.
That's $1,000.
You think so?
Yeah.
And that thing is ginormous.
That needs to meet somebody at their house. Like when people come over to the house, you open up the front door, and that's what you see when you walk into somebody's home.
First thing you see?
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
I like that. What name do you think that has?
I don't know. My sister's name is Sunny.
Sunny's son?
Sunny Godbolt, Anita. But Sunny's kind of cool.
Her name is Sunny Godbolt,
Yes.
Anita?
Anita is her real name, but we call her Sunny.
Got it. All right. That should have been
the
easier.
baby.
The baby. I like that. Yeah, the giant sun Jellycat. No, I don't think they are going to change.
Oh, it's moving.
Oh, heard us talking
I heard
about
us
him.
talking and started coming at me.
You
Oh my
didn't like
God,
what you
Jay,
said.
come and get this sun. This thing's trying to, Jay, it's attacking
Down
me.
he goes.
Oh my goodness, that thing started coming at
You
me.
killed off the sun.
Man,
The rapture is coming.
this thing is heavy.
That is a big son of a gun right
Wow.
there. Oh my gosh. So we're here at Sue Patrick.
Dude, it's got feet too.
Plenty
I
of-
mean, you got to see this thing. It's got feet, BK.
it's huge.
Look at it.
I mean, it is life size.
You can't get that on the plane.
You-
It started to come at me.
I think you could get that on a plane, but you'd have to buy
Another ticket for it.
another ticket for
Look at
it.
the feet on this thing.
Oh my gosh. You're right. You couldn't even see the feet on camera.
Goodness.
Now you get a full-on display of the
What's the price on that?
gigantic amusable sun.
1,000. Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh my gosh. So we'll have our world-famous QVC segment.
Somebody come and buy that today.
with
That is
Jay.
awesome.
Yeah, come support Sue Patrick. Jay would love you if you bought that giant Jellycat today. I can
Man.
tell you that. Right. Yeah, if you come in and buy it versus buying it online, he'd love you.
Because it
even.
costs him another 1,000 to mail it.
Oh, no kidding. So we've got plenty of Texas football, college football, NFL, little Major League Baseball, and a couple of special guests joining us throughout
That's
the show
awesome.
today. So we are locked and we are loaded and we are ready to roll. Good to see you, my man.
Yeah, good to see you too, man. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. And do be safe out there. What a beautiful morning. Boy, is it cool this morning.
Yeah.
It's nice. These mornings are absolutely glorious because by about 10:30, 11, it starts to warm up again. So, no, we're not into the high 90s, but it's a sunny 90. I'll tell you that. It was sunny yesterday on the golf course. It was beautiful, but, boy, that sun hit. There is a difference between 105 and 85 or 88 or whatever. It had to be 90 degrees. I'm not going to say it was in the 80s. It must have touched 90. But, boy, there is a difference. And the morning temperatures are great, BK. It feels great in the morning when you get up.
We keep getting teased.
Yeah, we're getting teased, but we still got some days to go.
This little false fall that we're
Yeah.
getting in the mornings and late at nights and leads you to believe that, it's not going to be that hot outside. And then, no, it's still been touching 90 pretty much every
boy,
day
has it
this
ever.
week. So
But it's okay.
we're getting close. And
Yes, I think we've escaped the 100-degree temperatures.
we'll take that.
Yes.
It was a milder summer than most,
It was.
but
No
it's
complaints.
still summer in Central Texas, so it's going to be hot. So, we look forward to those days being behind us. And today is your last day before you get violated.
Yeah, it's tomorrow is MRI day, prostate MRI, and there's some cleansing to be done today.
There's some probing to be done tomorrow.
Not really. I mean, I don't think I get knocked out for this one. I guess you go into an MRI machine. I can knock myself out with about 4 Vicodin. I guess I could knock myself out.
You could do that.
I'm going to ask if I can take maybe a pill and a half, because I've gone into those machines, and that 40 minutes in there is boring and noisy, and I'm with or without permission, I probably will do that.
So it's just an MRI. It's not
just an MRI. No, there's no probing. I think I've got to get some contrast dye that they stick in your veins while you're in that machine, so they can find out if there's any abnormalities in there or down there or wherever the prostate is. I don't even know where it's located. I know I got a backache. Maybe it's located back there somewhere.
No Moon River situation.
No. The doctor said the last time when I was there, he said this will be more effective. And then I told him, I said, well, that's not what I tell people on, the show in the morning. He goes, yeah, I heard.
Oh, he called you out?
He said, yeah, I've heard.
Oh, no, you're giving medical advice on TSU.
No, just telling him what great hands he has. That's all.
Oh, right. Yeah, great fists he has, too. Oh, man. So good luck with that tomorrow. But we're here at St. Patrick today. We'll be here for the next couple of hours. And
by the way, on that note, get your checkup, folks.
Yes, indeed.
Get checked up.
Absolutely. Never a bad time to get checked up. And
or out or in or whatever you have to do.
Whatever you have to do. All right, let's dive into the sports and conversation this morning. We'll start with some Texas football talk. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference to get into. Speaking of proctology exams, we will not be replaying the moment that went viral from Monday's presser, where Steve Sarkisian was talking about looking at people's faces when they're taking a deuce and then comparing them to Arch Manning. But I do want to dive into this Texas offense, Buck. And it's an interesting question and an interesting answer. Steve Sarkisian was asked about what he likes about the Longhorn offense right now, and it took him a while to get to a real answer. Here's what he said about that the other day.
I would say offensively, varying game plans. What I like about our offense right now, I think these guys are coachable. When we make an emphasis on things to improve upon, whether it's individual players or as a unit, they've responded. We obviously challenged Arch from one week to the next. I think he responded, and there's growing pains still in there. When we challenged him on, creating more explosive plays, breaking more tackles, I think our guys have responded to that. Now we need to be more consistent. We need to take practice to the game. I think the details in our offense need to improve. But again, we've got some, I hate saying young players. We have some new faces, and there's going to be some growing pains. I wasn't naive to that, to think we were just going to be a well-oiled machine the first month of the season. But I want to see incremental growth. And there were some errors Saturday that need to improve. Our third down pass protection needs to improve, not from a physical standpoint, but schematically of understanding the stresses on our protections, and then who's responsible for those things when they arrive. And we've had a couple breakdowns now through 2 weeks that we need to improve upon.
Well, it would help if you weren't in third and long when it comes to pass protection. That would help by being better in first down and second down with some of your run game. The other thing is you haven't improved when it comes to penalties. You're just as bad as you were at times last year.
Oh, you're worse.
You're even worse. You're right. You're even worse right now. I'm hating to go to you're worse than you were at certain points for a team that was in the semifinals, but my goodness, the unforced errors on your football team are getting really out of control.
Buck, Texas ranks 126th in the country out of 133 teams in penalty yards per game.
That's not a disciplined team. That's not a team that on Thursdays when he's telling us that, our practices we've been really focused at our practice. We've emotionally ready to go and we're focused in. That's not being focused emotionally.
Hey, Coach, nobody cares about your practices.
No, they don't.
I think
really
he knows
don't.
that. I know he's got to say that to the guys in the locker room, but to the guys
he's saying
on the
all the right
things,
but we see it. We've understood what your penalties have been like, and we know what the penalties are all about. These are penalties. Nobody's creating these penalties except for yourself.
You know what I'd prefer? 20 practices every scrimmage and 2 in the games.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can have penalties all you want at practice, and that's right. Show us 3 in a game, 2 or 3 in a game. I'd be satisfied. But these numbers, I keep on saying 6 and 7, and then you keep saying no, Buck. They're like 12 and 13 and 14 penalties in the game. That's not going to work. That's not going to win you a championship.
And like you said, they were 2 for 12 on third down against San Jose State,
Right.
but their average distance on those third downs was 9.7. And that happens when you have penalties. I mean, those are drive killers.
Right.
Your very first play of the game was a good play call. That reverse to DeAndre Moore.
20-some yards,
Picked
yeah.
up 20 yards, and then unfortunately it gets called back because of an offensive holding. And the sad part is, Buck, so that holding was a little bit down the field. So that didn't turn that into a 1st and 20.
No.
That turned it into a 1st and 14. You're playing San Jose State. That should not be the end of your drive.
No.
I mean, if you're playing Georgia, okay, those 4 extra yards, like you'd still like to think that you could pick that up.
No, you're supposed to pick up 7 on the next run play.
Right. It's not that big of a deal, but
Right.
you're playing San Jose State. You should be able to overcome the 4-yard difference that you had there. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, it's not just the number of penalties and the number of mistakes. That's obviously too high, but it just feels like they compound. And Texas's response to that adversity from those penalties is not good enough right now.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be another loss here somewhere down the road, or another 2 losses, but that's when people are really going to talk about it. That's when the coach will really have to explain this. Over the next 2 weeks, they're going to get away with a lot of things.
For sure.
You know, you want to clean up things, but there's some things that, as he says, he's playing some different players. A lot of guys are getting on the field for the first time, and no matter how long you've been around, with the exception of guys who have experience, if you're there a first-time player and you get in front of 100,000 people or 90,000 people, you're going to be a little nervous. You're going to get a little wired out. You're going to make some mistakes, and that's to be thought of. A guy who's a sophomore that's never played before gets in a game. I don't care who you're playing against, and you make a mistake. But
I get that. The problem is, I mean, look at some of the guys who had penalties.
Yeah,
I mean, Colin Simmons had 3. He's played in a lot of games before.
Right.
You know, Cole Hudson was a part of a penalty.
Yeah, and for Baker now, he's a starter. He can't continue to go on with it. Was his 1 illegal procedure or 2 a game. That's over with now.
Right.
Now you're a starter. You've been at Ohio State. You've been in a home game. You come here again next week at a home game, and you've jumped the gun twice. That's not acceptable.
And Sark kind of insinuated something that I think we all knew. I mean, he was asked about the penalties and how you handle it at practice, and he's kind of like, man, when you commit a penalty in the game, it's kind of humiliating individually because the referee literally calls out your number and everybody at the stadium and everybody watching on TV knows it was you who screwed up. But he's like, it affects the entire team.
Yes, it does.
And then Kirk Bowles hit him with a follow-up question. He's like, so does that mean the whole team is being punished right now? And Sark's like, do the math. Just do the math. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a long week of practice, I'm sure, for those guys, and they're all paying the price for the lack of discipline by
and the coaches will lose their mind. That offensive line coach has to be literally out of his mind.
Let's play.
When that happens at practice, he has to go.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the offensive coordinator. He has to go nuts when a guy jumps. I mean, just absolutely out of his mind.
I would think so. Well, let's hear another one from Steve Sarkisian here. He was asked about his team's offensive line play through the first couple of weeks of the season.
I thought in week 1, we played pretty good against that group. 2 very different style of defenses, where Ohio State was a big, physical, traditional, it's mano a mano and you got to block really good people right in front of you. San Jose State was smaller. They were quicker. They were moving every snap. We totally lost our fundamentals. We got on our toes. We were falling over ourselves. We gave up way too much penetration. And that we have to know what we're playing against. And then you have to take it to practice. Every opponent's different. It's like you got to wipe the slate clean on a Monday morning. Here we go. Here's the scouting report. Here's what they're good at. Here's maybe what they're not so good at. Here's how we're going to try to exploit them. Here's the guy that I'm lining up across the majority of the game. Here's his strengths. Here's his weaknesses. How am I going to play him? I didn't think we carried enough information into the game and applied it up front. And so to me, I think that showed a little bit of our immaturity up front Saturday, that it wasn't the same game. It was a different game. You can't play it the same. And so, that's something where I think we need to grow this week and learn and understand of who's my opponent, what are they trying to do to me, how are they trying to beat me, and then how am I going to combat that within the ball game.
Yeah, I mean, that's that mental focus he talks about on Thursday when he tells us how good it is. That means that's you going and studying film of, no, that's not the same. The guy at Ohio State was much more powerful. This guy's just a little bit quicker. And I see that on film. So I got to make sure that I'm doing the proper steps in order to get to this guy. He may be just a little bit quicker. That's part of the focus that your individual players have to have when they're playing against a guy who's different from week to week to week, Sark, and that's just football.
Yeah.
That's why you get film on the other guy. So he understands that. The players have to understand that part of it. But nobody's going to want to care about that if you're not doing the correct things. If your team can't take San Jose, I don't care how quick they are. If you get one arm on one of those guys and you're able to move them, you should have some gaping holes for your running backs to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't be a mosh pit going up inside against them. If you move the guys from Ohio State for 160 yards and you can't move the guys from San Jose because they're quicker, that doesn't make any sense to me. You should be mowing those guys. Your guys should be quick enough at this level to get on them and stay on them for a while. And they can't get off of you. Once you're on them, they shouldn't be able to get off. So
it blows my mind that the Texas running backs ran for more yards a carry against Ohio State.
Yeah, I feel that really weird.
Than they did against
And I don't
San
care
Jose
which one
State.
it is. And I know people are going to say, well, it wasn't the starting running back. Well, from 1 to 4 at this level should be better than what you see against San Jose State. I mean, really.
Right. It should have been better for Texas. And that's, we spent a lot of time after week 1 talking about not overreacting to one game, right? And mostly that was from kind of a glass half full standpoint. Like, hey, Arch Manning's not going to be that bad again. Hey, this is going to be better. That's going to be better. Whatever.
But your expectation of the run game after what you saw in week 1 was going to be, they're going to maul this group.
Exactly. Like that. Maybe I did the opposite because I was thinking after how good Texas's offensive line played in Columbus that's not a worry anymore. You go and play that way against that team, then you're right. What are you going to do against pretty much every other team on your schedule that's not Georgia? You should be able to dominate.
Yeah, the text line will hit you with, well, we didn't have their starting running back. Well, your third running back at this level should be good enough against San Jose State.
For sure.
Or New Mexico or Sam Houston. There shouldn't be a major that was a major drop off.
I'm looking more at the offensive line though.
I'm
with you on the running game, but it's not like it was just the run blocking that was an issue on Saturday. Like I think Arch Manning was hurried 6 times in this game, like against them. And San Jose State wasn't bringing a ton of exotic blitzes. They had to load up in the secondary to make sure they weren't getting picked apart.
And that's why you can't be in that 3rd and long. You can't continue to be in 3rd and 9s and 2nd and longs. You've got to be able to, on first down when you run the ball, you got to get 5 and 6 yards against teams like this.
I agree.
It's got to be much easier.
So that's the offensive line. Sark talked about the scheme and having more information going into the game, knowing who you're going up against.
You got plenty of film.
But some of the fundamentals. I mean, there were 3 offensive holding penalties. There was a false start. You had that 15-yard chop block. And again, I mean, the rushing numbers weren't great. And Arch had plenty of clean pockets, but there were also a lot of plays where it just felt like there were free rushers.
Yeah, once again, this would be, I'd be looking as a coach, and my guys would be talking to me about it, and I'd be talking to them about it. Hey, you better take them serious. This guy's pretty good. But I'd have guys going, stat game. Seriously, certain games they would go, this is a stat game. I'm like, yeah, if you do the right things, this should be a pretty much of a stat game because that guy at linebacker, you one-on-one versus that guy is not. That's not a contest. You ought to. If you have contact with him, he should go 3 yards with you down the field somewhere. So yeah, this would be a stat game. These next 3 games should have been stat games coming up after Ohio State. And for Arch, just get better each and every one of those games. If he gets to the point where over the next 2 games, we're thinking when he goes to the swamp, he's ready to go. There's still going to be some things that are because you're playing against better players, but he shouldn't be indecisive about where the ball goes. Guys like Wingo shouldn't be dropping balls. They should be in full tilt by the time they get to all the kinks should be gone.
Yeah.
We can you and I can, Sark can come and talk to us on Mondays and Thursdays and tell us this happened, that happened. We weren't expecting this. They had a different defensive coordinator. But by the time they get to Florida, we shouldn't, after the Florida game, there should be some real serious talk about how this football team is going, I would think.
No, for sure. I mean, we should know just about everything there is to know about this
team.
Who
the backups are, who you can count on.
Yeah, more importantly, the coaching staff should know just about everything.
And I think they will.
Yeah.
They will. They will hone this down over the next couple of weeks. And that's what's good about, as I said, the next 3 games. That's the good thing about it. And, we found out a little bit that, they play against great competition. There's a mindset that they're ready to go. They play against less competition. That's like old Texas. That's like, they're going to get their best shot. That's where other teams like San Jose State say, you go and say, well, we're going to get our best shot from them, but we didn't give them our best shot.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be anymore. We talked about that in the beginning of the season, when Arch was saying that, forget about people giving us their best shot. We're about to hand it to them. They're about to get our best shot. They haven't got there yet.
Right. We got the red dot on everybody else.
Yes.
That's what Arch Manning said right before the year.
Right.
Have that mentality.
They're not there yet.
I don't want the phrase playing down to their competition.
That's scary.
To re-enter the chat, because it felt like that's gone away the last couple of years.
Yes, 2 semifinals. That semi has gone away. You're right.
Which is good. And the games that Texas has lost have been to really, really good teams.
That and it's human nature. I don't want to go through those.
Yeah, I don't want to hear human nature, but you really don't want to hear playing down to your competition again, because look, even though the SEC is pretty good, right? I think Mississippi State is better than people anticipated. Vanderbilt's still very good this year. I think there are going to be some tough games that you have to play in this league. You still feel like Texas has more talent than everybody they play in this conference, maybe sans Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, when does it come together? Like I said, you got 2 more games, BK. When does it come together? You only got 2, because by the time you go down to the swamp, as bad as they are, they're going to be as good or better than the teams that you played.
Yeah. Maybe.
And that I know
maybe,
you don't.
Maybe Florida's better than San Jose State. I'm not sure. After what I saw from Florida last week, I don't know. Maybe UTEP or Sam Houston could give those guys a run. It is Billy Napier coaching them after all.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know. I don't know about that Florida team. They're the one. Like Oklahoma looks better than expected.
Yes.
We'll learn a lot about A&M this weekend because they're in South Bend.
Mississippi State looks better.
Mississippi State looks better. Vanderbilt, very impressive win against Virginia Tech.
I guess you're right. Everybody but Florida.
Everybody but Florida is looking, Kentucky kind of is who we thought they were, but they played Ole Miss decently.
And our expectations, we don't think Texas is up to snuff. Now, what does the nation think? I mean, they're still in the top 10, but what does the nation think? They haven't, Arch continues every time you turn on Sports Center or anything else. He's at the top of the list of how he's doing, what he's doing. That's probably going to be the remainder of his time here.
For the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Forget just here. I'm having a hard time. Like, I get the hot takes. I mean, it's annoying, but that's how the industry works.
Sure.
I get people nationally dunking on Arch Manning for the way he played against Ohio State. I don't get, like, there have been people this week who have been coming out and saying, yeah, no, he's just not that good. And it's like, he had 5 touchdowns and more than 300 yards of offense.
What a nice day that would have been for a lot of people.
Right, like it wasn't perfect. And then it
wouldn't have mattered who it was against. You've had 5 touchdowns in a game, and you're almost throwing for 300 yards, and you're scoring a touchdown. For mostly anybody in the nation, that's a hell of a game. They don't even care who you're playing against. They'd be like, that's a great day.
I've never seen a 5-touchdown, 300-yard game get criticized as much as Arch Manning's performance did. And again, it wasn't perfect. Sark said it wasn't perfect. Arch said it wasn't perfect. There were some misses in there that you would love to get cleaned up. But, I thought it was a big step from week 1 to week 2.
I think it's a great move forward. But for the team, that's what I think we're interested in. How does what he does affect the team? If it's going to affect the team and they win games 38-7 every week, I'm fine.
Yeah, I won't have any problem.
And he throws for 5 touchdowns or 4 touchdowns. I'm good. You can have all the talks you want all week long.
Right.
I'm not. I don't have to have greatness. I just have to have winning with the team, and that's a pretty great day to me. That'd have been a great day.
Well, you 5 touchdowns.
Yes.
Did you ever have 5 touchdowns in the game?
Only 3.
3 was your record?
3 was my record.
High school or college?
College.
You had 3 in college?
Against the Air Force, yes.
How about that? Oh, you're doing that to the academy?
Sorry. I couldn't do that against Army.
You're anti-troops?
No. Air Force. It was up at Colorado. What is it? Colorado Springs.
Yes.
The ball and I just floated. It wasn't like I had speed. I just floated on a cloud.
How about that?
Yeah, so it was very nice.
Were you on LSD or something for the game? What do you mean you were floating out there?
I had some exceptional speed that day. Speed on my legs.
Just that day?
Yes.
Oh, speed, not the other kind of speed.
My legs were going pretty easily.
Oh, my gosh. All right, well, we will get back into the Texas football conversation. More sound from Steve Sarkisian. I've got a list of things that I'd like Texas to clean up over these next couple of games, just things that I want to see over these next couple of games, obviously, before we get to conference play, and we'll continue to take y'all's thoughts.
Obviously, you like to see these penalties just kind of go away.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few obvious things. The penalties, the third down struggles, the red zone woes. Some of the
first down runs.
Yeah, some of the things that have plagued Texas at times the last couple of years are rearing their ugly heads here to start this one. And all the hope is that is not the case for the remainder of the season. But right now we are joined by a very special guest. Buck, of course, we have partnered with our friends at St. Jude. And we've got the St. Jude Walk coming up at the end of the month. It's Saturday, September 27th, 2 weeks from this Saturday. You will be emceeing the event out there at the pitch by Q2 Stadium near the Domain. And we've got a Texas Sports Unfiltered team that we are raising money for St. Jude, and obviously a bunch of great people and a bunch of great companies around Central Texas are getting involved as well. And we are joined now by a guy who has a tremendous story and a guy who has done tremendous work for St. Jude over the last couple of years. Cade Backus is with us now on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Cade, thanks for the time this morning. How are you?
Wonderful morning, fellas.
How are you this morning?
Doing great. How are y'all doing?
We're doing good, man. We're at one of our favorite places in the world where we can get all our Longhorn gear.
Nothing better than that.
Have you ever done an interview, Cade, where you're staring at a giant sun-stuffed animal?
No, this is a first. This is really
There you go.
There you go. So you've got an amazing story. I mean, your whole life is an amazing story, and we'll get to some of the other things that you've got going on in a moment. But earlier this year, you completed the World Marathon Challenge, which means you ran 7 marathons in 7 days on all 7 continents. And in doing so, you raised more than $84,000 for St. Jude. But just start with the experience. What was it like running 7 marathons in 7 days on all 7 continents?
Exhausting and exciting all at one time. It was really fun. It was the best experience. I'd do it again all over if I had the money and the energy to raise that much money again. I'd do it right away right now. It was really incredible.
Now, have you been a marathon runner all your life, just about?
Just about. Yeah, I've been running all my life. My dad was a high school football coach, so he had me working out when I was 5, and I took to it pretty well. I really enjoy running and lifting weights and all that fun stuff.
So how did you find out about this World Marathon Challenge, and how did you convince yourself that this was something that you wanted to do?
Well, I'd already been running for St. Jude for about a decade or so and raising money. And as it was actually the walk that we're doing in a couple of weeks here, I got a call from the lady who her name is Nicole, and she kind of runs my St. Jude account. And she said, this was 2022. She said, COVID went through the radio station that was supposed to MC the walk for us out at the Dell Diamond. It was the Dell Diamond that year. And she said, do you know anybody, since you're in entertainment down there in Austin, do you know anybody who could MC for us? And I was like, well, that's what I do. I can do that. So I went and MC'd it. There was a vice president from St. Jude that was out there that day. And she said, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to run all the world major marathons? And I said, actually, eventually I'd like to kind of run on every continent. And she said, well, I have this thing where you can do it in 7 days. I laughed. She laughed. It was a joke. I was like, yeah, that's crazy. Nobody's going to do that. I went home, I told my wife, and I laughed. My wife didn't laugh. She said, oh, that'd be cool. You should do that. And then my kids said, that'd be cool. You should do that. The next thing I know, I was raising money, getting ready to go to South Africa and start running 7 marathons on 7 continents in 7 days.
So you know how to hydrate, obviously.
Yeah, lots of hydration.
How does that work? Like obviously you traveled to the first place. You said what, South Africa was first?
Yeah. So I we had to go to Cape Town for about 3 days of meetings. For whatever reason, they don't just let you go do this willy-nilly. We gotta have some meetings first. So we were there in Cape Town for a few days of meetings. And then you start from Cape Town. The company that runs it is called Buck. And they have to hire somebody out to take you to Antarctica. So we had a company from Antarctica, some really grizzled looking old South African guys. They terrified me. My wife said they were really sexy. I don't know. They were scary to me. And they told us, if you wander off the trail, you're gonna fall in a crevasse and die, stuff like that. And so they flew us in an old Soviet cargo plane that they had bolted seats from other old planes into, and they bolted porta potties in the back. That was a way to use the restroom in. Anyway, they flew us down to Antarctica, ran the first marathon, back to South Africa, the second marathon. And then we were on a chartered plane that had 80 first class seats. And we got to be on the nice plane for the rest of the way. Australia, Dubai, Madrid, Brazil, and then we ended in Miami.
Wow. So how long does it take everyone to run these marathons? Like, what's the daily schedule like? You run, you get straight on a plane, you go sleep. Like, how does this all logistically work?
All of your sleeping and recovery is done on the planes in the air. Uh, yeah, and you eat when you can in airports. Sometimes you'll finish. There was pizza everywhere every time you finished, and you couldn't stop eating pizza. You just wanted salt and carbs. My oldest child put it the best. She said, so y'all were on a schedule with no clocks. And I was like, pretty much. You're on the plane, you sleep, you're off the plane, you run. You're on the plane, you sleep, you're off the plane, you run. That's pretty much how it works.
That's incredible. Kate, how about your family? All your kids have grown up healthy without problems. They've been pretty healthy.
Yeah, they're wonderful. They're awesome. That's my main job. I have a bunch of side hustles that involve talking on microphones, but my main job is I homeschool my kids. I'm blessed with a really smart wife who's an engineer, and she makes enough for us to eat and live and stuff. So
And so obviously the importance of what St. Jude has done for families and children, and so that must be such a blessing to you to have healthy kids, and you're out there and you're pushing for the kids of St. Jude and the families of St. Jude and what St. Jude has done for millions of families out there.
yeah, millions. And like I said, I've been doing running for them for a while. Like I said, I homeschool my kids. I play music at preschools. So I knew I wanted to get involved with a charity that did something for children. And when I saw that I could run for St. Jude, I was like, oh, this is wonderful. And, since then I've got to go to the hospital. I've got to, visit the grounds. I've met survivors. I've met patients. I've met parents, and they're all so strong. In 2019, I ran the Memphis marathon, and we ran it was cold that day and I hadn't eaten enough and I'd overtrained, and I was like, oh man, this is going to be terrible. And at the 5K mark, they run you through the hospital grounds, and there was kids out there, they had signs, if I can do it, you can do it too. And there was a kid, his mom you could tell he had trouble lifting his hand, but his mom kept telling him, I'm going to get choked up here. His mom kept telling him to lift his hand and give everybody 5, all the runners that came by, and he would concentrate on it and do it. I was like, man, what am I whining about out here? All I've got to do is put one foot in together for a little while. I think I cried for an entire mile after that experience, and I got through the rest of the marathon. What those kids go through and how strong they are, it's an inspiration. And what we're doing here, it's great. Like I said, I've met survivors, and it's not just kids. They share the research with anyone who wants the research that they do there. They share it. So I've met adults who said, I got through my cancer with chemo that was or medicine that was adopted and researched at St. Jude. So it's a wonderful charity to raise money for. It sure is.
That is great. Cade Backus joining us here for a couple more minutes talking about St. Jude. Of course, the walk is coming up at the end of the month, September 27th at the pitch near the Domain. We will be out there. Texas Sports Unfiltered will have a team, and we hope to see all of you there. Cade, you're kind of talking about, why St. Jude is so important to you, but I'm just curious kind of how you got started with St. Jude. How did that partnership between you and them begin, and all of this running for them? How did this all get going?
Well, me and my wife like to throw big parties. We do a big pig roast every year, and we were doing it just for fun. And I was like, we should do this for a charity. And so I started looking into children's charities. A lot of them were based in churches, and they were like, hey, yeah, you can't throw a kegger for us. So I was like, oh, man. And I'd always, like I said, I'd always been running and working out, and I wanted to run the Vegas Marathon. I thought it would be cool to run down the strip in Vegas in the middle of the night. So I was looking it up, and there was a little icon that said, run for a reason or whatever. And so I clicked that, and it told me what I could do to run for St. Jude. And I was like, this is all going to work out. I can go run in Vegas. I can, stay in shape. We can throw this big party, and I can raise money for kids. And it just kind of took off from there. And I've been really blessed to get to do this and get to raise those money for those kids.
And how fun has it been to see the families of a young patient that is a survivor of cancer that's gone through it? I mean, a 2-year-old or a 1-year-old, and you see them so young. You see infants that are born with cancer that, a couple years down the road, they ring the bell, they're survivors. But to see their parents, just the look of, or when you saw them a year before, and how hard it must be, because when you talk about kids, it's got to take a mental toll on you. I mean, when you're running, I know you're thinking of nothing but positive things, but the mental toll that you see those parents, that what they're going through. And it's not just the patients themselves, but mom and dad. That's got to be, and especially for mom, you're talking about heartbreaking to have a kid with cancer. You've brought, that kid's been in your belly for 9 months. That kid comes into this world and you're expecting nothing but great things to happen. And all of a sudden you've got a kid with cancer, and their survival rate thanks to St. Jude, the survival rate has been incredible. But, to see those parents and how sad those parents are, that has got to be heavy on your mind.
Yeah, that's because we get asked all the time in interviews for St. Jude, what's your why? Why do you run? And mine is always, what I say is, I'm blessed with healthy kids. So I run, my why is for the parents, because it's really easy for me to put myself in their position.
Sure.
If my kids have the sniffles, I'm upset. I'm like, oh my gosh, how can I fix them? How can I help them? My wife used to laugh before they were old enough to take cold medicine and stuff. If, I got a cold the same time my kid did, I wouldn't take cold medicine, because I was like, no, if they can't, I can't, So I couldn't even, just the hardship, how rough it would be to watch your kid going through something as serious as cancer. That's why I do it, is for those parents. And St. Jude does a good job. The parents, get to stay, they get to be there. They get, the food is taken care of, the housing is taken care of. And it's things that you don't think about when someone's going through cancer, that they help, that St. Jude helps with for the families. And what they do for the families is really important. And that's my why, is to help those parents, really, because that's who I can really, empathize with and put myself in their place as a parent.
That's well said, Cade. Really appreciate the time. Now, you're used to running. Are you going to be okay to walk here in a couple of weeks, or did they have to create like a separate path for you to run?
Well, I do have some trouble with walking. My wife likes to walk, and I walk next to her, and I'm like, oh, this is going too slow. But I think I'll be able to do it. I'll be there. I'll see you guys out there at the walk. I can't wait.
Yeah, looking forward to it, man. Thanks so much for joining us this morning and sharing your story. And more importantly, thanks for all that you've done for St. Jude and for kids and families all over the world over the years, man. That's
we're
awesome
looking forward to meeting you in a couple of weeks.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
No problem. There he goes. Cade Backus. Good stuff right there. And don't forget, Texas Sports Unfiltered has a St. Jude team. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, there is a link to donate to our team in the video descriptions. And look, you don't have to donate to our team. Just donate to St. Jude. Support their mission and all of the great work that they're doing. And what a tremendous story, Cade Backus. 7 marathons in 7 days on 7 continents.
So you get your rest in the plane.
How about that? Yeah, I was like, because it takes people a while to run a marathon. That's 26 miles. You can't just do that in 5 minutes and then go travel across the world like that. Like,
good thing that guy's not traveling Delta. He would never get to run one of these things.
No, with all the delays. Yeah, he wouldn't have made the first one.
Yes.
If he was taking off from Miami, maybe he could have done the 7th marathon in Miami.
Man, yes.
That would have been it. But, flying an old, Soviet cargo plane? Did I hear that right?
Oh, yeah.
Going from South Africa to Antarctica. I don't know anything. Like, Mike asked a good question on the comments line. I didn't see this until right now. He said, how do you run a marathon in Antarctica? I don't know. I thought it was like all ice down there and snow down there. I guess not.
Guy says if you get off the path and fall down a crevice, you're going to die.
Nighty-night.
Wow.
I'm sure most of those meetings he was talking about were waiver signings.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, hey, if you die doing something dumb, or if you just die from doing this to your body.
And I don't think you can roll into just all these different continents without getting shots and things like that for all kinds of weird diseases. You can't just roll into somebody's country and stay for a while, even running a marathon out in the woods somewhere without, hey, there's an injection you've got to take. I mean, I got to run here in 5 minutes. I don't know what's in this juice.
What about a steroid shot?
Oh, my goodness.
Get you going a little bit, that extra to get you across the finish line. Yeah, I mean, 7 marathons in a lifetime is ridiculous for me. 7 marathons in 7 days.
Dude, walking a marathon is ridiculous.
And then just all of that travel involved. Like, it takes a badass to do something like that.
Certainly does.
And obviously to raise more than $84,000 for St. Jude. I mean, some people just do that for fun. That's insane. But the fact that Cade was doing that to help raise money for all of the great things that St. Jude
you folks need to come join us.
Yeah,
on that Saturday the 27th. Have a good time.
It's a bye week.
Yes,
it's early in the morning too, so you could still watch the rest of the college football on Saturday the 27th. But no Texas game that day, so no tailgates. No reason that you cannot be a part of this great event.
Come on out, bring us some tacos.
Bucky will be there emceeing. Also, the great Bob Pickett
Yes.
will be co-emceeing with the Buck. Big fan of Bob Pickett. Haven't seen that dude in a while.
No.
Been listening to that guy on the radio for a long time, and he's still doing it. He's still getting it done. So good stuff there for Cade. We appreciate him joining us. All right, Buck, before we dive back into the sports conversation this morning, more sound from Steve Sarkisian, also some NFL headlines to get into as well. How about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, of course. This is a great day over there. Chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch daily, Hawaiian wings. How about that? Also pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops, my favorite, of course, the Cobb salad. All-day breakfast. Great locations. Lakeway, Bee Caves, Belterra, and Avery Ranch, not far from Avery Ranch out this way. Happy hour each and every day from 3 to 6. All kinds of savings on glasses of wine and beer and cocktails, of course. Tomorrow, Prime 2 wine. That's Thursdays. That means you get half price off of bottles of wine with prime rib dinner. And a great prime rib dinner they have at the League Kitchen and Tavern. But you're going to love the locations. They're everywhere now. Lakeway, as I said, Bee Caves, Belterra, and Avery Ranch. Find a League Kitchen and Tavern near you and head that way. Love the breakfast all day there at the League Kitchen and Tavern also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love the league. Also love AV consultations. If you're looking to upgrade your home TV setup, AV consultations can make it happen for you. Look, the month of September is pretty cool. There's a lot of great sports happenings going on right now. But the month of October, that's the best sports month of the year because that's when playoff baseball gets here. And that's when hockey comes back, and that's when basketball comes back. And, of course, we'll be into conference play in college football, and we'll be deep into the heart of the NFL season as well. No better time to be a sports fan than the month of October, which means there's no better time to call AV Consultations than right now before October, so you have your TV setup done for the best sports month of the year. AV Consultations has been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They've been around longer than I've been alive. Y'all have heard Bucky and I and Rodney and Wags and Chip and pretty much our entire team on TSU talk about our TSU setups. Now it's time for you to get your own. 512-255-8678. Or you can find out more online at avconsultations.com.
And folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, trauma care, sports medicine. For you olds like myself, joint replacement, if it's that time, they can get it done for Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and they want to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And a shout out to centextickets.com as well. Hey, if you want to be at DKR this weekend, the Longhorns game against the UTEP Miners. Only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. They've got you covered for every Texas game, home and away, all season long. Of course, Cowboys tickets and Texans tickets for you Aggie fans out there, you Texas Tech fans out there, you Baylor fans out there, whatever team you support, whatever game you want to watch, you can find tickets online at centextickets.com. Don't forget to use our promo code CENTEX10. You will get 10% off of any ticket purchase from centextickets.com. All right, Buck. I wrote down a number of things that I would like to see in the final two games of non-conference play. I got 4 for the offense, 3 for the defense, and 2 for special teams. Let me tell you, this was tough because it was hard to only come up with 4 for the offense. It was hard to reach 3 for the defense. And
yeah, I would
2 on special teams feels fair.
Yeah, I would say.
So where do you want to start?
You want to block them? Let's go to special teams. You want to block that punt without blocking that, hit that leg?
That works.
Yeah.
Well, my first one is no penalties. You've had a roughing the punter. You've had a block in the back. Like, you can't. There's nothing that bothers me more. And I think this should be a rule change in football, Buck. And I know it's never going to happen, and I'm sure you can make an easy argument for why it's not going to happen, and I haven't thought this through well enough. I probably shouldn't even be saying this out loud. I don't think holding or blocking the back should be called on a fair catch. If there's no return, what does the hold do? What does the block in the back do? Like, obviously, if a guy returns and a hold sets up a long return, then, all right, you got to call it. That's fair. But I don't know why that those get called. But because they do, like Texas had a block in the back No, it was a holding this past weekend on a punt return that was fair caught.
Yeah.
So not only are you getting nothing from your return game, and we'll get to those stats in a
Get
second,
penalized
you're
for
going
nothing.
backwards.
Yeah, for nothing.
Like, that doesn't count as a negative return, but it really is a negative return. You're holding when your punt returner's not even catching punts or returning punts. That is a killer right there. So no penalties on those, please.
Yeah. Forget about the holdings and going for the block. If you're going to go do those things, as I said last week, I thought, hell, do it early, go after it. If you miss it, coaches will tell you about these angles you got to take and all that stuff. And once again, that's one of those coach speak things. You know what? I don't care against San Jose State. I got to go. I got to put pressure on that guy. And the same this week. You're playing Texas. Hey, guess what? Go after it. You may rough them. Hey, it may happen, but you got to continue to work on that till you get it right.
Yeah.
And you might as well try to get it right against these couple teams,
You're
right?
right. Yeah, you can withstand 15-yard penalties against this team.
And as I said early in the game, that's fine. It's the one late in the game where if they are in it and you give away a first down or whatever, give away a possession, you can't have that done. And you can't have that done any games in the SEC, BK. I don't care who you're playing in the SEC.
Yeah.
You can't get a 15-yard penalty or roughing the kicker penalty and cause it that you get one less possession because of that. But in these games, you still have to work on that. You still got to go. For special teams, go get it again this week for me. And if you rough them, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't want to. Believe me, I'm not telling the guy to rough them on purpose. I'm like, try to take your angles, but you have to put that kind of pressure on in these type of games.
So I think a lot of the goal for the next two games is to see what you can do against SEC teams.
Yes.
Right? So if you go after punts in these next two games and you don't block them and you rough the punter 2 more times, then maybe you take that out of your arsenal.
Oh, no, that's going to come out. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't then get to Florida and say, you know what?
This is the game.
We've come close. We've come close, but we've roughed the guy 3 times. Guess what? No, you can't even come close in that game. Stop it. Work on the returns.
That's fair. That is fair. And then, on the returns, Buck.
Yes.
Through 2 games, Texas has 2 punt returns for 3 total yards. The Longhorns rank 114th in the nation in punt return.
They're in the hundies in some things, huh?
They're in the hundies in some things. And that's something you'd like to see cleaned up because the return game didn't give you a whole lot last year.
They've had 2 years of pretty decent returners, though. Guys that aren't afraid. The kid who's back there right now is not quite sure of himself.
Yeah, I can't.
Too many balls bouncing. I don't care if you don't even return it. Just go catch it.
Go catch the ball.
Yeah, don't let the ball hit the ground. Find out, as I said, as a punt return coach, find out where a 5-yard radius of where you think. If you study the punting game enough, you should know where within 5 yards where that ball is going to bounce. You take your ass off as fast as you can and get to that spot within a 5. Now you can cruise around and backpedal and do some things. But if you're in a dead sprint and the ball's just getting ready to hit the ground, you've not done your job.
No.
You ought to know from film study or the special teams coach that's watching the film, lining you up and where to go. I mean, a lot of special teams coach will actually line up their punt returner where they want them. They'll stand on the sideline. Here's where I want you, right here.
Well, there's some scouting involved in returning punts,
Yeah, there
right?
is.
Like you watch film of the other punter and
Yes, you
see
do.
what his tendencies are.
Absolutely.
Right? Where he usually kicks it. How high is it? Is it line drives? Does it flutter? Is it end over end? Is it spiral?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been in my coaching career, I was very blessed to have incredible punt returners. Kelvin Martin, Brian Brennan, Mike Adams at Texas. I've never had to do a lot of coaching part of it. I just go stand. I'd stand at a spot. We've been watching film. So you stand right here where I am, and then within 5 yards, as soon as that ball hits his foot, get to where you think that ball is going to drop, and now you can dance around and bop around. But I'd never liked guys. I mean, there are times where you have to be on a dead run. A guy hits a great punt, you got to start flying, or a guy hits one short. But I mean, I didn't like him bouncing. I've never been one hop guy.
And I really want Ryan Niblett to be that punt returner because he's such a team player. There's a guy who's changed positions 3 times in the first couple of years of his Texas career. I think he's well liked in that locker room, and he's a great athlete. He's one of the fastest guys on the team. So you want him to be that guy, but you got to catch the ball.
Yeah, I mean, a guy who's sure. I mean, we've seen sure-handed guys back there. I mean, we've seen Jordan Shipley and Quan Cosby back there. They were confident about getting to the spot and catching the ball. And their balls weren't popping around and bouncing around. Worthy got better at it, but he dropped, we watched him let a couple bounce and do some things too.
Mm-hmm.
But after a while, his ratio of success when he got it was a little bit different too.
Yeah.
You know, when he fielded the ball, you never knew if that thing was probably going to go to the house or he's going to get a good return. The punt returner right now isn't quite sure.
No.
He's still feeling his way. It's the first time for him. So,
well, Ryan Niblett, as CB mentions, became a father a few days ago. So maybe that changes things a little bit.
Show your kids you're not afraid.
The kid's going to remember that.
That's right. Hey, Dad, you kept letting the punts drop. I kept watching this film of you watching punts hit the turf.
Oh, the kid already talks?
Yeah, the kid's already telling him what's going on.
Kid's already watching film.
He's got film.
Criticizing his dad. Oh, man. Score a touchdown this week for the newborn.
Please.
I like that right there. But, yeah, that's one of those position battles that, again, I would like Ryan Niblett to be the guy, but I don't know. And Jonah
But they
Williams,
haven't changed anybody back there, right? It's been the same since game one.
Yeah, I think so. And, Jonah Williams coming back from injury. Sounds like he's back and practicing. He was practicing last week, did not play at all against San Jose State. But he's
they're being very careful with him.
They are. He was an elite returner in high school, and I get it. That's a different beast, and we're talking about a true freshman. And I know for a lot of coaches, putting a true freshman back there in punt return is a little scary.
Put the best guy back there.
But, if he's the best guy, he's the guy who could be that difference maker, then there could be some opportunities for him to be seeing some snaps, but we'll see. All right, offense or defense next, unless you got more special teams.
Offense.
Because the kicker made his one long kick.
That's right.
Punter's looking pretty good. Not as good of a week 2 as a week 1.
Punter's one of the best players on your team.
But he's looked like one of the best players on the team. All right, to the Texas offense, 4 things I'd like to see. How about faster starts to halves?
Yes.
Brought this up earlier this week. Texas has played 4 halves of football to this point. On their first 2 drives in each half, so that's 8 total drives to start either the first or third quarters, they've scored a total of 3 points.
Yeah, I think they're like the fans. They've got some anxiety when they go out on the field.
Yeah.
And we have some anxiety when you go out on the field, too.
Maybe 11 a.m. games. You
no.
got a 3:15er this week.
Right.
Maybe
everybody's up and ready to go.
I don't know what the reason is, but they have struggled coming out of the gates. And it hasn't been like you've struggled out of the gates and then, you turn into Secretariat and you catch up to the field.
It's taken a long time.
And you lap everybody by the finish line. It's like you've struggled out of the gate and then it's still not as crisp as you would like to see. But, yeah, you can't be taking 3 or 4 possessions to get things going offensively.
Yeah, they got to be better on first down runs.
Yeah.
I mean, when they run the ball on first down, they got to help the quarterback out a little bit because when they're getting nothing on first down and 2nd and 9 and 2nd and 8, Sark very seldom goes run. You know what I mean?
You're right. And first down, early down success has to be better too. It's so weird to me because one play should not impact everything. But I just wonder, like, if Arch Manning hits that throw to DeAndre Moore on the first play of the first game. It was a great play call. It was a great route. Moore was wide open, and Arch short-armed him. And then Texas ends up, turning it over on that drive.
Yeah, I mean, last week when you have a reverse for 20 and it's coming back now, it's first down and 20.
So,
yeah.
So, I wonder, if those don't happen. But that shouldn't be – it's one play.
Right.
That
and
can't
teams
snowball.
And the teams you're playing against, you should still come back and run and pick up 7 or 8 yards on a carry,
It can't snowball into 2 or 3 bad drives to start. One bad play should not just totally derail your entire offense.
In other words, if you go 3 and out and punt, that shouldn't be the next series. You shouldn't have to go 3 and out or 2nd and 9. You should be able to overcome that against these teams.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
And, another thing I want to see, by the way, it's 9 of 32 now is the stat. Texas has had 32 opening drives since the start of the 2023 season. They've scored points on 9 of them.
And you're saying scored not touchdowns, but points.
Points. They've all been touched. They haven't kicked a field goal on an opening drive.
It's all been touchdowns, right?
Since 2022.
Wow.
But they're in the 20s in terms of percentage of opening drives that result in points. And there's just too much talent on this team for that. I'd like to see more receivers getting involved too. And we might see that, right?
I think so.
We did not get an injury update on DeAndre Moore on Monday, but we all saw him get hurt and not return this past weekend. And Sark has kind of erred on the side of caution when it comes to, guys battling things right now. We know Emmett Mosley's been battling that lower leg injury, so maybe he's out this week. So you're going to get to see more of your young receivers get involved, which is great. But I'm not just talking about snaps, Buck. Everybody in that wide receiver room not named Parker Livingston needs to show me a little something.
Sure. Everybody, you're right.
Because like Parker Livingston's been great. He's been this team's best receiver. And, people had high hopes for him going into the year. He's been better than we expected.
Yes.
That's great. But outside of that, DeAndre Moore, much better game 2. Ryan Wingo is obviously the guy that every Longhorn fan is looking for right now.
Yeah, and go ahead and keep getting the tight end more involved.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, that'd be great. And, we'll see if Andrews plays because he tweaked an ankle during the game. That's why we didn't see him much in the second half against San Jose. So, I don't know how much he's going to
if
play.
he's just a little limped up, he still needs to play. He still needs to be a part of this offense. Get out there. It's sorry that you're not 100%, but if you're 90% or 80%, you need to go ahead and play.
That's fine. I'm not worried about the 2 whiteys.
Yeah, you're not. You really not. The tight end's going to be involved.
Livingston and Andrews have shown me enough to where, of course, I like seeing more, and the offense is at its best when those guys are getting the ball.
So bros, you need to get going.
Get them the ball. But, it's clear that Arch has rapport with those 2 guys right now. I mean, one of the biggest storylines with this entire team is just how off the Arch Manning Ryan Wingo connection has looked so far. It's been both. It's been both of them who have struggled.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, and these are supposed to be your stars. These are your offensive stars, with the exception of the one running back who rushed for 1,000, and he's been banged up.
Yeah,
and hopefully he's at the point of they're not holding him back until they get to SEC play. He needs to get in there and get himself going behind this offensive line to find out what this offensive line is all about too. Trey Wisner needs to be. If he's a little lame,
he ain't playing this weekend.
He's just not playing, huh?
I mean, Sark said he was doubtful on Monday. I have never heard.
And Sark. It's not an ankle; it's a hamstring. If it's that soft tissue injury, no, he can't play. You got enough running backs right now.
Yeah, of course, you'd like to see all of your guys out there.
Yeah, but you need to find out what the other guys have. I think I know what this kid has.
Yeah, and receivers too, right? What do you have with those other receivers?
Right.
For me, I heard Jordan talking about this yesterday on the Lone Star Playbook. Like, remember. I know people don't like to remember the 2021 season and definitely not the 2021 Oklahoma game. But the very first play of that game, Texas gets the ball first. They throw a tunnel screen, your favorite play, to Xavier Worthy. He takes it 75 yards to the house.
Yes.
There is nothing I would love to see more than that happen for Ryan Wingo on Saturday.
There is nothing more than I don't want to see is a tunnel screen on first down.
You don't want to see Ryan Wingo go for a 75-yard touchdown.
Dude, I want to see him just catch the ball. You're right.
To me, that's the easy thing. That's one he has to catch. That's the easiest catch he can make.
So far, I've seen Arch throw those, and I'm horrified every time he gets ready to launch one out there. I don't know if the guy who's in front of him is going to grab a guy, or is the guy going to break through the tackle of the other wide receiver and take the ball and go the other way. I hold my breath on that play. I hold my breath on that play all the time. I mean, I see people that run it for a living. I still hold my breath. I don't like that play. I've never liked tunnel screens to wideouts when another wideout has to block for him, or some secondary guy blows up the guy,
right?
And he's there, and I'm thinking he's got a better chance in catching it than the wideout. I'd rather go ahead and see Wingo catch a little flip on a reverse. Maybe he'll catch that.
Nope, I don't want that.
You want him catching the ball in the air?
Catching the ball in the air. We know Wingo can take handoffs and go.
Yeah, we know that.
We need to see him catch a ball and go.
Yeah, okay, well, get a 5-yard hitch somewhere and throw it to him, and let's just see if he can catch the damn ball.
Catch it, turn up field.
Yeah, just catch it or fall down.
I'm just trying to make life as easy as possible on Ryan Wingo right now, and on Arch Manning. That's an easy throw. That's an easy catch. And
you can make things easy for Arch Manning by being able to run the ball on first and second down.
For sure, but that's an extension of your run game. You talk about it all the time. Every coach talks about it. That is part of your run game, stuff like that. And we don't complain about big plays regardless of how you get them. So,
no, if we're going to get a big play out of it and not a heart attack out of it, I'm good with that.
Yeah. My dream vision is what Xavier Worthy did. It's not what you're talking about.
No, once again, BK, these are the games that you do that stuff in.
Sure.
The ones that you should be winning. Even if you got picked and went the other way, you still aren't going to lose the game because of it. These are the games that you need to try that stuff. You're right.
Yeah, this isn't, do this every game.
Right. If I'm the guy who's going to go after the punt and take the guy's leg out,
sweep the leg.
If I'm going to sweep the leg, I should be able to have a screen that gets interrupted. So yeah, give it a shot.
Give it a go.
Yes.
You got to see more.
I just don't want to see the ball hit off of Wingo's because his hands, because he can't catch it, hits him in the helmet, and it goes up in the air.
Well, here's the reality of the situation. If that's what happens, if they call a couple of easy ass plays for Ryan Wingo,
it's time to find somebody else,
and he drops 2 of them.
Yeah, it's time to find somebody else.
Time to find somebody else.
You're right.
It sucks because I think this offense's ceiling is with Ryan Wingo as the number one.
But you have to get somebody else going that can get it done.
If Ryan Wingo, if we get to 3 or 4 games and Ryan Wingo is still having some issues and, Arch and Wingo are still not on the same page.
Yeah, and his hands are on backwards. I understand.
Whoever you want to blame, whatever you want to blame, that you can't have that.
No.
Going into conference play. So
no, you can't.
Khalil Lockett was a higher rated recruit than Ryan Wingo was coming out of high school. He's like the highest rated recruit that Texas has signed in a decade.
And they've thrown to him, and he's caught the ball.
Yeah, 2 catches last week. I should say highest rated wide receiver recruit. He's not the highest rated recruit Texas has signed, but he's like the highest rated wide receiver that the Horns have signed in a while.
Okay.
I know he's a freshman, but there's a lot of freshmen.
If you're good enough, you're old enough.
For some reason, at wide receiver, that's not the case.
No.
At every other position, they go with the P. Diddy line of thinking right there. Or the Kevin Spacey line of thinking.
If you're good enough, or
the Bucky Godbolt.
You're old enough.
Line of thing. But at wide receiver, it's just no, if we trust you enough, you're good enough.
Yes.
And I get it. You want players out there that you could trust, but
they don't seem to want 6 or 7 of those at wide receiver.
No. And Ryan Wingo, again, I'm not giving up on him, but if it's 1 or 2 more games like this, then you've got to do what's best for your offense.
You got to do what's best for your team, and your team notices that too. They'll look at you and say, why do you keep putting that guy in? He can't catch.
Right.
We understand. We understand that. And you got recruits that are 4- and 5-star recruits that you said, we're going to give you every opportunity to play. And then they look at you like, dude, you got a guy in here you're expecting to do well, and he's not doing well. And I'm catching the ball every day at practice. Why am I not getting an opportunity? Am I just too young? Are you telling me I can't play because I'm too young? No, we're holding on for hope. Then they're going to keep on doing that because that's Sark's MO. Is he will take it to the very end with a guy, and he should. With this guy, with this particular player, because once again, I'm like you in this. If that kid doesn't go good this year, it's not going to be a great season for this football team.
No,
if he continues going on the trajectory that he is, dropping balls and not making big plays, BK, they can't win in this conference without him right now.
The best offense is if Parker Livingston's your number 2 or your number 3.
Yes.
What a great number 2 or number 3 he could be.
Absolutely. Dartmouth is perfect.
Yeah, you call him Dartmouth?
Yeah, he's perfect. He's perfect as your number 2 guy.
Smart player.
Guy
you want
your great free throws.
Guy you want your daughter to date.
Going to graduate cum laude. Yeah, and he catches the ball.
High IQ.
Hey, thing about him is he catches the ball. He has speed. He's got a high. His catch radius is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to throw to him every time. I'm not going to throw to a guy who can't catch. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
If I'm the quarterback who's at times is struggling, and if I'm struggling and that guy over there is struggling, why should I throw it to him?
Right.
I'm going to throw it to somebody who can catch the ball.
That's fair. Next thing I want to see is just better situational football. Texas currently ranked 110th in third down offense, and they're currently ranked 120th in red zone offense.
Yeah, the teams that they're playing right now, I don't care if it's 3rd and 12, 3rd and 9, or 8 and long, they should be able to make those plays.
Yeah. Like last year they did against those teams. They just struggled against Ohio State and Georgia. And, some of the best teams on their schedule this year, again, 1 game sample size against a lesser opponent. But, 2 of 12 on third down, and you had 2 red zone turnovers.
Yeah, I went into the year thinking that, because Sark will say it at least once a week to the media, it's a work in progress. And I thought going into this year, I thought the same would happen with your first year, starting quarterback. It's going to be a work in progress, and it's not going to be, great even in games that you think, oh, he should have a great game against this team. There's still going to be some struggles, being the guy out there, the leader of this offense. But it truly is a work in progress, and that's the run game. That's the offensive line in the run game. That's taking pressure off the quarterback in the run game. They should be able to do that. They have good enough runners, BK, that are good in the second level and the third level, and these are highly recruited guys. These are guys that people wanted all over the country.
Yeah,
they should be able to step in there. And this offensive line is not that bad, but they've got to get better at the run. And the first down run is going to be important.
I'd like to see that. Yeah, I thought C.J. Baxter ran hard. I still think his cuts aren't as crisp.
No, he's not quite there yet with the knee, and I didn't expect it would be there.
Yeah.
No matter what he did during the summer, just the fact that dude's out there this early in the season is pretty good.
I hope he gets better every
week.
But
I thought the other kid was going to be better because they spoke so highly of him, and they said some unbelievable things about him. And I thought he had enough opportunities last week where there was some kind of one-on-one stuff that I didn't see him really make anybody do anything fantastic with the ball underneath his arm. That may come this week.
His problem is he just wasn't hitting the hole. Like he was dancing too much. I thought
Yeah,
he did make
before-
like one or two guys miss, but it's like, dude, you get the ball and there's a hole, go hit it.
And then make that other stuff happen later on.
Right.
Yeah.
I just thought there was too much dancing. And again, you know better about this than I do, but for my untrained eye, it's like, no, there was a clear difference when even Jarrett Gibson was running hard. Now he can't be fumbling.
No.
Jarrett Gibson looked better than Christian Clark when he didn't fumble, but like Jarrett Gibson, I thought he'd see a hole, hit the hole.
Yeah, but he's almost at the point of no return in my book going in his second year.
Oh, he
If
gets
that ball gets on the ground again,
he gets the benefit of Trey Wisner being out right now.
yes.
But like, I wonder if Trey Wisner was healthy last week, how much Jarrett Gibson would have even played, number one. And now,
But these are opportunities. These are great opportunities for that guy to play.
Yeah.
Because down the line, if Trey Wisner is ready to go, he's going to be in there most of the times anyway. So when you get your opportunity, you can't put it on the ground, especially if you're known to be that guy who puts it on the ground, you know?
And Jarrett Gibson, I don't think he just wants to be mop-up duty guy during
No.
his Texas career. I
No,
think
he doesn't.
He wants to prove to the coaches that,
Okay, well, quit fumbling.
yeah, he's worthy of big-time carries. And again, I liked what he did. I thought he ran the ball hard and pretty well, but you can't fumble. That's the number one
because
thing
that's a big opportunity when you're going down to score, which they were, because they weren't trying to run the clock out. They were trying to get into the end zone. They were trying to have guys have some success, and you put it on the ground. Well, you're letting everybody down. That is, I'm sorry to say that, young man, but you're letting them all down. When that ball goes on the ground, that's everybody's ball. That's not just your ball.
Look, another thing that I have been in favor of, Buck, now that these student athletes are getting paid.
You want them to get money back?
If you make a play that single-handedly costs a bet.
Oh, no, we can't have that. We can't have that, BK. That's for us. That's not for them.
Pay up.
No, they can't.
If you single-handedly do something wrong that costs.
Are we going to start paying them by the touchdown now too?
A team of cover. That's fine. You can do that too.
No, I don't want it to get to that part.
You should be allowed to Venmo request. If the kids pay, that's on them. But you should be allowed to request if they screw it up.
I think media-wise, crapping on the guys now, you're professionals. You're going to get crapped on. Sorry, you're at the college level. This is not Pop Warner. This isn't the high school level. You screw up, you should be able to say your name. I like to leave it to the position. If I've said anything, I've gone after the position itself. I try not to get the individuals in the position. I just say the position has to be better.
Yeah.
But we're almost at that point where if you're making some good cash and you're dropping balls and fumbling balls, your name ought to be mentioned. Hey, nobody's having any problems mentioning Arch Manning every week. I see on TV or every day on TV. Nobody's stopping against that guy, who's got all these deals and commercials and stuff. Nobody's stopping with that. But I don't want to be paying guys for touchdowns or big plays. And I don't want to do that.
They basically get paid by performance.
They do.
For their next deal.
They get performance they get paid for coming to a school.
Sure.
They don't even have to perform yet, and they're getting paid.
So they get paid enough. If they don't perform well, I'll take a Venmo.
And we also know that the coach is going to speak highly of them, except for maybe behind closed doors. This head coach does a great job of saying things about the position.
Yeah.
We have to get good at the position, but keeping it off the individuals. I mean, I think he's done great. But behind closed doors, Arch Manning that dude is getting hammered.
All of those dudes.
All those dudes are getting hammered, especially on this. And that offensive line is really getting hammered.
You would think so.
Because the offensive line coaches are generally pretty nasty.
I think, and last thing, we'll get to some sponsor shout-outs here in a moment. I could sense just watching this press conference on Monday that Sark is growing frustrated.
He's getting a little testy.
Usually a Monday after a win, he's in a good mood. He's pretty happy about things, right? And then it's like we always talk about it. Like the Monday presser is usually better, and then the Thursday he's so locked in that he's pretty short with the media, and you could tell he just doesn't want to be there because he wants to be getting ready for the game that's in 2 days. But Mondays after wins, Sark is usually pretty happy-go-lucky in a good mood. I sense some frustration with the way that his team is playing right now.
I think every once in a while CDC sticks his head in and goes, "How we doing, coach?"
Yeah.
And he's getting sick of him sticking his head in going, "Hey, we all right this week?"
I think he's getting sick of a lot of the outside noise, but again, I think more of it is just like he knows his team is better than the way that they're playing. Like he thinks, I think he's right. He thinks he's done a better job of coaching up his team And his coaching staff has done a better job of coaching up his team than the 12 penalties, the third down woes, the this, that, and the other that they're showing. That's the sense that he's not going to come out and say that because he's a player's coach, but the sense I get is Sark is pretty annoyed with the way that his offense, his side of the ball, has looked in these first 2 weeks.
I'll say this. He's got to understand the 2 kids that he went out and got in the portal that are playing in the NFL right now at wide receiver made a huge difference. And the guy that was underneath the center last year that everybody hated had some experience and understood certain things. Even when he was hurt, he still understood a little bit more about the offense than the guy who's now the starting quarterback. It will take time, and as of right now, I don't see the great wide receiver here. I just see some good players right now that don't have that they have the explosive abilities, but we just haven't seen them show yet.
The problem is the guy that they did go get from the portal hasn't played. So I think
yes,
Emmett Mosley the fifth could be that guy.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. That will be interesting to see. If that kid walks onto the football field and if it starts at Florida and that guy has like 6 catches and is amazing,
sure.
Then I think we're back to getting things square. You'd like to have that all settled before you get to Florida. You'd like to have a couple of other guys like the ones that you depend on now to start, like Wingo, to step up. You'd like to have, your tight end that's got a bum ankle over the next game or so get healthy and have a bunch of catches. And you'd like to see some other guys. You'd like to see some of your backs out of the backfield make some catches and go with the ball. That's got to get – I just think right now for them to have real success with a young quarterback is their run game has to have some success. And they're good enough. They're really good running backs. We've seen that, over the last 4 or 5 years, the kind of quality running backs that they have. And there's enough going on that offensive line that those guys need to be making some yards.
I don't know, man. I think – Trevor Goosby's an all-SEC offensive lineman.
The rest of them are okay.
I mean, Brandon Baker through 2 games has been less than okay. The rest of those guys
are just okay.
DJ, there's varying levels to them, but I think they're all kind of replacement level except for Trevor Goosby, and that's.
But they're okay enough against teams like San Jose.
They weren't last week.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I want to think so, but I didn't think so. I don't know if you. I don't know if you're so worried about getting the quarterback going with the wide receivers or you're just thinking it's automatically should happen with your run game. I think you have to really put an emphasis on helping the quarterback should be your run game. I just don't think they have that right now. I think they're so worried about him throwing tunnel, like you said, tunnel. Let's get him some completions. Let's get him loose in the game. If your run game gets loose, I think your quarterback is going to be okay.
They ran it 32 times and threw it 33.
How many total yards do they have rushing?
155.
Against that team, no.
After going for, I think, $166.
Yeah, like I said, that should have been that an individual should have had a stat day there.
Would have been nice to see. All right, well, take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll get to some of those comments in a moment. Of course, our world-famous QVC segment with Jay is coming up before the hour is over. We got a couple of fun stories as well. But before anything else, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger. Once again, Hat Creek Burger's locations do have breakfast. Some of them. Find out the location near you. They're open up at 7 a.m. Tacos, of course, pancakes, sausage, the works. So you can get that at Hat Creek Burger. But they are about the burger. It's about lunchtime and the great lunchtime, double cheese, all the great fries that they have, whether it's sweet potato fries or regular fries, and the shakes at Hat Creek Burger. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. Started right here in Austin, Texas. Love myself a lettuce burger. How did that? I've had the lettuce burger. It's not bad, BK. It's pretty good.
Solid.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird to hold on to lettuce. And
it's just not a bun.
It's just not a bun.
You've always been a buns guy.
I'm a bun guy. I love them buns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's good for you. And the buns are good for you too. But for me, I've got to do the lettuce part of it. But Hat Creek Burger, they've got great stuff at Hat Creek Burger. And of course, if you want to have yourself a little cocktail in the evening there, Mom and Dad, while the kids are on the playscape, you stay away from the playscape. They've got that at Hat Creek Burgers at some of their locations, folks.
Yes, indeed. Love Hat Creek Burger Company. Also love McCall Custom Homes.
Yes, sir.
Buck, how's that putting green?
You know what? They talked about my putting green yesterday. When I was putting, I was at the big greens at the Crenshaw Golf Course at Barton Creek. Huge monsters greens, but 2-putted a lot of those big greens yesterday. And that's because of the little putting green that I have.
There we go.
Somebody told me, said it may not seem like it's going to work out for you, but to just get up there and stroke and keep that going, that's going to help. And it did yesterday. So I'm excited about my putting green. Now they're going to put up a big hitting net there for me too.
Nice.
Yes, indeed.
And when you get to the course, just stroke it.
Just stroke it.
That's what they say.
And maybe even practice some besides getting out of the cart and rolling up to the tee box.
That
maybe.
might help you a little
That'd
bit.
help too.
Yeah, McCall Custom Homes, they hooked the buck up with an outdoor putting green. Rodney's got a new master bathroom thanks to McCall Custom Homes. Whatever you're thinking, new bathroom, new kitchen, new life to your outdoor space. McCall Custom Homes, they've been around the Austin area for more than 40 years. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. You should too. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Just hit their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And our friends out at Horseshoe Bay Resorts, if you're coming into town today or thinking about coming into town on a Thursday tomorrow, give them a call out there and see if it's about 45 minutes from downtown Austin. They have wonderful villas up there. They got a great hotel, and they've got unbelievable golf. Four different golf courses out there, and they're all quality golf courses out at Horseshoe Bay. Go to Horseshoe Bay Resort to find out more. HorseshoeBayResort.com to find out more information on stays out at Horseshoe Bay.
Yeah, speaking of quality, how about a quality beer, Altstadt Beer?
Yes, indeed.
And pair up some Altstadt with a round of golf. You're going to be having a good time.
Yeah, out there in the floating bar. Out on Lake LBJ.
That
the
works
floating
too.
bar.
That works too. You know, I was talking to Jay here at Sioux Patrick before the show. He was like, BK, I was trying to buy you some OLIPOP. Sold out at HEB.
How about that? They've got the unbelievable displays, BK. When you go into the HEB at BK's, you walk in there and there's this huge OLIPOP display.
I'm talking about Altstadt, but that's good.
Oh, and they've got them both, as a matter of fact. Allstat is doing it. They're getting it done everywhere.
They are. Yeah, shout out to OLIPOP. We'll talk more about them too. But the Altstadt Beer, that's good stuff for all of your football watching that you've got. Well, you got more football tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
No Wednesday night action yet.
Oh,
didn't start yet.
No. I was going to get all excited about action. Not today.
We get a college. We get an NFL game tomorrow.
Yes.
And we get some college games tomorrow as well. So the football will be back this weekend. But
and I'll have you people in the money again.
And that's the hope. But hey, get ready for the football weekend. Get your beer. Gear up and beer up with Altstadt Beer. Your tailgates, your watch parties, whatever you have cooking for what should be a phenomenal football weekend. God, there's so many good games, especially in this conference on Saturday. You don't want to miss it. And your football watching is made better with a great beer by your side. Make that Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
You're going to need it for that Aggie Notre Dame game.
Yeah, you will.
Yes.
Saturday night. Dude, there's A&M Notre Dame's a great game in the SEC. You've got Vanderbilt, South Carolina, which I think is a very intriguing game.
Who's LSU playing?
Florida.
Wow.
We'll see if Florida can bounce back. I know that game lost some juice after the Gators lost, but we'll see. Florida beat LSU last year, so maybe you don't give up on it. And Georgia, Tennessee, it's your best game in the conference. That's where game day is going to be this weekend.
That's my upset pick.
So you're going with the home team?
I'm going with the home team. I think they're for real.
Okay. All right. So we'll see what else you've got later this week. But you've got Arkansas, Ole Miss too, which is decent. It's a conference game.
Arkansas coach trying to keep his gig.
Arkansas look pretty good. Now they've played the Sisters of the Poor.
I know.
And the Brothers of the Homeless.
Is that Arkansas State? Have they played Arkansas State?
I think so.
Was that last week that they play, or is that this week coming up?
Well, they play Ole Miss, and they've kind of looked like Arkansas State through the first two games. But no, Arkansas has played
Arkansas State second game.
Arkansas State and somebody even Alabama A&M in game one.
Yeah.
So they've looked good, but
and they've got to play Arkansas State. That's a part of their deal, I believe.
That's what they do. Arkansas is a state, unlike San Jose,
yes.
So I'm okay with them being around. A couple quick comments to read. Mike G says these 3 preseason games are doing Texas no favors. The Florida game should be this weekend, but instead they play LSU. I disagree. I am very thankful that Texas has these preseason games right now.
I am too. And I'm still thankful they played Ohio State in game 1, folks.
I am not, because they lost.
I know.
If they won, I would have been thankful. I would have preferred, said it before the year too, and who knows if the result would have been different at all. But Texas has done really well in those game 2 big games. Michigan last year, week 2 big game. Alabama 2 years ago, week 2 big game. I like the first game against nobody, see what you've got, and then you play your big one. But, again, I don't know if that would have changed the result this year.
There have been consistent questions in game 1 in a big game, in game 2 in a not-so-big game. there's still a lot of question marks even after the second game.
For sure.
And you won 38-7?
38-7.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, there's a lot to clean up right now.
Yes.
I know Florida has some problems, but I wouldn't feel great about Texas's chances going to the Swamp this week.
Dude, I won't feel that good in 2 weeks.
Like, if Red River was this Saturday, I would pick Texas to win, but I want to be more confident in that pick. And I think we will be, because I think Texas is going to show us a lot more. They're going to keep getting better. But no, I think these this year, I think these cupcake non-con games being stacked up like this, I think it's absolutely helping Texas.
I think this offense is going to be, as Sark says, a work in progress throughout the season, BK. I think you're going to go, I know you're not going to like it, but it's going to go from game to game. It's not going to be, okay, they've been consistent for 3 weeks. On the fourth week, they're going to be even better. I think it's going to be a game-to-game thing with this offense. And that's as the quarterback matures and some of these players mature a little bit. But the group that really has to mature is the offensive line. They have to. And I know I keep saying I think they've been good enough so far. They haven't been good enough so far.
The group that has to mature is the offense.
Period.
It's the entire offense.
You're right.
And again, they went better. They got better from week 1 to week 2, and I do believe that they are going to continue to progress week by week moving forward. But yeah, there's a lot to clean up on that side of the football. There's zero.
Dude,
doubt
if you
about
can't
that.
clean it up at home,
right, against these teams, yeah. $5 Dill says Sark will never win a natty unless he hires an offensive coordinator. Look, that change isn't going to happen midway through the season, but Sark's got the rest of the year to prove that that's the case.
If you get this team back to a semifinal, that would be fantastic.
Yeah,
3 of those.
Everyone's talking about Ryan Day. There will be Texas fans who aren't happy if this team loses in the semifinal. They won't.
I know. Well, no, nobody will be happy until you win a national championship.
Right. So I
got that.
And that's the Ryan Day conundrum, and that's what every Texas fan is going to look at. It's like Ryan Day was the head coach, obviously, and also the offensive play caller for his first 5 years in Columbus. They won a lot of games. They got close. They never won it all.
Yeah.
Going into year 6, hires Chip Kelly. They win it all. This is year 5 for Steve Sarkisian. So, again, it's a decision that shouldn't be made right now. It's a decision that won't be made right now. But you do wonder if this Texas offense continues to struggle in certain spots. And
it'll be a few years down the line before that guy gives up play calling.
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be all his choice, is what I'm saying. So we will see. I'm with you. I think he wants to continue to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I would still give him the opportunity to do it. I think that's maybe the biggest reason why Texas hired Steve Sarkisian in the first place.
Yeah.
They liked his offensive play calling that they saw at Alabama. But, I don't know. There will be people who grow impatient.
Yeah, but as I said, I think this offense is going to be a week-to-week thing, and it won't go away in week number 4 or 5. It's not going to be the way you think it's going to be. I think there'll be a struggle that week, the next week. The next week is going to have their little struggles until the quarterback is it. Until the quarterback gets it all under control and the offensive line gets it all under control, then everything else should fall into place. But as you said, you get to a point when it comes to wide receivers and what your expectations are, and if it doesn't get done, you have to move on to the next guy. I'm sorry, you recruit 5-star wide receivers here, right?
Yeah.
And if the guy that you expected to be a 5-star, going into year 2, and he can't catch the ball and things aren't happening, if there's a guy who's come in before him that's a 5-star, and you see him at practice every day and he's making these spectacular plays, BK, he gets in the game, he makes a couple plays, then that guy should be getting snaps. It's just this is the level of football that you're playing at now.
I'm with you.
That's why you recruit those type of players.
What about the Texas defense, Buck? Anything that you want to see over these next 2 weeks?
Yeah, the one star needs to start shining.
Colin Simmons.
Yeah, he just needs to play better. He's a fantastic player that just needs to get going and get playing. And as a defense as a whole, I think they still play pretty good defense. I got nothing to say about those guys. I mean, I think they've been great against the run. I think they've done well enough. I mean, they've only given up, 21 points?
Yeah.
I mean, what can you say?
Not too bad.
No, your offense needs to pick it up. Your defense is playing well enough for you to to be in ball games and win the 2 ball games that you played in. So
By the way,
I'm fine with them.
Ohio State scored 70 last week. Now they played Grambling,
Yeah.
but like that offense has some juice. Julian saying had a really good day. The whole team had a really good day.
Yes.
So it was, the defense showed up. I did like seeing the turnovers. I hope that's not a one-game thing.
No, that got to continue. That has to continue each and every week.
But more quarterback hits. That's the
Yes.
thing I want to see.
More pressure.
2 sacks in 2 games for Texas right now. And this was a group that talked about wanting to lead the SEC in sacks this year. I thought they had a chance to lead the country in sacks this year with all of the talent that they have coming off the edge and at linebacker. And through a couple of games, it just hasn't quite
And I think the
happened
substitutions
yet.
that have gone in and out of the game have done pretty well.
Yeah, overall, it's hard to complain much about the defense.
Right.
You're just you're trying to take them from like an A to an A+ with a couple of different things. Look who's joining us.
Yes, it's that time.
What's going on, Jay?
Good morning, guys. Great show as usual.
Thank you, sir.
buddy.
And thanks for supporting St. Jude's. That's really great.
Yeah,
That's fun. That's fun. That's a great cause.
So I did find you some OLIPOP.
there we go.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
see, you like that
Ooh,
one.
The
yeah.
cherry cola OLIPOP.
Grape.
And Bucky's favorite, the
Grape.
grape.
And then they had a whole display of OLIPOP.
Uh-oh.
And I got this one because I thought maybe your girlfriend would like
Whoa.
Oh,
it. If you
man.
drank that, BK.
SpongeBob OLIPOP?
No, I was thinking the pineapple part.
The old upside down pineapple. For BK.
Well done there,
Yeah, that
Jay.
works.
Did you
Good
drive
job.
by my place? You saw that?
You saw
the
that
front
pineapple? You
porch?
saw that?
Oh, it's all perfect.
Saw
about
those
that?
stones there out in front of BK's place?
I haven't seen this before. It's SpongeBob OLIPOP collab, Pineapple Paradise.
And they had a whole thing of it, a whole thing like 2 pallets.
the 4-pack.
Yes.
Very
Thank you-
nice.
Thank you,
Jay.
Jay.
And then BK. This is what I had trouble finding.
Wow.
It was like
Whoa.
it was like the last one they had.
Is it my birthday today?
Well,
Look
you
at
know,
that.
BK, since we celebrate Bucky's birthday
every week.
every 2 weeks,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought you might feel left out.
Thank you
that.
very
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
He's about to go.
But I didn't leave you out,
Oh,
Bucky.
you didn't? Oh, look at
Isn't that great?
This
garlic.
is a new one.
Yeah, that's great. He liked the other baker for his chicken.
Look at this garlic baker.
Yeah, you can roast your garlic in the oven.
That's supposed to be good for my prostate too. Garlic.
Oh, that'd be good.
Baking garlic is good for your prostate.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well,
I like the little baker there right there.
And
too.
did the ice cream maker make it into the house, Bucky?
It's still in the back of my car.
sure,
Really?
Sure
Yeah.
it is.
Oh, and show your readers, your listeners that, BK, about OLIPOP's
about
$2 off at HEB.
they got a $2 off coupon right now.
Yeah.
Off these 4-packs of
Yeah,
OLIPOP.
they must be doing incredible to get all that play from HEB because HEB doesn't mess around with things that don't sell.
Oh no! Do you see
Right.
the?
Right.
Can I
Can you
ask,
walk into those places?
can I ask you something, Jay,
Uh-huh.
about this garlic baker?
Is this what do I think the chances of him keeping that are?
It is.
It is. I think they're really good because she kept the other one that was
The
made
big,
out
the
of
big.
clay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Is this-
Terracotta. She
Do you
likes them.
still have to peel the garlic when you use this?
How am I supposed to know?
I don't know.
I've never used
All
one
right.
of these
All right.
before.
I don't know
What-
if you
what's
know. Because
truly-
I'm interested.
Looks
If
like I
it's-
can put a little baked potato in there or something.
No baked potatoes
Oh,
from you,
God.
Bucky.
Wow,
No.
I had baked potato the other day.
But think about how much you like the couple if you gave that to them as a wedding present. Right, like
I'd be so
1980.
pissed. I'd be
Yeah.
so pissed.
If I gave that to one of my friends getting married
I
right
would be.
now,
I would be so pissed if I saw this.
Because you know that whoever got that in 1970 and now they're dead, whoever got that, they never
Jay, is it-
used it.
Generally, there's a cost. You always find the cost. in
Wow,
this.
and maybe
What
on the
percentage?
inside. I
What-
actually think, Bucky, I think that this was 75% off. I think it'd been there
Wow.
3 months.
I think so. I think this was. Yeah.
they
I
should have
like.
given
I
that
like
to
it.
you for free, Jay. Oh, man. That is great. All right. The garlic baker, Buck.
Yeah, man.
Love
Right?
it.
So what do you think, Bucky? There's a good chance Joss is going to let you
Yeah,
keep
because
that
it's a
one.
matching set.
Yes.
Or there'll be a matching set with the other one.
Right.
Oh, man.
So your old friend Eddie Earl Clements came in the other day, and we were going to do one of those little 30-second videos. And I wanted to
Was he
do-
busy? Did
No,
he-
I wanted to do this shirt first, and he says we can't talk about volleyball. Only thing anybody cares about is football.
Oh,
And I said, "Oh,
Come on, Ed.
Ed." So they sold out the Moody Center with 10,000 people and then won. So here's this year's volleyball T-shirt. And
I don't feel that
as media, you guys you should talk about volleyball at least once a week.
We gave him some love
Okay.
the
We
other
did.
day.
Yes, we did.
That 5 I watched that whole match on
Yeah,
Sunday. That
that's
was awesome.
incredible.
And they play Louisville tonight in Fort Worth, but Texas is 2 and
Check that
Louisville's
out.
4. So it's
Look
a
at that.
big, another
But-
big match.
yes.
Look at this. Yeah, rep the volley. They're the most consistent, I guess, outside of swimming and diving. They
Yes,
always
and,
win.
and rowing.
And rowing. You're right.
Yeah.
But volleyball, 2 of the last 3 national
But
championships.
it just tells you that a special gym for them is coming, which is
that-
kind of a shame to not play in Gregory.
I know. There's so
Right.
much history and
And
tradition
all
in that
those
place.
people that have really good seats that haven't given very much money, they're not going to have good seats in the new place.
Are you talking to a mirror right now, Jay?
No, I do better because of the football that I support and the girls basketball.
Yeah.
But some of the volleyball people that are older, they don't donate any money.
Really?
And I don't know if y'all know this, but if you're a fan and you don't donate money to UT, they care zero about you.
Oh, yeah.
Zero.
Hey, I'm an ex-coach and I don't donate money, and
You
they
get-
care zero about me
Do you
too.
get tickets, Bucky?
I do. I get season tickets.
Are they like on the 50-yard line?
No.
Okay.
There's a section we don't need to talk about, but it's okay.
Is
You,
it
you know that bathroom up in the upper
That's all right.
concourse?
up or down, Bucky? Is it lower or upper?
It's lower.
Okay. East or west?
It's on the west side.
Okay, that's not so bad.
It's not so bad.
Right.
There's
right.
sun. There's a lot of sun there.
And are you allowed to sell them?
No.
No.
You can't do that no matter what.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
We know rules.
So you just give them away?
I give them away if I
Not
don't
that
go. Yeah.
not that any of them have ever come my way, Bucky.
don't even
I
know.
was just asking.
Nobody wants to sit. When I say the section, they go, I'll provide some better seats. Even the little girl that drinks beer got better seats than I have.
Oh yeah.
But you know what? I'm
Absolutely.
happy to have them.
Oh, good, Bucky. Yeah, I just wondered if they took care of you.
Oh,
you
no,
know,
they-
you know when I met the person who I thought was your second son last night.
Jesus.
So he's a younger person. I'm guessing 35 to 40.
Oh, my
the
kids
first
are old.
The first thing he does is Google your name. And he says, "Oh gosh, a running back from Boston College and a radio DJ. He can be my daddy."
Oh my God.
It was perfect.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely perfect.
Were you over? Were you over at? Where were you at?
Hop Dotty is the best.
Hop
It's,
Dotty. Oh.
$3 beer.
No, well, listen to Jay. He knows where all the specials are too.
Hey, text
Yeah.
me those, Jay. I
Yeah.
need
Yeah,
those.
You know, nice ice cold glass. Oh, it's perfect.
Is this
Yeah.
brand new?
Brand new for this season, and BK has it on. I bought
I
this
like that.
shirt to wear, and I
Mhm.
haven't worn it yet. It is a great shirt.
It's awesome.
It's great. It's not selling as great as the all over one that's been a hit for 3 years, but boy, is
It's
it!
the one we wear on game day. The ones that we wear on game day are hits, aren't they?
I don't know. I bet you guys together. I bet you've sold 500 of those for me,
They're great shirts.
They're great shirts. They're great shirts for golf.
and I know you've sold a bunch of this. You and Eddie Earl.
Eddie
Tommy
Earl,
Bahama. I got in a huge
Love the
shipment.
Tommy
Feel
Bahama.
how soft that is.
that is awesome.
Don't sleep on the Tommy Bahama, Jay.
No,
Yeah, it's great.
Tommy Bahama and Columbia have doing a good job for you.
And Tommy Bahama is a really great company to do business with.
There you
Well,
go.
Columbia is too.
And so is Nike every once in a while.
This is nice. Good material. You could dress this up or down. Got the
Yeah.
nice horizontal stripes on this bad
I
boy.
wonder how much Nike gives UT to be their on-field person. 50 million.
Well, they
Oh,
got
yeah.
their all their equipment,
It's a huge, it's
the
a
whole
huge deal that
Oh,
they
yeah.
have with
Yeah.
Texas.
and the individual coach gets paid pretty good too.
And I have an end with Under Armour, and there for a while I thought they were going to become Under Armour, and that would have helped me tons.
Jay, I just Googled it, and Google's never wrong. I am seeing that the current apparel and licensing deal between Texas and Nike, 15 years, $250 million.
Yeah, it's going well.
$250 million for 15 years.
15 years.
So what is that? 10 million a year? No.
Oh, boy,
No,
I didn't think
it's
there'd be math.
20 million
involved
a
here.
year.
There you go. Okay.
20 million.
20 million. That's pretty
20
good.
million. Yeah, I would think so.
That'll work.
Yeah, absolutely. For later, wonderful Tommy Bahama vest and lots of pockets, zip pockets.
Oh yeah, I love the zip pockets.
Nice.
Great. So in the wintertime, maybe you could wear that for golf, Bucky. You wear a vest when you golf?
You know, I don't play golf if it's 62 or below.
Okay.
It's got to be 62 or above. I have certain,
I
I have my own putting green, as I tell my guys all the time now.
Yeah.
When I go, I have my own putting green, so I don't have to go very far.
So
This is nice.
So, Bucky, I was thinking something how the temperature had something to do with your score. Like
No, it doesn't.
Like when
It-
the temperature got in the 80s, you couldn't do 80, so you don't play.
No.
No.
My wife doesn't like me to get out there when it's 100 degrees anymore.
Yes.
I'm too old.
Yes. Look at that little quarter zip, long
This is
sleeve,
nice too.
a little waffle fabric. Another Tommy
I
Bahama.
like this. Look at that.
The quality of Tommy Bahama is just incredible.
Oh, nice quarter zip.
Look at that.
That's clean
That's
right
really
here.
great. And this is perfect for you, Bucky. Lightweight.
You know, I like
you
these.
love long sleeves.
I like little
little
hoodies.
hoodie
Yeah,
and embroidered left chest Longhorn.
love little hoodies when I go
more
to the
Tommy
bank.
Bahama. It's Tommy Bahama Day.
So this is new.
All this is brand new.
I got to get this. This
Yes.
was nice. This was
Oh,
light.
that's right up your alley, bud.
Yeah, I like this one. It's light, too.
We've never had that before. They shipped just a whole porch full the other day.
Look at that little
which is
hoodie
great.
on
It's,
the back.
because they do it all at once because of the embroidery thing.
And they just send it to you. You just accept it.
Oh, of course.
You don't get to say what styles. You just
No,
have to
I
accept
get
it.
to say sort of. But
Okay.
my salesperson, Jeff Shaw, he's a little aggressive sometimes.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
So
but-
you're taking this and you're going to like it, huh?
Yeah, right. Kind of like your wife.
This is this is great dinner right here. This is good. This is Tommy Bahama. This is where you want to go to dinner with.
Absolutely.
very nice. Yeah, full button up.
I like
yeah,
that.
that's the ivory version if you don't want to be super longhorny, and this is the orange version.
This is
And-
the road. Just take this on the road
And
with
what's
you.
interesting about this is on the orange, the little fern tonal print really pops
It does, huh?
more than it does on the white.
You know what? This is great right here. When you head down to Gainesville, make sure you're wearing this right here.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually going to Gainesville, and I think I'm wearing BK.
You're
shirt.
taking your little nephew? Are you going?
I am taking my little
Are you?
nephew. Yeah, I had a couple of too many beers at the Longhorn neighborhood Longhorns silent auction. That was a live auction. And
So you bought the trip?
I bought a
There
trip.
you go.
You really
Yeah.
paid for it, I bet.
Oh,
too. You bought the trip, huh?
yeah, I was talking to somebody about it, and you go to the airport and it's a chartered flight, and then you go to a tailgate, and then you go to the game, and then you go to a tailgate, and then you go back to the airport for the chartered flight. And they said that probably cost $3,000 or $4,000 to provide that
Sure.
with the charter. And,
And you yourself only paid $10,000
No,
for it, so everything
five.
worked out. I said, you're paying for that.
but I
trip.
can't think of a better cost.
That's
You know,
great.
they help a bunch of kids.
Plus, your nephew loves that, doesn't he? He loves hanging out with you on those trips.
Oh, absolutely. He's still talking about the Alabama game, right?
and
yeah.
this is different, Jay.
And he's taking personal credit for winning because he was there.
Fine
right.
by me.
Right.
Needs to go to more games.
This color scheme different. That's
This is
still
a new shirt
Okay.
from Tommy Bahama, and that's the blue
Yeah.
one, and here's the black.
look at the blue.
Oh, there you go. Nice
Little
dress shirt
plaid.
with the Longhorn
This
on
is
there.
really great. This is like you work in a bank and you want to wear it. with a little
Absolutely.
tie.
I like that. Rep the team. This is light material
It
too.
is.
This isn't that cotton.
Oh,
that
Look at the
and
black
Killian-
Midday.
And then the one I have on.
This is always the best right here, Jay.
Yeah.
Still, this is the one that I have at the house where when I go, the ladies stop me and say, "Where'd you get that? I'd like to get that for my husband."
My customer Cassandra
And they
Wiggins.
say, "By the way, are you married?"
my bad.
I'd like
You
you
got
to be
kids
my
and women.
husband.
There you go, Bucky.
Yeah.
Mr. Wiggins wore this the other day when he came to pick up something on a Sunday. I met him up here and I thought, man, that guy dresses up if you wear this on a Sunday.
There you
That's
go.
something that's
Yeah.
nice. Look at that. BK.
Yeah, this is your work fit, Jay.
Yeah.
Right.
Now you got all these in all sizes.
All sizes,
Do you?
small through 3X.
3X. We don't go any further than 3X, but 3X is
Every now and then from Tommy, I get a 4X.
really
Yes.
to get a 4X from them.
Yeah, and I have to mention this, Bucky, because you call me fat about
I don't.
Four
we haven't
times a
mentioned
week.
We haven't mentioned sizes yet
Yeah,
till just now.
Yes, absolutely. I'm out of 2X in the orange with all over horns. Remember, you said nobody wears a 2X. That's the size I'm out of, Bucky.
Oh, it is.
I just have a 3X.
Thank you, Coach.
Oh,
But the
Well,
ladies sizes are different. You know, ladies want, young girls want something that's a little bigger on them for some reason. I don't know what that is.
there is that going around, right?
You know.
And Buggy, I have a lot of customers that are 1X, 2X, and 3X. And Buggy, the people that are 1X, 2X, and 3X in general, they have the most money.
Whoa!
Right.
Wow.
I got to remember that.
Yes.
I got to remember that next
You know,
time I open up
after
my big mouth.
After I've met so many of your sons, Bucky,
Yeah.
I don't think you need any help with the women.
I better-
A little lounge pant.
I better be-
And this one is a poet. Did I tell you that? A USC graduate, and he's a poet.
How about that?
Right.
Really?
Yeah, he's watching this morning.
I don't have any kids out.
You raised a poet?
I don't have
Buck?
any kids out in California.
Uh,
I
U-
don't believe.
USC. He was devastated that we beat them and Pete Carroll lost. He's a big Pete Carroll fan.
there you go.
You know, as a Longhorn fan, you don't think that when you beat somebody in a game like that you've devastated their fan.
Their
base.
fan base.
They
They're
won't-
still devastated. Good
they,
for them.
They won
They
the
are.
two
This
before
guy-
that.
This
You know?
guy is still devastated. Yes.
Well, they cheated and got two before that, so everything's
Well,
good.
I
Yeah.
don't know if that's cheating anymore, Bucky.
Yeah.
Didn't they give him his Heisman back? I think
They did. They did.
Who would buy a house for a family? 5-star recruit. Who would
Who would do that?
do that? That's
And Cheryl Spencer
this.
is watching this morning. So I have brought y'all some lady listeners. Right. Anyway, what a great
Thank you.
top. Isn't that great with the
Look at
little rhymes?
that.
we love our lady listeners. Our
Yeah.
Our Cabo Bob's gift card winner this week
Yes.
was
Look at
was
the
a lady.
rhinestones.
Y'all have a whole lot more lady listeners than you think.
I love it.
Yes.
We need more.
Because they talk to me about it.
That's great.
Isn't that great? Soft knit.
Look at the rhinestone.
Now
This
that's
is
small
awesome.
through
BK. This
2X.
looks like some of the stuff I see on some of the skating shows that I watch. You know that?
So
What?
Before,
My
Like roller
skaters.
roller derby? What
No,
do you?
not roller derby. Figure skating.
Oh,
Bucky, you watch figure skating?
Of course I do.
Okay.
That's an interesting one,
Yes,
Buck.
absolutely.
I
You
don't
know,
know.
I've always thought a little bit about that, Bucky. But
Yeah.
the more I know you, the more
The
I'm
more you're
thinking.
finding out.
Right.
The more you're finding out, aren't you?
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyway, I got in 12 pieces of that before the first game. They
Huh?
lasted like an hour.
That-
So I'm
That one
Yeah,
really?
is
so
it
I'm
With
great?
the
really stoked.
rhinestones?
It's super great.
How
And,
about that?
and so is this one.
I like
how
this
great
one a
that
lot. Look at that.
Well, that's fully applicated in 3D.
Oh, that's cool.
These are both really great.
Now, this is and sizes for this right here, Jay.
Small through 2X. And that runs small. So if you're
So
buying
you
it
can't mess
online-
around with this with kids. This is not a grandkid deal.
No, and it's really for like a co-ed and above, and probably below 40.
Well, this is the ladies go to the game with this on.
They do, but pretty, a 25-year-old. It's not a young person.
Oh,
It's a middle person.
okay. So, but mom that's
Middle
in her
person.
60, mom at 60 is not wearing this probably.
I tried to sell it to a 65-year-old, and she said it was too young. Right.
Oh,
Okay.
it's
Right.
just too sporty
she was
for her?
a cool 65-year-old.
I don't think this is kinda cool.
65-year-olds act and dress like they're 25.
Would your mama wear that?
But-
Not that she's 65.
She
I'm,
wear
I'm
that.
guessing your mama's in her low 50s, maybe. If you're in your
She
20s,
may wear that, but Jay, you're talking about 30s and 20,
Uh,
30s,
20s,
20s.
25, 30, 35.
I'd like to
40,
see
45.
mom in 50 with these on. This is nice with the cheerleading deal.
Yeah, this is cool. I like
I
this
like
look.
that. I like that look. That's a good gift.
My mom
right there.
looks like she's in her low 40s, and that's all I will say
Hey,
about
that's
that.
what-
Your
a great-
mom
great
does.
gift.
She does look young.
She does.
Yes,
She looks
yes.
great.
So I got this back in.
You know, that's-
very proud of this. We had this
Nice.
made.
Everybody from Pennsylvania is loving this because it's getting
We're-
ready to be cold
I
there.
sold out last year because we had so many cold games, and fingers crossed that we have some this year
Mm.
that we make it that far.
Well,
Yeah.
the last game of the regular season is
And that extra game in the
here.
playoff, you like that extra game in the playoffs here
Oh,
at home,
gosh.
didn't
the
you?
home playoff.
So we
game.
have to
Yeah.
be good enough for that.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, this is nice.
Right.
I
But
like
what
this.
would be really great is if by some miracle we have a giant cold front for the OU game, then everything that's cold weather is gone.
Wow, a mid-October cold front.
And it's happened. It's happened.
Oh, it's happened
Yes,
before. Yeah.
yes.
I always
And
tell
then-
BK, don't go up there without a jacket.
And then these hats, I picked all these special because
There we go.
these are all best sellers. And do you know, guys, why these are best sellers?
Because BK wears them.
And Bucky wears
I
them.
wear the little brown one here.
There is a direct correlation.
There we go.
It's crazy.
Love hearing that.
This
yes.
one right here,
I think you wear
Jay,
this a lot.
I wear that one a lot.
Yeah.
Jay, this one right here, I was wondering,
Really great.
it really is. This one really hits.
I stole it from a lady was wearing it, and I took a picture of it and had it made. I don't know who originally made that hat, but
Really?
you know, in the world of UT,
Now, and
they
you-
don't care if you steal.
and your
other
buddy
people.
with the horn, the real horns, we got to get ready for that in October.
Yes, yes.
Oh my gosh, I still have it.
Yeah.
I still have the one you
You
gave me,
do with
Jay,
with the horn on
with
it.
the giant
Oh,
horn.
oh,
And I
that's
know
that's
your
for the
favorite.
big
And-
fight that you
and,
get in.
I was inspired by y'all's friends at Colbert on that hat.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wear this one all the time. This is a good
We
one
kind of
too.
thought they got it from somewhere, so you'd get it from them.
Oh, absolutely. And in
This
licensing,
one you
it's
wear,
all,
BK.
Yeah,
it's
this
all
one
fair
too.
game.
Yep.
That's
That
my favorite right here.
number one, the one that BK, I think you're up to like 400 seriously on that.
It's a great one.
This one right here,
So
I wear not only, but I wear this in the garden too.
Yes.
This is good for sweating in right here.
You,
You can chuck that
Bucky,
right
I
there.
see you wearing this hat
I love this
2 or
one.
3 times a week.
Yeah.
I like this one
Yeah,
right
a
here.
Little
This is
khaki,
my-
yeah,
khaki
the
color.
khakis.
And I know you have to be a friend to all your sponsors, but I like you more when you're wearing one of my hats.
I noticed that's why I wear that one a lot on the year.
Right. But this guy that makes these hats for you, I forgot his name.
Oh, Adam,
Adam
with Waterloo.
with water. That's a great hat.
Yeah,
really is.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
They do. They
Yes,
do a
yes.
good job for that
So
kind of
y'all
stuff.
probably can't see this. This is my softball collector pin.
Try to hold it up to the camera.
And I'm promoting girls sports today, in case y'all hadn't noticed.
There we go.
I noticed that.
So
We're Title IX guys too.
what's y'all are not quite as nice to girls as you could be
What?
on sports, but that's okay. And aren't you the one, Bucky, that told me that the pro girls they bake? Is that you? They bake
Yeah,
cakes
yeah.
before
They,
the game.
they do some baking before the games.
Well, the good
They'll
news.
loosen up their arms.
The good news. The good news, Jay. Bucky does want a WNBA team in Austin.
Does he really?
Bad news is he wants them to be called the Aprons.
That's not a bad idea.
The
I
Austin
actually like that.
Aprons.
Oh, my
so the
goodness.
point of this is there was so much support for championship softball stuff that
Mhm.
I only have 3 of these left.
How about that?
Yeah, so that was the point of that.
What a great run for the softball
Plus, they make good
team.
ball markers for golf.
Oh yeah, it was great. So
And so
what,
here we
what
go.
would a QVC be without a few pieces?
How about
to
that?
end our segment a few pieces of jelly cat.
That is beautiful. That is so
we got
cool.
the daisies back in.
Days, they don't stay long, do they?
None of these stay long.
Oh man, I was at my sister's place and she's got the capybara jelly cat
Oh,
on
my
full
goodness.
display.
Did you give that to her?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I was somewhere else
That's
though.
one I just don't understand what that is.
I don't either.
Some little rodent from Australia, maybe.
Yeah,
Chupacabra.
she's obsessed with them. No, a
Yeah.
little different, I think.
And this is Timmy.
No,
the
Timmy the turtle. That
with
won't be
his-
around for long.
With
That'll
his
be
little
gone.
frown.
Always grumpy.
Always grumpy.
And so, what do we find out about the sun, Jay? What does the big sun cost?
I think it's 1,000. It's either 1,000 or 1,100. And please,
You'll sell it for one of those prices.
either one.
You come in here right now.
Yeah, either one.
Either one.
Yeah, and I hope you're coming in to buy it. You don't order it online, but I'll ship it to you.
What do we have here?
That is, I think he's called Spooky the Skeleton. I can't remember.
Jack the Ripper.
Something like that.
This is good. Halloween just around the corner.
Yes.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Amber
nice.
we have a few Halloween left. Amber had a Halloween launch last Saturday. And I said, oh, Amber, you're going to compete with the football game. So I'm not kidding. There were 35 people around the building to come in and get Jellycat at 9:30.
For Halloween
for
jelly
Halloween
cat?
For
Jelly-
Halloween Jellycat.
Really?
We sold about 85% of it. It is crazy.
Amazing.
A bobbing for apples.
Oh, that's good.
Look at that. Look at the face on that thing. The little
Isn't
feet
that
won't come
great?
down, BK. Look at his little legs.
And I forgot what
Oh,
this
this
is
is-
called. Amber's going to get on
Some
me.
kind of
tonight.
dragon, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a little dragon. Fuddle Wuddle.
Oh, Fuddle Wuddle, Puff the Magic Dragon, if you
Oh,
guys
Puff.
remember. Oh, Puff the Magic
Of
Dragon.
course.
There he is.
That might have been before BK.
Yeah.
Wow, lives by the sea. I couldn't forget that.
Yeah.
I see you got your socks.
Oh, I forgot to talk about these. Thank you. You're always talking to us about socks and the homeless. And
Yes.
I need to have more compassion, Bucky. for
Okay,
the
and these
homeless.
are different than
But
the ones I
after
keep
dealing
getting.
with the homeless 2 or 3 times a week,
Your
it's
compassion
hard
is.
to have
I know.
compassion.
You know, they
Yeah.
don't have as much money as you would like. They don't
Oh,
buy
they
as
just-
much as you would want.
You know, they just.
I
got
know a
so
little
much
homeless
trouble.
girl you can go sit down at McDonald's.
And they just.
And all she's looking for is a hug.
Yeah, these people are just. They're terrible.
I wish better life
And
for
I
them.
have a nice friend that owns McGuire's Clocks, Karen, and she's in there by herself some. So I have to run them out of my parking lot. And then when I tell them they can't go in the next parking lot, they get really upset. You can't tell me not to do that. I said, well, you want to try?
Look at these.
Try
Oh,
me.
I like these, Jay.
This is great. A double pack.
Ooh,
And these are really good socks. Yes. If you wanted to buy socks for the homeless, Buggy, these would be good socks to buy.
Look at that.
And didn't you tell me you tried to give some to some and they didn't like the fabric content?
yeah.
Wasn't that you?
Yeah, that was me. And that guy's still sleeping on the same bench. The guy I tried to give him some money and socks to.
Well, he might
Still-
like these.
It's maybe a little bit different.
Oh, your socks were too cheap that you bought them?
Oh, no,
I
it's
think
just
that was the nylon content.
no, it was
wasn't
the cotton. He said something about cotton. I said, well, what? I said, dude, you're living on a bench.
Dude,
I'm
you're-
trying to help you out.
You know what the police told me one time, Bucky? No good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah, really.
And a little great
Oh,
sock.
look at this great
But these
sock.
are really great socks. Whenever we get socks in, we sell them like crazy.
There we go. Yeah.
But anyway, it's always fun to have you guys here.
It's always fun being here, Jay.
Yes,
I
it
love
is.
it.
Thank
I
you
love
for
it.
having us.
Yes, and do you guys think y'all pay a lot more attention to your comments than I do? Do you guys think that y'all have converted Mike G to a Longhorn?
Mike G is
I-
fun. He's fun to have around.
No, he's great. I feel like he's converted,
I don't
Right.
know. He
Yes.
he chimes in every day.
and it's
Yeah.
getting. If you've noticed, it's getting more and more positive about the Longhorns.
Yeah.
Than it is about Alabama. There's a reason why.
Yeah,
There's a reason why for sure.
we won't tell him that Vandy's going to beat him again.
No.
2 years in a row.
He keeps saying Vandy's going to beat us, and I'm like, what about you guys?
Yeah, you've already experienced.
Y'all should be worrying about them a little bit more.
Yeah,
I think.
Thanks for having us, Jay.
Oh, thank you.
You're
You
the
guys,
man,
you
Jay.
guys have a great show.
Thank you,
Thank
buddy.
you. Thank you. Y'all come see Jay. We're here at Sue Patrick. The store opens at 9:30, so right after we get off the air, they're open until 4 o'clock. And yeah, the best selection of Texas Longhorn gear that you can find is right here. Tons of free parking
Yes,
on
there is.
5222 Burnett Road. And of course, you can do the shopping online as well. If you don't like to leave, or if you're not in Austin, head
Here
over to
comes- here comes the
SuePatrick.com.
Here
there
comes
he
the
goes.
sun again.
Yeah,
That thing has legs on the bottom. That's what's weird.
this is what the Beatles.
I
This
mean,
is what the Beatles
seriously.
were singing about when they said, "Here comes the sun." I believe this is what they were talking about. But
That is incredible. Let me tell you something.
Oh
Yeah,
my
some kid's
gosh.
about to get that today. Yes. Come on in, Mom. Go ahead and buy it for your kid.
yeah, that's-
Birthday coming up.
That is great. All right, so thanks to Jay for joining us, and shout out to Sue Patrick for being one of our great partners year round on Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right. A few fun stories to actually before we get to this, we got a Texas baseball schedule to talk about.
Sweet.
Yesterday,
And SEC schedule's out?
the SEC schedule came out yesterday for the 2026 Texas baseball season, which of course will start in the spring. Do a little screen share for those of you who are watching right now. But the biggest matchup for the Longhorns, Jim Schlossnagle will make his return to College Station, April
Sweet.
10th through the 12th, Buck. Of course, we all know the story of Schloss leaving A&M in the middle of the night right after they played for a national championship to come take the job at Texas. And, of course, last year, the Texas A&M series was in Austin. There were some Aggie fans who made the trip, but this atmosphere will be unlike any
Oh, my goodness.
that college baseball will have at any point this season. Schloss making his return to College Station.
At the ice cream field?
At Bluebell Park, Olsen Field at Bluebell Park. I mean, that is going to be insane. That ticket might be almost as expensive as the football ticket this year for the game in Austin.
LSU coming to town too?
No. So one of the big storylines here, Texas will not play LSU this season, which is disappointing. Like LSU came to town last year. I think a lot of folks were hoping Texas would be making the return trip to Baton Rouge this year. But there are 5 teams in the SEC that Texas will not play. Arkansas is not on the schedule, which is very interesting to me. LSU, Kentucky, Georgia, and Florida, the 5 SEC teams that
that's a weird schedule
Texas
right there,
won't see. Which, it's, in one sense, that's not too bad because Arkansas finished 2nd in the league. LSU finished 3rd in the league.
Oh, yeah.
Won a national championship. Georgia finished 5th in the league. So you're avoiding 3 of the top 5 finishers from last year. Obviously, Texas was one of the other top 5 finishers because they were number 1. But, not too bad. Texas not having to play some of the toughest teams in the league. I guess you'll take that.
I want to play those teams, don't you? You do. As a fan, you want that.
I like playing Arkansas every year for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's a rivalry matchup. I feel like, in football, baseball, basketball, and every sport,
agree.
that should be a team that's on your slate every single season. So I'm a little surprised by that, but I'll take a few extra wins. Tougher to beat them than to beat some of the other teams that you've got.
As long as you don't bring UTSA around here.
You'll be playing UTSA, I'm sure.
No.
They always play UTSA.
Beep, beep.
Meep, meep. Beep, beep.
Really?
The Roadrunners, I would think. I don't know if they've released the entirety of the non-conference schedule yet, but
we can leave them off. It's okay.
Usually you play Texas State. Texas State's had some success against Texas in those midweek
we
games.
know what the other group has down in San Antonio.
Yeah, unfortunately, we know all too well what that San Antonio group has. But your 5 SEC home opponents next year: Ole Miss, Alabama, Mississippi State, Missouri, and Oklahoma.
By Missouri.
So you'll get Red River here, huh? Because that's 3 easy wins.
Yeah, there you go.
I won't.
They were horrible last year, weren't they?
Yeah, they were the worst team. I think they only won 2 SEC games last year, and they were both against A&M. Remember, they were like
bring them on.
0-21 to start SEC play.
You're right.
And then they won a series against Texas A&M, which was kind of the nail in the coffin for them not making the tournament, which was pretty good.
That's right.
I enjoyed that right there. So there's your Texas baseball schedule. By the way, the road opponents: Auburn, South Carolina, Vanderbilt, Tennessee, and Texas A&M. That's going to be a big one. Texas at Tennessee. There's a lot of bad blood.
At Auburn too, huh?
At Auburn too. A lot of bad blood. Tennessee fans do not like Texas fans very much. Tennessee fans, I think, don't like anybody a whole hell of a lot. It's a pretty obnoxious fan base right there.
I don't think they're well liked by anybody.
And they get pretty butthurt over the UT thing.
Yes, they do.
As if like there can't be 2 schools that are called UT in the world.
Do they actually walk around calling themselves UT though?
Yeah, and they get mad when people call Texas UT, even though Texas had it first.
It's kind of strange there.
So they
volunteers.
They get very uptight. They're not really volunteering to give it up, are they?
No.
Very confusing. So there you go. The Texas baseball SEC schedule has been released. And again, the marquee matchups: Oklahoma coming to town at the end of March, and then the trip to College Station midway through April for what should be an epic weekend of college baseball. And the good news is, look, if Texas is in a spot where they can win the SEC again at the end of the year, that Missouri series here in Austin is the final series of the regular
season. Very
nice. So that's if you need 3 wins to win you a conference, that's not a bad.
That's good finale
Group to end on right there. All right, a couple more sponsor shout outs here, and then we got to get to the City of Austin logo. We're almost cracker barreling this thing, Buck. The people are not happy with the new City of Austin logo, and we may have some changes coming. Before we get to that, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
Our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems for close to 70 years in Central Texas, they have been getting it done. If your air conditioning system is still having problems, call on Woods Comfort Systems for sure. Their technicians will get out and get everything all set up for you, because it's still kind of warm out, folks. If you haven't noticed in the afternoons how hot it's been and your air conditioning is not working properly, the technicians at Woods Comfort Systems will get it done. They come out to my place twice a year to make sure everything's working properly. And they've already been out to winterize my home to make sure all the filters are changed and get ready when the air conditioning stops, BK, and the heat pumps on. You want it to work the right way, it will at Woods Comfort Systems. They also do plumbing. Ask the Wagner family. They can get over there if you've got trouble with your toilets or anything's going wrong, there's any kind of leaks, call on Woods Comfort Systems. As I said, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, nobody does it better.
Nobody does it better. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more info, and a shout out to the Hecht Law Firm as well. My buddy, Ryan, Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, whatever, reach out to Hurricane Hecht. He's the best personal injury attorney there is in the city. He's a friend of the show, but a fighter for the people. He's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. If you get into a big car wreck, you're already dealing with enough, trying to get your life back on track and trying to get healthy. Don't fight the insurance companies by yourself. Call on Hurricane Hecht to flood your pockets with cash. 512-938-8929. You can find out more on his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Great.
All right. So a few weeks ago, Buck, we talked about the City of Austin getting a new logo. It took them 7 years to create, and it cost more than $1.1 million to put together. Well, apparently there is a petition out there to stop the rollout of the new logo.
Stop the madness, huh?
And to this point, it has been signed by more than 3,500 people. So we've got the old logo on the right. The new logo is on the left. We got a bunch of Jellycats in the way, Buck, so maybe tough for you to see here.
I see them.
But that's what's happening right now. The creators of this petition are calling for a pause of the rollout, and they're calling for a citywide vote of the final logo design, saying that, hey, if we're going to be paying for this shit, we're going to have some say in this shit.
Yeah.
So what say you? Are you going to be signing this petition?
I'm not in the city of Austin. I live in Hayes County. I'm not allowed to. I live in the hamlet of Dripping Springs. I won't be able to sign.
I feel like to sign an online petition, you don't have to actually be living in Austin, though, you know?
Well, I'd sign, yes. I mean, yeah, that thing's gross.
So the one on the right is the old one that's been around for a long time.
I've been to Coda before. I know what turn one looks like.
And the one on the left, yeah, I mean, it's so basic. It's so bland. It's not Austin. It's not Austin at all. Like, you could easily just plug something into ChatGPT or Grok and get something way better than this.
In there, will you?
A couple of tall buildings, a couple of homeless people, a guitar,
something.
Maybe the tower. You get the tower and the Capitol in the logo somehow. Like, do something that actually looks like the city of Austin instead of like a recycling logo.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So there you go, right there. We'll see if this petition actually works. I might be signing this thing. I'm not a big online petition guy. I don't know if it actually does something.
That means you can sign as many times as you want online.
I can just make up a bunch of fake names and go with that. I like that. One final story for today, Bug. There is a new trend out there. People are apparently stealing breakfasts from hotels. And I'm not talking about the guests who are staying at the hotels who get,
I mean, people coming off the street?
People are coming in from off the street and just grabbing a continental breakfast from a hotel and leaving. And when I say people coming off the street, I'm not talking about homeless people. I'm talking about like people who are just like, they're walking around by a hotel.
Yeah, bring your kids in and have breakfast.
And they're just
the breakfast deal.
And they're just like, you know what? I'm going to go take advantage of this free meal right here.
Yeah, I always thought that if please God, don't let it happen to me, but if it does, that I'd get myself one really decent suit that on Sundays I'd get to brunch at places where I can just kind of roll in at some of these hotels that serve breakfast, wear a nice jacket, and then walk in. What are they going to say to you if you're dressed up? They'd say, "Oh, obviously you're staying here.
Right.
You're not dressed. You're not some homeless dude with a nice suit. Homeless people don't have nice suits. Well, not that I know of.
Not that you know of.
But I'd be working that deal.
So it's funny because there's a whole Reddit subthread about this, like the strategies that you need to do to get away with just walking into a hotel.
I can teach people plenty of those because I know that as I roll up to use the bathroom and give them $5, look at my car, I'm going to go use your bathroom. I've done that before.
Well, that's it. I mean, a lot of people say you just walk into the bathroom for a couple of minutes and then you walk out and go straight to breakfast. So that way it doesn't look like you're walking straight in off the streets.
Oh.
Like they forget about you. You go into the bathroom and then you come out. If you're wearing a suit especially, they're like, all right, well, this guy's just using the lobby bathroom because he doesn't want to take a crap because his wife's upstairs and he doesn't want it smelling up the place.
Interesting.
Now he's just going to get a breakfast. Simple as that. That's a strategy that they say. They also say as long as you don't look homeless, you're going to be okay. If you get questioned by anyone, just say you're waiting for your wife or your husband to come down. And they also say that, like, maybe you shouldn't go to the nicest hotels.
Or like me, like to the W?
They don't go to the 5-star hotels that you're talking about. They're saying go to like the Comfort Inn, the Hampton Inn, like some of these mid-tier.
Oh, those are easy. That's too easy.
A little Holiday Inn action.
Yeah.
Just show up at the time they start serving breakfast. Most of those places are serving you a free breakfast. Go get you some.
I don't eat at those things anyway. I don't.
You're too good for that. Huh?
I've had some bad sausage there before.
Duck sausage?
No, just regular sausage patty.
The guy behind the desk, you didn't like what he was serving up that day?
That is just not good. Wasn't cooked all the way. I've done that before.
Oh,
so
is Tom Herman cooking your breakfast?
Yeah, I don't generally go eat their eggs or their sausage. I go by and I may get maybe a little bagel, a little cream cheese, and I'm out of it.
All right, well that's still free.
That's true.
I guess you're staying at the hotel in these cases.
I'm staying at the hotel, yeah.
So you've never walked in.
Oh, I've never walked in off the street, but I always thought that I could find a way to do that.
I'll be honest with you, I've never even thought about doing this. Like there are people in this Reddit subthread who are like, yeah, I'll just be on my morning run, and then you know what? I want to go get some breakfast and I want to get a coffee, so I'll go.
Yeah, I mean they probably do it every other day. Go into a place.
You can't do it every other day, though, right? You can't go to the same hotel and take their breakfast all the time.
A different sweatsuit come in.
They're going to know if someone is staying there for 3 months at a time, right? They're going to know who that customer is. You can't just do it every day.
Yeah, but we live in an area where a lot of these places serve breakfast, so you can get in and out of some different places during the week.
Yeah.
Hell, bring the kids in before school.
Why not?
Drive them up.
Whole family goes in.
Yeah, man.
School bus. Drop them off right there.
That is awesome.
And Rob says the breakfast at those mid-level places are usually pretty rough. Y'all are spoiled, man. These continental breakfasts are great.
They are horrible.
You get stuff from all over the world. An English muffin. You get a Danish from whatever the hell that country is.
I don't eat.
French bread.
You know what I'll take every once in a while? I'll take some of their Fruit Loops.
Not Fruit Loot.
Yeah, Fruit Loops. I'll take
there
those.
There it is. There's no one looting Fruit Loops here.
Yeah, I'm doing the looting.
I guess this whole thing is kind of looting in a sense, isn't it? Jason says when he booked his hotel in Dallas, there's an upcharge for breakfast at the Holiday Inn.
What?
Maybe these hotels are starting to catch on to people freeloading all the time. I'm a fan of the continental breakfast, man.
Yeah,
I'll take advantage of it.
No, I leave the hotel generally to go somewhere. I mean, I actually will eat dinner at the hotels a lot, but I don't do the breakfast deal. Breakfast that's starting off the morning with some sausage that's not totally cooked is not.
That's the free stuff.
I know.
You got to pay for the dinner at the hotel.
I know, but I don't want the free stuff to tear my stomach inside out either. Or the powdered eggs or whatever.
Belgian waffle, more continents. You're hitting all of these countries and continents
here. Do you think those eggs are not powdered or whatever?
No, they're definitely powdered.
Yeah.
There's no doubt they're powdered. But
those aren't fresh eggs off the farm, right?
Well, most of the eggs people are making at home aren't fresh eggs off the farm. You get fresh eggs.
I get fresh eggs
because you kill your neighbor's chickens and get their. Oh wait, that's not how.
No, I'll just see. I just go over to Burger Center, to the farmers market. You'll see me at the farmers market on a Saturday.
Yeah, you're robbing all the high school football.
And you
players.
won't come over there. You won't come and meet me at the farmers market.
No.
With shorts on and sandals. And
Two
stuff.
dudes at a farmer's market.
Yes.
That's almost as weird as two dudes on a Sea-Doo.
Yes.
Can't have it.
Sorry, two dudes at the farmer's market.
Oh, I
That's
love
a-
that.
I love
man.
that one.
Oh, what's up, Double R?
You know, they with all the traveling I do, they do this thing now. I call it the continual breakfast because you just go on and eat.
Yeah.
Now they do a thing where they don't do the scrambled eggs, but they make like a little egg. It's supposed to be like an omelet, but it's not like an omelet. You
And they
know what
put
I mean?
bacon inside of it. I mean, like the one
Yeah.
that I have to pay for
Yeah.
at Starbucks.
They'll do that from
Bacon
time
bites.
to time.
Bacon bites. Or egg
Always
bites.
really dry. It's always really dry. It doesn't have a really
Oh.
good taste to it. But here's a pro tip. So if you really want to do this, go get the breakfast for free. Every time that you check into a hotel, get an extra room key and keep it. And kind of keep that stash, you know, whether it's Best Western, whatever it is. That way, if you're going to try to walk in on one of these breakfast things, you have your keys. And it's like, well, yeah, here's a key right here.
Nice.
Good job, Rodney. There you go. Look at him.
Or just, don't return your key when you check out, right?
Yeah.
So you always have a room key.
I always have a room key.
Have
This
you-
guy is a
Even
thug.
there.
This guy, who needs government cheese when you've got skills like this,
This
Double
guy's
R?
a true thug.
Come on.
What's my
man.
last name, boys? What's my last name? Come
Yeah.
on now.
Rodriguez?
They call me El Chapo Jr.
El Chapo.
I've heard that about you.
El free breakfast.
Yeah, that's definitely Spanish for free breakfast. El free breakfast.
Yeah, that's right.
That's good.
That's
Wags,
right.
have you ever done that before? Have you ever walked into a hotel that you weren't staying at and snagged a free meal?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, I've done a lot of things that are on the list of not to do, but that's one that I haven't actually thought of yet. That's pretty.
Yeah,
genius.
you've taken the drapes and everything, but that's okay. Or the pictures off the wall.
No,
As long as you
I
don't
won't
take
be
the
taking
Bible.
that,
Leave
but
the
I mean,
Bible behind.
I'll sit there for a plate or two. I should.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't eat breakfast at those.
Yeah,
Even
those
at the
days are
days in.
definitely
The days in, I
powdered.
used to. The days in or the nights in. Right. I never had breakfast at those places. I'm like, I look at those. Like I said, I look at the meat and the way the meat looks, or the sausage or the pancakes. I'm like, I think I'm gonna pass on this.
Sausage is a little pink still. Yeah.
Oh,
that ain't
yeah.
good.
Oh,
that's not supposed to
It's
be
a
like
little
that.
pink. Yes.
Right.
Here's the answer to this one. Always have that extra room key up against your phone because the
Good job.
phone will deactivate it.
That's what I was gonna. That's what I was gonna ask. Like, you as soon as you check out of the key, or check out of the hotel, shouldn't like the attendant or whatever there deactivate the key card?
You don't have to give it back.
Yeah,
Like,
you
you're
don't-
supposed
Right, but I
to.
mean, doesn't it technically after you're checked out, don't they
but
automatically?
you don't need.
deactivate
You're
it?
not trying to get into a hotel room. This is just
Oh,
proof
the
that if
lobby.
they're
I'm
like,
trying to eat.
Yeah, when you come back the following day
yeah,
and you show that key at the
You
breakfast
just
place,
flash
they
the
don't.
key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
flashing the
Yeah,
key.
they're not going to go up to
Yeah.
the. Hopefully, they don't go up to the registration and say, "Is this guy really here?" As you start running out the
At that
door.
point, you're
They'll
right.
give
That's
you
when you start
access
running
to the
big.
lobby, just not
Yeah.
like the access to like the pool and common areas, but you still have access to like
Damn,
the
Wags
dining-
wants to just
That's-
move back in. He wants to get the
You're-
pool
you're
area.
trying to get a
There's-
pool day,
Yeah,
Wags?
right, the weight
Like,
room.
Well, I mean, yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
keys to the
you
weight
know,
room.
I
you're
just
out
want
and
a
about.
sausage
Sometimes you
patty,
might
man.
need to take a shower or something, or something. It's
No,
talent.
dude, we're just
It's
trying to get a
hot.
meal.
You know what
we
I
don't
mean?
need to take a shower.
I just need a sausage link and some fucking apple juice, man. Come on.
Maybe take a morning
Wags
swim,
wants to
you
make it
know?
a day. He wants to make it a
Wags,
day spa.
it's
This
a-
is the day spa.
It's the Holiday Inn, not Kalahari Resorts.
If
man.
you're gonna have a free breakfast, you might as well have a free swim.
A lot of places though they
Oh
do
my
a voucher.
Oh
There's
my-
a hotel I stay in Houston a lot,
Wags
and they're
looking
always
for
like,
massage.
here's your breakfast vouchers, and they give you
Huh.
those, and that's a way to.
They
I
give
guess,
you a
they're
coupon
catching on.
for the breakfast.
Yeah,
Probably because of this. They're probably catching on.
Because
That's,
of you, Wags. You're going in there and having a day spa.
Yeah, trying to get a shower and a workout in and a pool day. And you guys
A
have a
little
hot
harder
tub
on
here
the
too?
shoulders,
Where's the sauna?
Georgiani,
Where's the
huh? A little
sauna?
harder on the shoulder. I'm trying to get a massage. They got a massage
sauna?
there too.
You're taking
Yeah.
a Zoom call in the
Wow.
computer center there. Dude, get
Printing.
out of here.
yeah. Walk
This
up
is
to the
great.
counter. Hey, can you print my reads for me?
Yeah,
I've got to
please.
do a radio show. Can you print my reads?
Boys, I need this. I need.
You
This
used to
center,
get all that stuff for free. Can I get a printout? Now it's like, oh, this is $15. They put all that stuff on your bill now.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know. Remember, paper used to be nothing. Now they charge you for paper.
Yeah,
They charge you for the bill.
Yeah.
I stayed at one place and they had 2 bottles of Sam's water in the mini fridge, and I'm like, okay, whatever. So I drank them.
Don't
'cause
drink
it's
that
like,
mini fridge.
it's like Sam's water, you know, from Sam's Club. Hell, they charge me for that shit.
Yeah, you
Oh,
drink that
I-
mini fridge. That's $10.
Yeah, you got to
I-
get the
I
stuff
drink.
that's outside. Anything outside the fridge you can have. Anything inside that fridge is going to cost you.
Man, can't even get a good towel anymore at a hotel. Come on,
you're telling me. I saw the towels that I had in Atlanta.
Not for me. I go to Target first and get my stuff.
Yeah, buy your own stuff there, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, guys. Well, we'll say goodbye. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Thanks again,
Jay.
to Jay and the gang for having us out this morning. And
Later,
we'll be
Jay.
listening. Y'all have a great show. See y'all tomorrow.
Later, boys.
Care,
be
man.
safe getting home. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's double R. You can follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on X, brand X / Twitterverse, whatever you want to call it. My partner in crime, my co-host, he is the Rodney R on brand X / Twitter. On InstaFace, he is the _ Rodney R. I'm the Wagner Wire. If you are out and about, if you are mobile, if you are on your way to dip into a hotel or something real quick to get a nice little swim or to get a free breakfast, free continental breakfast, make sure you have your key and hit us up on that code of text line. Let us know if you got in or not. If you infiltrated the hotel, 512-222-9328. Again, lottery numbers 512-222-9328. Get into that hotel this morning and get your swim in there. Also, subscribe, smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. That way you can get into the conversation as well as to the hotel. What's up, amigo? How are you?
The code of text line, the 254 texts in and says, breakfast is cool, but find the hotels that have a free happy hour. I haven't run across that. I
don't even think that's real. A free happy hour?
I get like a discount.
A hotel gives you free drinks?
Like 50 cents off of a long neck or something for 2 hours. I've run across, but never free.
A hotel, let me know the hotel that gives you free drinks and I'll be there.
Yeah. If there is one, I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Good
morning, everybody in there. So hold on though. What's the plan? Like, what's the outcome of that? Or I guess, what's the marketing strategy of that? You give a couple of people free drinks and they're buying rooms? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here?
That's the one that you barge into, because Lord knows if you have a little bit of free indulgence there, that's going to make you a little more purchasable or wanting to purchase. But yeah, I haven't run across that. I need to
free hotel. So
that's probably them fancy places like the W and
no, that's what they're doing. They're trying to get you all lubed up and liquored up so you don't go anywhere. Hey, now you got to drop $300. Yeah, the free $20 in drinks there, but now you got to get all liquored up and lathered up and stay the night here.
The one by Chili's. Oh, well, shit.
Look, I mean, maybe. Okay, Joaquin. Okay, maybe the Jury. Huh? Is that
right there by 290? Is that the one
with the ghosts?
I don't know.
What's the haunted hotel in Austin?
Oh, I've been there. That's oh man, we did a tour there. My wife and girls are just all into ghosts.
See, my wife's the same shit. She's in the same shit.
My God. We did a ghost tour.
Into that supernatural stuff. I'm not into that stuff, man. I'm not like The Exorcist. Didn't watch that either. You went on a ghost tour?
Oh yeah, we want to. They took us. The tavern over there by House Park. The famous tavern that the great Bob Cole owned at one point. Well, there's like a ghost.
I had no idea he owned that.
It's like supposedly upstairs there's a ghost, and they took us in there and they sat us down there, we sat for an hour, and it's like we're waiting and they're telling us all about the ghost, and they kept bringing in drinks, and I'm like, okay, you keep bringing drinks and I'll see the ghost. But you got to keep bringing.
You bring me enough of these things, I'm going to see something.
Yeah, the Driscoll. It's the Driscoll.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the Driscoll. Yeah, it's I do believe in that. So Joaquin, yeah, off I-35. That's over there by Papados and Papacitos, and over there at 290 by Pluckers. Pluckers. So
you believe in ghosts? You believe in the supernatural and stuff like that?
You know why I do, Wags? Because all the dogs that we have had that now live in little boxes, I see little pieces of them from time to time. Like my big shepherd, I swear I see like a little white, like a little puff of smoke, and I shit you not, multiple times. Then there's a little bit of his old, because his dog hair is still here, because you can never get a shepherd's hair all out of your carpet. Then I see a little tumbleweed of hair. I do believe in that because of that. Because
I don't know. I guess I need to see it before. I haven't seen a ghost before. I guess I felt a presence. I feel like I've felt a presence before, right? So like or just like I don't know, just a weird feeling just kind of go over you or whatever, and it just kind of stops you in your tracks, right? But I've never seen anything like that before. I don't know. It's hard for me to believe in something that I don't see.
Yeah.
But then I don't know. I say that, but then again, I'm an Episcopalian and I have faith, so I haven't necessarily sat down and had a conversation with God, every day, even though I keep talking to him. I feel like a crazy person, man. I keep talking and nobody's talking back to me. So, all right, where do you want to go next before we take this thing to church?
Even though I say GD so many times a day, or I say it backwards. Damn, God.
Yeah, damn.
Man. Every time I go check the mail, every time I have to pay my mortgage
A bill.
or my car payment, I'm like,
Yeah, he's reminding me that I'm still here. There you go.
God, what the hell? Oh, man.
All right, amigo. It is Wednesday, man. Wheel Wednesday, or are we going with this? Is this a new thing? The Wheel Wednesday? Are we spinning the wheel on Wednesday now?
So I think that would be good, because Wheel Wednesday, that could push us into like Thursday, obviously we'll have football previews on Thursday and so forth. And we can,
and honestly, like 48 hours to come up with to transcribe your list is a lot better, or to conjure your list is a lot better than 24, right? Like 24, I feel like you're a little rushed. I mean, honestly, no, I have all my shit done by 24 hours. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I usually do it. Yeah, I usually
do it as soon as we get off the damn show, basically.
Yeah, because I'll forget.
Right.
Ghosts are a human mental process based on fear. Well, I can tell you, every time that I've lost a pet, it wasn't fear, but you want to talk about crushed and heartbroken and just brokenhearted. So maybe PTSD. You want to call that fear? I don't know. I don't know. Wags, everything you've been through, I think if anybody's going to see a ghost, it would have been you.
No, see, it's funny you said that, right? Because as soon as you said like you've seen your dogs or whatever, I immediately went to my best friend Dre. Lost my best friend Dre in 2009. Excuse me, I misspoke. Lost my best friend Dre in 2018. 2009 was our last deployment together, but and he didn't die in 2009, right? Like he died in 2018 from cardiac or like had a heart attack at 30, at the age of 30. Just weird, man. But yeah, dude, or excuse me, 38. God, I'm getting everything wrong today. But yeah, just a wild time. And then sometimes I'll go up to him, and it's not like he was lost in combat either. So it's weird, right? Like I'll walk right up to somebody, and it's only happened one time. But I literally thought it was Dre. Like I saw the fit, like, and I did a double take. I did the double take, and it was still Dre, right? And I'm just holy shit. I go up to touch the person, and it's not Dre. Clearly, right? Dre's been dead for a couple of years now, almost 5 years now. But I go to touch him, and it's just, and then as soon as I went to go touch, like the face changed, and I was just like, Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry, man. I thought you were somebody else. You know what I mean? But it was so, I got goosebumps telling the story. It was so real, right? Like I believed so much that it was Dre. Like I wanted him to be here so bad. Like it's, so I don't know if I've seen a ghost or if it was just my imagination wanting something here so bad. So, but that's my only involvement.
Every time that I've tried to convince myself that things like that, and again, I'm not this big, ghost, whatever.
You're not ghost hunting. You're not going on a ghost hunter thing?
No, just the one time that I did it.
Speaking of date night, we had date night yesterday because had a little bit of a lull in football.
You should have taken her to the Drury. The Drury.
Go on a ghost hunting? Go on a ghost hunting tour?
You could have had
it's free not the Drury, it's the Drexel, right?
Yeah, the Driscoll is the one. Yeah, the Driscoll is the one. Yeah, I watched the WNBA last night. I did Revved Up Live.
Look at you, huh? Doing some research for Women Wednesday here. We're getting that female award. I know.
I'm down to one Leche because the other two are hurt. So, but So Sophie's got a bad knee.
Sophie's out, and so is Caitlin, right?
Caitlin's out. I think
Caitlin's out all year.
Yeah, Caitlin. They put Caitlin on the shelf, and she's still making money. Wheel OnlyFans Wednesday. Oh, that's Wheel of Wednesday. Yeah, so I like that. Wheel of Wednesday.
Wheel of Wednesday. That's we're gonna have to
the code text line.
Who said that one? Wheel of Wednesday.
That's our man Jason.
Thank you,
and then
Shane, thank you for the assist. That's That's a good bit right there. Wheel of Wednesday.
Shane from the 405 with the comment on the code of text line. We should have a topless Thursday. I don't know what we're the only one. We're the only ones visible.
Yeah. How does that work? You just trying to see? Hold on. You trying to see me and Rodney's headlights here? We got to see yours too. If I'm going to show you mine, you're going to show me yours.
Yeah,
that's the deal.
Where
do you want to go first, partner? We're all over the place. It's chaos.
I'm topless. I'm like this. Look like that's me on topless Thursday or whatever we're talking about. We didn't really get a chance to yesterday. What great NFL conversation yesterday, by the way. That was
Tuesdays are probably going to be
loaded
with NFL, right? Just because we get a chance to kind of take a little bit of a reprieve. Not that we need a reprieve from college, right? But we're so entrenched in college all weekend long. We need to take a little bit of a breath just to talk about the NFL, right? So I like to do that on Tuesday just because it's right after Monday Night Football and we get a little bit of a recap of the week.
Yeah. Didn't get a real opportunity to kind of talk about some of the post Sark stuff, and I think obviously the conversation that's gone crazy was the question about Arch and so forth and so on, and I think that
like Arch looking hurt, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and the answer there about the bathroom, which by the way, I did get a Twitter message saying that you and I should film ourselves on the shitter and post it because you and I are fans of shitting.
Who's sending you these messages?
It's just
I don't know. Some weird requests, man.
That was
us topless, us taking a shit. I mean, us doing a show. Or not taking a shit, but us taking a show. Funny story, real quick. When I was first getting into this business, when I was doing a show called The Big Three for fantasy football with me, Walsh, and this kid named Nick Rodriguez, no relation to you.
Sure, I bet he is somewhere.
But, maybe he is. But anyway, Nick's great. He does stuff for DraftKings, does writing for DraftKings and Elite Mafia for basketball, or actually hockey. He writes on the hockey bit. Never played hockey in his life, but he writes on hockey.
he's a pro at it, right?
It's amazing.
It's like me in golf,
But when we right, all of us in golf. Anyways. When we first started doing this, right, he needed a place to be alone and to do his, I guess, the show where he could be in an isolated place, right? And he tried his closet. His closet didn't work. Did it in the shitter. And we could tell immediately that it was on the shitter because the sound, us, Rodney, us as audio.
The acoustics are not
engineers. We hear the volume bouncing off the walls, right? Everybody hears the volume bouncing off the walls. Audio engineers are just great at everything we do with audio. That's why. But anyways, the bouncing off the walls, man, and it's echoing, dude. You can hear his voice in the damn toilet bowl. It's that echoing and I guess vibrocious, if that's the word that I'm trying to use here. But it was bad. It was bad. But anyway, we told him, it was like, Nick, you got to get off the shit. And he was doing it he wasn't taking a shit, but he was doing it on the shitter. Like,
oh Lord, man. And here,
his mom's drapes or his mom's hand towel and shit right next to him. So we know damn well that it ain't his house because he's at the time he was 19, almost 20. Like, ain't nobody gonna have throw towels like that. Ain't nobody gonna have their bathroom decorated like that. You live with your mom, bro.
When Tracy and I got married almost 20 years ago, we got all these bathroom towels that had the big R on it, Rodriguez. So But and this affords another question about hotels and when it comes to bathrooms and so forth. Why is it that the hotel rooms, and this is like when you got to lay a big dump, when you got to lay a really big dump and it's going to get a little loud. Why is it when you walk into a hotel room, the first room to the right or left is usually the bathroom? You go in there and you sit down and you drop down and it's like, they hear that in the hallway, right?
Who gives a shit? Who cares?
Well, yeah, no, but I don't care. I don't care who knows. But then you come rolling out and they're like, that fucking dude just blew that room up.
Oh, I mean, are you coming right out of your room as soon as you coming right out of your bathroom as soon as you get done taking a dump?
But a few hours later.
Are you talking about your room or the common areas?
Yeah, the room.
Oh, who gives it? Man, I do a lot more than that.
But a few hours later, you happen to come upon somebody that heard you. I don't care,
Hey, there was a book. I read this book when I was a kid. It's called Everybody Poops. I'm serious. It's a real book. Everybody poops.
Yeah, well, and that's poop. Women poop, and that's like women don't fart; they toot. I tooted. No, you farted. You farted.
Well, I don't know. I guess my dignity's been stripped, so I really don't give a shit. So
yeah,
the only thing that I care about is using the bathroom in public is catching germs, or if I have to, like, I don't. My ass cheek does not touch the lid. It doesn't.
No.
Like I do the fucking squat. Excuse my language. I do the squat. I do the horse. Or if it's a porter shitter, right? You know how sometimes they'll have that old shit bar that you could hang on to or hold it closed. I'll hang on to the damn thing and just just straddle that son of a gun and just go, baby.
Well, the pro tip with the public bathroom, if you don't want people to hear when you go in there and it just explodes, hit the flush, because those are so loud, right?
Maybe also too, like, I don't mind making people feel uncomfortable, right? Like, I've talked to you about being at the urinal before and looking over at somebody, man, hey, that's a nice watch. Where'd you get it? You know what I mean? And they're just like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Like, keep your eyes straight. Hey, man, nice watch, brother. Try that at a urinal one time. See if you make somebody feel uncomfortable, make somebody happy.
I'm going to
make somebody smile. I don't know. That's a little weird situation you might get yourself into. But no, if I'm taking a dump or if I'm blowing something up at I guess if I have to use the bathroom in public, you guys know I try to avoid not going to the bathroom in public. But if there comes an emergency to where Wags has to lay it down, man, if we got to find a place, dude, at that point, dude, I don't even care who hears me, man. I'll give you a warning. I'll give you 30 seconds to get the hell out of here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Usually that's about all you get, man, because I can't hold it that long.
The one I love is, man, when you got to drop it and you drop it.
How did this turn into talking shit?
Well, what is this show? I mean, that should have been the name in the first place, right?
What it was gonna be. That's what it was. Gonna be.
When you shit in a porta john, that's where you get the echo, and then you get the double because then it hits the tank, so it's like boom.
Not if you hover, man. If you hover, you're good, buddy.
You're still gonna explode, and it's gonna
kaplunk. You're gonna get the kaplunk
when a plane hits the water.
Well, you better be moving your ass out of the way. Better be doing,
slide around.
What is it? Should or get off the pot? I don't know the old.
Get the flash.
Where are we going? Let's go to. Can we get to sports finally?
Get the flash. So here's the Sark comment that everybody's talking.
Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the.
According to who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
So there it is.
Right, well, that's how we got to the shit talking. But I don't understand the correlation with the bathroom there, right? Like making a strange. Is that where he went first? Like making a strange face or a grimace usually comes from taking a shit.
Yeah.
Or I guess strength. I do like the fact that he jumped right off the podium there and said there's nothing wrong. According to who? Like very defensive though, it seemed, or optics appear that it's very defensive, or maybe they're just all tired of it. I don't think there is an injury with Arch's arm or with Arch's
shoulder.
I just think that he's developed some bad mechanics and they got to unshake it, right? Or they got to correct it and unfix it. Bad habits, right? And maybe it just comes from, seeing other quarterbacks do things that usually aren't in your natural mechanics. So I think the ship will get righted, but I love how Stark immediately addressed it and got to it. I just didn't understand the correlation with the shit. I thought it was a funny snippet, thought it was, great for him to stand up for his quarterback there, but I didn't understand that correlation.
Yeah, I was. I'm not a big fan of watching the Paul Feinbaum show or whatever, but I have.
Now you want to talk about a guy that always looks like he's taking a shit.
Yeah,
that dude. Paul, any face that he makes, or when Alabama struggles or any team in the SEC struggles, Paul Feinbaum's taking a shit. You know what I mean? It looks like he's taking a shit. All right, there we go. I'm done.
That guy and Mel Kiper for supposedly being specialists.
Oh my
they
God.
don't know shit. Right. It's like I saw Paul Feinbaum on here earlier today, and I'm like, dude,
Paul Feinbaum and Mel Kiper doing a show together.
It's like these guys have made a living.
Would you watch that? Would you watch Paul Feinbaum and Mel Kiper do a show? Just maybe for the
just
what
for
the
train
hell
wreck.
could transcribe out of that damn thing.
Yeah, just for the stupidity of it all. But Feinbaum yesterday was like Sark. I mean, he just all over Sark's ass for the way that he took it down that road and so forth. But again, you know, it did seem it's a very wound up Steve Sarkisian. It seems like he does seem a little wound, and he should be. I mean, I think he should be because his offense.
Yeah, I mean, I would be. Do you think Sarkisian's got any concern right now?
He better have some damn concern.
I would, yeah. I mean, if I'm seriously, like, I'm not trying to undersell this, or I guess oversell it rather, but I feel like, and I know 38 points is a lot of points. I understand that. I feel like there were a lot of points that were out there still to get. I feel like we left a lot of meat on the bone, right? And it is concerning if it's San Jose State and it's only 38. It should have been 55. Honest, like you want to be real about it. It should have been 55. Just real quick, and I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but first quarter looked like they were working on shit. Looked like practice plays, and then or looked like it was just a real sped up practice, right? Just a glorified practice, a glorified scrimmage, right? Second quarter, absolute explosion of offense. Defense took over, and then the halftime comes, and then they have pizza and, eating all kinds of shit, and, just start lollygagging in the third quarter, and, fourth quarter comes back, and then they start turning on a little bit. My point is no killer instinct. All right. Even with San Jose State, you have to kill them. All right. You can't just sit there and play with it. And it's almost remnants of last year where, we got our prey down. Let's chop its leg off real quick. Let's see what happens let's see how it reacts when we hit it in its knee or shoot it in the shoulder here. Nah, man, headshot to the chest, one in the head, get the hell out of there. Like that's how it needs to be done. Start toying with your food, whatever analogy you want to do with it's going to come back and bite you in your ass. San Jose State should have been walloped by at least 42 to 55, or at least 42 to 55 points should have been on my radar, right? That's the offensive explosion that I wanted to see. I was expecting a defensive touchdown too, so I do have a little bit of concerns. 38 points is still a lot of points, I understand, but And we kind of talked about this too, right? Like these next 3 weeks, these next 2 weeks don't matter after a loss to Ohio State, right? Nothing's going to matter until we get to Florida and you can prove to yourself that after the cupcakes, you still have something that you're working on, or you still have something that you're building on. But when you lay 38 down on San Jose State, there's some questions that still lie there, right? Like, and especially when your starting quarterback, the second coming of Christ is, not winning the Heisman on his first drop back, and everybody's, burning down the sky or the sky is falling. Of course, natural concern is going to start coming, right?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of coming out and beating up on an inferior opponent, but I think in times like this,
but you have to insert your dominance. Like,
yeah,
I mean, it's one thing to beat them down and to bully them, right? But to sit there and show that, hey, this is what we are. The alphas are going to alpha. We outweigh them by 70 to 80 pounds on the line by average. We should be able to score at will every time.
In times like this, you needed to do that. I mean, for your own psyche. You needed to do that. And you look at the 38-7 game and you look at that and it's okay. That was really the dominance that you asserted. It was like in a 5 to 6 minute period. Otherwise, the other 55 minutes.
For 4 minutes, what did Art scored 4 touchdowns in 4 minutes, right?
Yeah, it was all within a 5 minute period or something like that. And that's where you look at that and like, I keep bringing this up to where it's like, doing it with a short field, doing it because of your defense. I mean, the defense predominantly is leading the charge.
All those turnovers, those 3 turnovers led to touchdowns.
Absolutely. And it's like, you can talk about the red zone thing. You can look at red zone numbers from this last weekend. They were a lot better, but I mean, a lot of it was explosive plays, and that's great. But, I want to see explosive plays on the other side of the field, which, you don't get as many opportunities, but that's the one thing to me to where it's like with the 38-7 score, it was in a very small, finite window of the game. Otherwise, sloppy and
half of the game was sloppy. Right.
Yeah, and Sark talked about that. Talked about some of the lack of intensity and the lack of some of the fundamentals, which I think this is a really great cut.
Where was our mental intensity? Where was our mental focus Saturday? I know human nature is what it is, and you come off of a really big game on the road for your season opener, and human nature is let's take a deep breath and relax. We don't get to relax. Our mental intensity needs to be as high as it needs to be. We need to play with the right type of discipline throughout the week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That discipline is what's going to lead to the proper habits of how we practice, which ultimately will lead to the consistency in our play, which will lead to the growth that all of us need to make. And so all of that starts with me. I don't point the finger at anybody else but myself. We need to improve upon that, which we will. I think that because of those penalties, we put ourselves in some really difficult third downs. I think we had 12 third downs Saturday. 6 of those were 3rd and 9 or larger. And that's not a winning formula for success when you're trying to move the ball on a consistent basis. And so we've got to improve upon that.
Hey, man, I'll tell you, I believe everything he says. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I listen to him. It's like, I mean, that's great. And he's not going to throw his folks under the bus, but it's you just got to ramp this thing up, man. It's rough. It's rough. It's not crisp. It's not clean. And the lack of that, like I said, I keep going back to, because I get, well, you're bitching about a 38-7 win. Yeah, but it was 5 minutes of good football. That's really all that I saw on the offense.
So where do you believe the psyche's at, or where do you believe the mentality of this team's at?
It seems like to me, and again, this is where it's so hard now with social media, Wags. We're on the offensive side because what were we hearing about going into this? Texas preseason #1, Arch Manning, like you said, is going to be whatever. I think that you listen to.
What's Saban call it? Rat poison, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I do hear, well, they block social media, they don't whatever. That they're going to hear this, and kind of they expect to be handed things. It kind of seems like, to where it's like, oh, here comes the burnt orange.
I don't know if I can say they expect to be handed things, but I do think that
your own soup, right? It's like
I mean, that's kind of better said. But also too, like when you look around, and I'm a victim of doing this, right? Like I do this all the time, not just in football, but in life as well. Like I look at other people and their success, and I look at our struggles and our shortcomings, and I start questioning. I'm like, well, why can't we why can't we do it the way that they do it? Right? Why can't we win emphatically like they win emphatically? Right? But then also I looked around the league, after week 1 and looked at the struggles and the shortcomings from other teams too, like a Penn State or like a Georgia. And Georgia, remember this too now, right? Georgia struggled almost every first half last year. Every first half. They couldn't find their rhythm, right? Georgia was fine. Georgia ended up winning the SEC championship and getting, deep into the playoff run. Georgia was okay. So let's stop with the whole sky is falling. And I'm the guy leading that conversation too. So I need to pump the brakes a little bit on that. I think they're going to be all right. Do I have a little bit of pause and concern that they didn't put up 55 against San Jose State? Absolutely so, right? I think everybody else should too. 38 points is I don't know, it's a little under it's a little under from what we were thinking that's going to be. What about next, or what about this week? Or you want to go with other sound first from Sark before we look into next week?
Well, kind of the one thing that I wanted to point out was like with Alabama, they come out and they win 73-0 over UL Monroe. But these dudes never. I mean,
hold on though. After getting whooped, I can't say whooped. After getting upset to Florida State. All right,
right.
The Texas get technically they got upset, right? But I mean, when you're alpha, or I guess when you're 1A and 1B, or when you're in the top 5, are you in a preseason determination? Are you getting upset in preseason football, especially if it's the defending champion? Is that honestly?
Well, they weren't favored, so that's
but I mean they were the one, right?
Right. They were the number 1. So that's where I've seen a lot of people kind of resort back to where, well, Texas wasn't favored. Yeah, but you're number 1. And there's all this hype. You are the traveling carnival that's coming.
You're the one, you're the top spot, right? Yeah. We say preseason rankings don't matter. they do if you can go clean. You know, if you stay in the one and you don't get unseated, it matters at that point, right?
Yeah.
And
this
this is so wonky back. I'm with you though, man. You know, the line should matter mostly, but yeah, if you're in the top seat, you know, it's hard to sit there and say that you're not the throne or that you're not the king of the land.
And this is where you look at Alabama. And again, I haven't watched this game. I'm only looking at a box score, but you look at where Alabama came out with all the questions where it's like, okay, the seat's even hotter for Kalen DeBoer. And as Alabama football, the culture of Alabama football is gone and people are walking off the ledge and all this stuff. Their box score, they scored 21 points in 3 of those quarters, one of them being the fourth. And the one that they didn't score 21 points in, they scored 10 in the third. It's like they came out and they're like, that's what we need to see from this Texas team in one of these next 2 games, just to, I think, kind of get the weight off the shoulders a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I think that's the thought right now is that this offense is so good. Look, no questions on the defense. Colin Simmons just needs to kind of
there's still some questions on the defense for me, right? Like we heard Sark the other day talk about the slow start from Colin Simmons and talk about maybe he's pressing or trying too hard. Hopefully that there's a breakthrough with that, because it's not just Simmons either, right? It's Burke as well. Like the question marks that I had with the interior defensive line, they are answered. We're getting some good play, some hefty play up front and some stout play up front. And now the edge rushers just need to come alive and get after the opposing quarterback, right? You would think that they would do that against a team like San Jose State. Well, UTEP is another team where they can, I guess, have their ability, put on display or put on the marquee there, because I mean they should be eating. Like, and again, like I'm not trying to have too big of expectations, but it's Simmons not having 4 sacks or not even, only what's he got a half a sack? I think he only has a half a sack on.
I think he's got more penalties on him than he has sacks.
Right. It's wild, and I know that he is known for timing the snap count and getting it down to where he can come off that edge screaming, right, and then get the strip sack and stuff like that. If you're not getting your timing down, and if that's not going there, go with what got you to the to the 40 anyways, right? Use your hands, man. Keep the offensive hands off him. You don't allow yourself to get blocked. Put head the butt, and then head the butt means like you butt heads with him, and then you do a spin move, and then you rip and then you roll, man. I think he's right there for it. I don't need to tell that young man how to play. He knows how to play the damn game. Maybe you put 11 back on instead of rolling with number 1. I don't know, but you got to get your mind right and get back to sacking the quarterback, man. Because once he eats, Burke eats too, right? It's just. I believe the heartbeat of this line, or the heartbeat of this defense, really does come off this defensive line, man. And they just, I don't know, man. The number one, the most important position on the field is the quarterback. The second most important position on the field, in my opinion, is an edge rusher, right? That's how you counter the quarterback. And right now, our edge rushers just aren't getting there, and we got some questionable play from our quarterback. So the 2 most important positions on the field, we got question marks at, or we have a little bit of concerns.
And these are 2 of the most highly touted people that you have going in, where the expectations are even lower.
These are pros, right? These are pros.
These are guys that are sitting out there getting ready to make a huge paycheck.
Excuse me, future. These are future pros.
Well, they're pros now. They're getting paid. They're getting paid handsomely. But Anthony Hill has answered the call. I love the conversation there, because this always is going to come back to Sark and play calling. The bigger thing for me when it comes to coaching, and again, not play calling, not so much in a game against San Jose, Sam Houston, or any of these people. The fundamentals is where I go back to coaching.
Yeah, still. What? How many? 7 penalties?
Shit, 12. 8 of them on offense.
12
yeah,
penalties.
12.
No, thank you. But that's what I was. Offensive penalties.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, fundamentals is something that's going to keep coming up, and so that's where I'm hammering in on coaching with this. Yeah, we can talk about red zone play calling and all that in game 1, but the fundamentals came up. They asked Sark about that on Monday. Here's his response.
It was all encompassing to me. As a team, I feel a little bit like they know we have good coaches, and our players know we are going to scheme people up, and we're going to scheme up free blitzers. We're going to scheme up coverages to disguise and get hands on balls. We're going to scheme up plays to get people open down the field. I don't want our players relying on the scheme. I want our players relying on their fundamentals, their techniques, their details, and their effort. That coupled with scheme, that's when we become really dangerous. And so as coaches, maybe we pull back a little bit on scheme and we get back to fundamentals, technique, effort, details of how we execute plays. Then we can put those two things back together. And I think that's when we'll be at our best as a team.
So, I mean, a little bit of questions here. When he talks about that is in terms of, I guess, referencing Arch, and is he scheming wide receivers open for Arch so he doesn't have to make reads, and he's locked in on Livingston off of this play coming out of the snap because he knows that this scheme is going to get this wide receiver open? Is that what he's talking about? Or is he talking about, PK just allowing Burke and Simmons to kind of just play in a 4-man set and just kind of get after it and not have to dial up a 5-man pressure? Like, I'm being an ass right now, but clearly he's talking about Arch on the offensive side of the ball, right? Yeah, I guess I agree with him to some extent, but even if you're, I mean, there's some remarks where I think it's Sark and coach speak, right? This is one of them. This is he didn't have an answer for it, so he was just kind of giving some coach speak here. So I'm going to call him out on the bullshit a little bit on this. Like, they should be doing their fundamentals every play, right? Like, and you're talking about a team contending for the national championship. Fundamentals are every snap, right? It's not just whenever we want to turn it on and the schemes are so great that it can get people wide open. That's right. Bullshit. That's a little bit of bullshit. Like, and scheming doesn't make the arm slide go hellacious like that, or bad mechanics and new developments. So I question a little bit about that. I think maybe, he's right about the scheme. Like, I have seen it before, and maybe that's what we saw a little bit against San Jose State with, case in point, the third touchdown, where Arch, looks like he wants to basically throw Livingston wide open, right, under double coverage, but then surveys, comes back and sees injuries across the field wide open, right? Maybe, that was scheme coming into play, thinking that scheme would get Livingston wide open, and then he used his fundamentals and was able to go back the rest of the reads and then find injuries. Maybe that's what Sark's alluding to there, because I have seen that at times. It gives me a little bit of concern, but other than that, I don't know. I still see the fundamentals. Well, it's still lack of fundamentals because, like you said, 8 penalties on offense, right? 8 offensive penalties.
Yeah.
7 offensive penalties. I can't remember, but
yeah,
12 total for sure. But yeah, it's bad.
I always go back to Wags to where it's like, I think fundamentals can overcome a lot of scheme mistakes and a lot of blown opportunities, to where as long as the fundamentals are right, and that's why you practice this all the time. And this is something that you start in Pee Wee League or whatever it is. They're going to teach you how to block. They're going to teach you how to tackle. They're going to teach you how to whatever. To where it's like the fundamental is always going to help you, no matter what the scheme is. You can always, or you will always naturally resort back to the fundamental. And that's why when I see sloppy play and lack of fundamentals, to me, having played the game, and again, never at a level like this, never even close to this, it's like you always revert back to where you were taught the right way to do whatever. And at this level, the fundamentals, especially with this staff, with this, everything that you have in place right here, you should never lack fundamentals. And that's what's concerning, because
right, especially when you're Texas, right? When you're a blue blood team, you should never lack fundamentals.
And what do we talk about all the time about this great staff, the staff that remains intact? And I know that there was a little bit of attrition in the staff this year, but still, this is still a very much intact staff that's been here with Steve Sarkisian. And now we're seeing him regress. Yeah, we're seeing him regress a little bit, and that's.
Well, I mean, it's also week. It's week 2. It's week 2.
It's week 2.
But hey, the biggest improvements from week 1 to week 2. That old adage there. And I'm with Rob right here. No excuses for the damn penalties. There's just not.
No.
What else did I want to say?
The penalties, to me, even more penalties in game 2 is even more kind of chaps at my ass, because it would be one thing if you had the amount of penalties that you had against Ohio State against San Jose State, but you had more penalties against San Jose State,
Right? No,
and it's like, come on, man, and that's aggression, that's being at home,
Patrick
that's
hits
whatever.
Patrick hits once Colin finds out how to beat double teams or doubles, nobody will be able to stop him. I kind of agree with that too. Here's the thing, like and again, I'm not Colin Simmons, right? But when I was getting double teamed, what my coach did was dial up a blitz, right off of, the gap that I was working out of, or fire a double A blitz. It forces the offense to have to make a decision to where they can't just double you. Even if they're chipping you, right? Even if they're using the back to chip you, somebody too much pressure is coming off of that same spot. So somebody's going to have to rotate over. Protection is going to have to slide over something. My point is there will be a vulnerability. There will be a hole there, right? So if they're doubling them with 4 and then you dial up 5 from that same spot, there should be a natural hole for somebody to get loose or somebody to blitz and, get the sack or a tackle for a loss. And then ultimately you'll get that offense to come out of that double team where they only have to chip or where they can only chip and not have to slide their entire defense over to Simmons, which I mean, Kate, that's usually going to be the case, right? Week in and week out, Colin Simmons is probably going to get directed for double teams. Most of the opposition is going to, tell their offensive line that, hey, if we're going to win the trench warfare here, we got to stop Colin Simmons. And somehow, some way.
And I do think that the next couple of weeks are going to be, I think, for Arch, because we talk about continuity with receivers. It's pretty obvious right now he's got 2 guys. He's got 2 dudes right now. So I love what Jordan was talking about yesterday, where he was saying, with Wingo, get out here, feed him the ball.
Just get him in space. If this guy's supposed to be your fastest wide receiver, your fastest athlete, one of your fastest athletes with top speed, just get him get him in some space somewhere to where he can make a play. Get the ball to him to where he can make a play, right? It doesn't have to be, 10, 15 yard, deep balls or 20-yard deep routes to Wingo. It doesn't have to be an end around all the time. Hell, just get him a nice little slant. Well, they've tried. We've been struggling with the slant. Right? We've been struggling with the intermediate routes. So
and where I get more frustrated with the fundamentals and so forth that we keep talking about is you are practicing against your defense, or you should be practicing.
That's
against
right. Iron sharpens iron, right?
Right.
Come on, man.
We've heard Rod B and all these guys talk about in the past where it's like in those teams in the past, that offense, they were getting the best defense that they're going to face. And Ohio State's defense is great. I mean, a really good defense with Matt Patricia. But I can't for the life of me figure out how the Wingo and then the DeAndre Moore was better. But I can't figure out how that continuity isn't there yet against San Jose State. Sam Houston, these people.
Can I ask you another question? And I'm not. It's week 2. I'm not trying to start a campaign on.
Did not stay at Holiday Inn Express last night. So, but I am an expert.
All right. Well, expert, Holiday Inn Express expert. I'm not trying to start a witch hunt already,
but
there's no but coming. Trey Moore, when you're playing teams like San Jose State, and this isn't just Trey Moore, this is, Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, this is, everybody out there on that defense. When you're playing teams like San Jose State, and you get an opportunity against UTEP, shouldn't you be more involved in the game, or shouldn't you be all over? Like, shouldn't you just be all over the stat sheet, right? Like, shouldn't you have like double-digit tackles? I mean, if your defense is out there for the time that it is, like, shouldn't you just be patrolling and just absolutely all over the damn field, right? Yes. Like I'm struggling to see why, or I'm confused to see why some of these marquee players are not around the ball, right? It's not about being on the stat sheet; they're just not around the ball, which is weird. Like it's in a reactionary position, right? Especially if I honestly don't know what Trey Moore's assignment is. I don't. But in a reactionary position or defense, right? If you're not getting after it, if you're not going downhill, you're waiting. You're looking at something, you're reacting, and you're responding to it. Where's the reaction? Mm-hmm. Where's the where's the murderous intent?
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
there's not, especially against, teams that you should be destroying. I mean, they have no business being on the field with you.
Yeah.
In complete reality. Like, their athlete, the gap in talent is nowhere near you. You should be dominating. All right. And it's not just more, it's that entire defense. So against UTEP, there should be no reason why we do not have 4 or 5 sacks against UTEP.
I agree. And I think to where it's like, and again, a good problem to have. This is going to pay dividends down the road when it comes to rotations and depth and all that. This defense is just deep, 12-foot swimming pool deep. But it's like the number of snaps that you see these guys playing, to where it's like, ideally for me, Trey Moore would have more snaps. Ethan Burke would have more snaps. I mean, Ty Anthony Smith was my defensive player of the game this past week. And I wouldn't have projected that the week before. So
right, but still, like, 2 tackles,
guys.
two tackles. That's all you have is 2 tackles.
Trey Moore had 2 tackles.
That's all you have. Like, you're around the ball 2 times.
Yeah, and the scoop. Yeah. It's like you can't really bitch a lot, about the defense, but you can when it comes to stuff like that. It's like, why are you just absolutely not dominating?
And you might be schemed out of position, right? But you can't tell me that you couldn't pursue and fly to the ball and only get there 2 times.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think we're all guilty of, the offense is in trouble. Just think about this defense. You get that shit.
I've been on the defense since week 1, man. Like,
I know.
Week 1, I've had some concerns why we can't get to the quarterback. That's been my ultimate question. Why can we not get to the quarterback?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it didn't just happen against Ohio State. It happened against San Jose State.
It's more concerning against
1.5 sacks is not enough.
Yeah, it's more concerning against San Jose State.
Right. Thank you.
Ohio State, I get it.
Right.
I get it.
It's more concerning against San Jose State.
If you come out,
where do you want to go next, partner?
5 of the hour, we probably need to talk about our sponsors.
Yeah, we should probably do our sponsors real quick.
The Texas bitching session here. Let's talk about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. CovertBeeCave.com. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? There's one place to go. How about some satisfied testimonials from great Covert Bee Cave customers?
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
No, they don't. And if you're out there, if you're trying to get that baseball from a sporting event and Brenda comes over and rips it out of your hand and you got to deal with her fangs, or you got a dog bite out there, or you just need to call some type of personal injury attorney, you got to give our man Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. He's your personal go-to injury attorney right here in Austin, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. He wears that burnt orange with pride and passion, and he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, like I said, or Brenda's on top of you, Karen's on top of you, trying to get that damn ball out of your hand, you got to give Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right, no fees unless the green is in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, businesses, and families. Friend of the show, went to school with BK, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let the Hurricane Hecht blow the doors wide open off the case. Call him right now, or call him today, actually. 512-938-8929. Again, that number is 512-938-8929. You can also reach him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Again, that email is ryan@HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. When this lady shows up, you call the Hurricane. You tell her Hurricane's coming for you.
So I saw that Jeff. God, it's eluding me. The owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jeffrey
Lurie.
Who?
Yeah, Jeffrey Lurie.
Jeffrey Lurie. He said that she is not, if they ever see her, coming in, he's instructed all security, or I didn't hear him say this directly, but I saw a post to where he has instructed his crew and his security details at the Eagles Stadium to not let this person in a Eagles game ever. Lifelong banned. We don't need people, and I'm paraphrasing, we don't need people like that in our, at our games and doing that type of stuff.
I don't applaud Philadelphia much for shit, but I will applaud them for that one. I'll ring the bell for them.
Yeah, you gotta ring the bell for that one. Philly, that's a good call. That's good.
You ain't got to do that. You ain't got to be like that. Friends, McCall Custom Homes, if you're looking for that outdoor space, once again, a cool morning. The heat's coming back, but still, we're going to be spending a lot of time outdoors coming up here in these next few months as football season rolls along. NBA is going to be here before you know it. So, outdoor time, outdoor space. You want to upgrade yours, McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today. Free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered viewers and listeners. 512-633-9580. Let's talk about the indoor stuff as well. If you've got a kitchen that you want to renovate, it is a proven fact that if you are looking to add value to your home, a couple of spaces that you can upgrade and modernize to make your home like me. When we did our bathroom, it's an older 1989 home in a nice part of Round Rock that's got good value. We added a lot of value because we modernized our master bath. Kitchens, bathrooms, living spaces, that's what you want to do. Mike McCall and his crew, they will take care of that for you. Again, 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today for over 40 years, serving Central Texans and doing high quality, fine work. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Also, Wags, only one way to check out all this stuff. I think all of us have been glowing after this past weekend because we were all checking out our AV consultations setups, checking out football, had NASCAR going on, had WNBA last night, for crying out loud, watching the Indiana Fever go down the playoff. Field is set for the WNBA. For over 37 years, AV Consultations.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Oh, that's like we should be on a boat, right?
This is a little yacht music there, yacht rock, right? I heard a little Alan Parsons.
Yeah,
not bad. A little Christopher Cross. Huh?
Yeah, Christopher Cross.
Austin's own Christopher Cross.
I went and saw that dude a few years ago over at the Mood, and man, it was a great show. I'll tell you, man.
We get some Mike McDermott, some Doobie Brothers.
Good stuff, man. Love me some Christopher Cross. Love me some Michael McDonald. That type of old music.
Speaking of El Paso, huh? Out in
the West Texas town of Marty Robbins.
There it is, good sir. Out in the West Texas town of El Paso, I fell in love with a Mexican girl. Little Marty Robbins, baby. Here we go. We're going out to Texas, El Paso, man. Or I guess they're coming here to us.
Yeah, they're coming here. I hope Marty Robbins doesn't show up. Marty Robbins shows up, I'm leaving because that dude is dead.
We talk about ghosts,
the ghost of Marty Robbins.
We might be in a different realm, amigo. We might be in the damn spirit world.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God. Where do you want to go next?
I saw something today. We talk about 30 for 30s and all the different shit that we get catapulted into watching and stuff. So you remember the Pony Excess that came out with the SMU thing.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently the Peyton Manning production group that does their own little documentaries and so forth. They have brought up. It's coming out September 21st. Thunder on the resurgence of the SMU Mustangs. So kind of the bookend to Pony Excess. And I think that's going to be a pretty interesting watch.
A welcome back, if you will. A welcome back, Pony Express.
A welcome back. And they've made it back on what got them out. A lot of money. a lot more money coming back.
Well, I think everybody, the curtains pulled back. Everybody's doing what SMU was doing there. Oh man, good show, fun show today, man.
They gave that dude a car.
Shit, we didn't do the wheel. We got to do the wheel. We got to do the wheel.
Yeah, we got time. Colin Kennedy's in the weight room. Hang on, Colin. We got to do our wheel. And
hang on, Colin.
Hang on, Colin.
Little Marty Robbins.
Yeah. Marty Robbins. I love Marty Robbins, such a cool dude. So he was a race car driver. For
You know him. You know Marty? Did you party
I
with
didn't know
Marty?
Marty. I didn't know Marty. But what Marty used to do, Marty Robbins used to go race his car at the Nashville Fairground Speedway, which is about 2 miles from the Opry, from the Grand Ole Opry over there in historic Nashville. And so Marty would go race on Saturday night. They would always have his race early in the day. He'd get done, and then he'd go perform at the Opry. Right. That's pretty damn cool.
That is pretty cool.
Love me some Marty Robbins.
Rockefeller just joined us, guys. Put this up. All right. We have adult film stars, best hockey sweaters, racing movies, NFL unis, stripper names, snacks, blockbuster trades.
We should do top 5 Marty Robbins songs for UTEP week. I don't even think that dude's from El Paso.
I don't even think he is. Classic cars, breakfast foods. All right. Anything else to add real quick before we spin this sucker?
Top 5 ways to crash a continual breakfast. I think we already gave out all our tips this morning, so we're probably all right there.
Yeah, I can't stretch that conversation
anymore. Hey, how about top 5 sports documentaries like the Pony Excess and all that? Okay. That might be a good one because you got like the Jordan one, and that saved us during COVID. You've got top 5 30 for 30.
I can definitely rock that. We can throw that on here. Let's throw it on here for next week, though. All right.
Next Wednesday, hump day.
Go ahead and spin this sucker. Here we go. What's the event going to be? What's the top 5 going to be? Here we go. Racing movies. Have we already not done racing movies? I guess we haven't.
I don't think we've done
racing movies. All right. Well, I can tell you that Talladega Nights is probably going to be up the top of my list, buddy. I'm just going to sit there.
Yeah,
I don't really know. I mean, I guess there's other racing movies, but I mean, there's
a lot of them.
There's some serious racing movies out there, but Talladega Nights, like if you're talking about race, I don't know how you can't have that up at the top, or at least it's got to be on your list, right? Days of Thunder, of course. That's a good movie. Cole Trickle, man, Rowdy Burns. Yeah,
supposedly there's a remake coming out of that. Supposedly there's a reboot coming out of that.
Please don't do it. Let's just leave. The 80s had great, or was that 90s? Was
90s, yeah, mid 90s,
early 90s. Like those movies were fine. Let's stop remaking shit. Let's stop doing everything with an IP that already has an IP on it just because it's cheap and it's safe.
Get creative. People have creativity. No creativity.
Creative.
Yeah.
Colin, Jordan, what's up with creativity today? How are you?
We're great. I heard a Talladega Nights reference.
Yeah, we're doing top 5 racing movies. Man.
Not even 10:30 yet. Love that. I probably would have said Talladega Nights as well.
Well done.
I know too many lines from that movie. I've seen it at least 50 times, but I've enjoyed it.
I wake up in the morning. I basically piss excellence. So
I got to tell.
What'd you do today? We threw all the Grandpa Chip's war medals off the bridge.
So
Talladega Nights.
One of the best racing announcers ever, Bob Jenkins, is in that. And I interviewed him right before he passed in 2020. I interviewed him, I think it was about 4 months before he passed. And we were talking about Talladega Nights. And, old guy, where we talk about older guys just kind of tell you what they're thinking. And he said the oddest thing that I had to record, that I had to film in that movie was I have to talk about this damn gay guy. And I'm like, oh, this is like on radio.
I'm like, who was he talking about? Who's he referring to? Sasha?
It was when they were talking about, because Sasha had the gay boyfriend.
Sure,
right? Yeah. He's like, I got to talk about this damn gay guy. Yeah, there goes the horn license. Lucky the horn didn't go out of business before it did.
What year is this?
I thought the license was gone. 2020.
Are you guys going to be talking about any damn gay guys today, Jordan?
2020.
Colin? Huh?
No,
I didn't have that on the rundown unless Jordan wants to.
I'm not going to
dabble
and say you love crepes.
Yeah.
Say you love crepes. You like flat pancakes.
Ricky Bobby.
Yeah. Ricky Bobby. Also love it. I'm all hyped up on Mountain Dew.
Yeah, that's so. I mean, I think shake. I mean, I could go all damn day quoting that damn movie.
I'm gonna
and the funny thing though is I didn't like it when I first saw it, man. Right? I guess I was so Will Ferrelled out at that time. But I guess I'm like this too with a lot of Will Ferrell movies. The more I watch them, the more I like them. Right? Like I wasn't big on Wedding Crashers when I first saw it. Like I thought it was funny, but like when he does his cameo, it turns it up completely, right? Also, I got something like that with Anchorman. I didn't like Anchorman.
Semi-pro? How do you feel on semi-pro?
I wasn't a big semi-pro guy, but then there's nuggets. There's nuggets that are just in the vault that you go back to, or when somebody hits it, or when somebody hits you with the Jackie Moon quote, you're just like, oh, bro, oh, that's gold, man. Like maybe at first glimpse they're not great. They're probably like 7s, and then they turn into gold 8s and gold 8.5s, man. They're fantastic.
They age like fine wine.
They do.
I mean, you come to appreciate them as time goes on.
Do.
We don't get movies like that anymore either.
And that's it.
I think makes it better.
I was just talking about if it doesn't have an IP on it, it's not getting made. So
yeah. It's remakes.
That's
Will Ferrell went on a great run for a few years.
Yeah.
A lot of those actors did. Like, you think about it now, like, who's the Will Ferrell today where he's in every movie, or the actress? Like, feels like the movie industry's changed a lot, maybe just because theaters have become, less and less.
And I feel like Pedro Pascal's the golden boy. Like, Pedro Pascal's getting everything right now. He's every movie that comes out, he's in it.
Well, it's like when
I'm really looking forward to the Odyssey. Like, I can't wait to see. Like, you want to talk about going back to old movie stars like Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. I think that's the one that I'm looking forward to the most. That and Tron Ares, like, but that's sci-fi. So
when
Happy get me down another rabbit hole, guys.
Happy Gilmore 2 came out. It's like, what'd you like about it? It's stupid. It's like the old stupid movies that I enjoy watching. You know what I mean?
Still haven't watched that.
It's fun. It's good for callbacks, man. It's
a remake, but
it's a remake.
Hey,
it's not a remake. It's a movie of nothing but callbacks.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Who had a pretty good run a couple years ago? Jonah Hill.
Yeah, that's another one.
Speak of the timing, 22 Jump Street. I watched a Jonah Hill movie last night. The lady and I just finished Ozark. It was the second time I'd seen it, but I liked it a lot, so I watched it again. And usually between shows, we watch a movie or two. We watched War Dogs last night with Jonah Hill, fat Jonah Hill, young Jonah Hill.
Miles Teller had a run for a while, too.
Yeah, I said that last night, too. I'm like, this dude used to be in everything. I haven't seen him in any recent movies or shows.
He was hanging out with Aaron Rodgers. He was Aaron Rodgers' friend, so.
Yeah, well. Boys,
that'll do it.
Ayahuasca somewhere.
Yeah, they were drinking some ayahuasca. He and what's Shailene Woodley or whatever. I don't. They all four of them were tight.
I probably recognize the face. I don't know name to face.
Yeah, she was I can't remember.
I enjoyed it. It's not a great movie by any means because like they don't win the World Series in the end. But I enjoyed Moneyball a lot. I've read the book. Yeah, he was great in that. The 21 and 22 Jump Street movies were funny as hell for a middle schooler or high schooler, however old I was when I watched that.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Huh?
Have you seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Maybe. I don't know. A lot of these old movies, like, because I was going through Netflix and they have a bunch from kind of like 05 to 2015. And I'm like, damn, I forgot this movie was even a thing, And like, I remember its scenes, but not the name of it or what it was called or whatnot.
All I know about the movie industry right now is I've got nothing against these guys, but once The Rock and Kevin Hart came out with like their 9th movie, I was like, I'm not missing much. I don't think I need to go to a theater anytime soon.
John Cena. Come on, man. Yeah, give me a break.
Man. Again, nothing against those guys, but once they're in movie number 4 over the last couple of years, I'm like, I don't need to spend that $22 on popcorn.
Exactly.
Man, the final straw for me with The Rock was anyone remember that dog shit earthquake movie, San Andreas?
Yep.
Dude, there's a scene in there where The Rock jumps from like the top of one building to the top of another building, and it's like Spider-Man can't even pull that stunt, and The Rock, who's supposed to be a regular human being, did it. I was like, I'm not watching this shit anymore. Never got into the Fast and Furious movies. It's the same movie 8 times over, So,
and I like it when goofy dudes like Will Ferrell and fat dudes like Jonah Hill, and when they're the recurring stuff. I don't want the Tom Cruise and all these good looking dudes.
So this is a legitimate question, right? Because my wife and I are trying to find something else to get into. Right, we're trying to go down like Mission Impossible movies, right? Like how many times does this plot change, right? Like how many, I guess it's got to be like James Bond too, right? Like how many times can Ethan Hunt save the world? Or how many times can he jump off of Wiz Khalifa's porch, right? Like, or what the hell was that building in, I don't know, something Khalifa, where he jumps off the highest building in the world or whatever.
Yo, Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, Burj Khalifa. Thank you. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's one hell of a stunt, and he does his own stunts. I understand that, but still, like, what? How many times does the plot change in Mission Impossible, and how many effing masks do they have to rip off somebody's head? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Tom Cruise. I guess it's easier to do all your own stunts when you're like 5'4".
Yeah.
Yeah. He's running and everything. He has to run and everything. So
exactly.
And they're shooting, all the camera angles are like going up at him.
So he looks taller. All right, gents, we've taken a lot of your all's time, man. I'm going to get out of your hair so you guys can talk about more cinema. So you guys be good.
Good. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Eric is dealing with some personal stuff today. So we brought in Colin out of the bullpen. Colin, how are you doing this morning on this wonderful hump day?
I mean, listen, the fellas started me off with a little like Grand Ole Opry talk out in Nashville, a little Talladega Nights, and now I get to go back down memory lane of when movies were actually good and I wanted to watch them. So I'm feeling good. And now we're about to talk some ball, man. What a Wednesday.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna talk some Texas, some recruiting, and some other interesting just national college stuff. But first want to get into OU Michigan. You were at the game. First game, I believe you've been in the Gaylord Family Memorial Stadium. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's first time you've been in that stadium in what, like 4 or 5, 6 years, something like that?
It's been about 4 years since I was traveling and covering the team. Now living here in Texas again, doing more recruiting stuff, obviously, but I also just let the fellows out there do all that stuff so that we're not having to scratch and claw for an extra credential. And I personally do enjoy waking up in the morning, pouring myself a cup of coffee and watching like 4 games at a time rather than having to put pants on with a button. You know, that's always what I've said. So it was great though. I mean, that was the biggest game of the weekend, right? And you knew that atmosphere was going to deliver. You knew that the game was going to be good. And it was great to be back. You know, I had a lot of family in town. I've got a lot of family who are Michigan fans as well. You know, mom's side of the family was originally from Detroit before they moved to OKC. So it was a cool weekend, man. And I think that game delivered for everybody watching.
Yeah, you what years were you at OU? Because you were there during like the prime of the Lincoln Riley era.
Yeah, I started college there in like 15, 16. And so that would have been right when Bob retired. I was there at his retirement presser. And then when Lincoln started with the job. And then that was also when like Buddy Hield and that crew on the basketball side was going to the Final Four. Baker, then Kyler. And then I covered obviously when Jalen was there. So I got to see some pretty good stuff when I was living up there in Norman.
You also you would have been in college when Chuck fucking Strong took it to the Sooners, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've been to some pretty cool stuff. I've seen some great Red River games, obviously. I do remember that game. There are a couple Red River moments that we could go down memory lane of. Especially with me being in those stadiums all those years. That's the best game of college football, as we know. And whenever people ask me about like my favorite memories of being specifically like traveling game to game, the Red River game comes up frequently, especially because of moments like that. Chuck Strong. I mean, I didn't have that one on the bingo card at all back then.
Yeah, I don't know, Colin, if you knew about this or remember this. I don't think this account still exists, but there used to be a Texas burner Twitter account before the Burnerverse became a thing called Chuck, and it was effing Strong, Chuck effing Strong. And they used to just tweet the dumbest shit about Charlie Strong and the Texas football program because that's how Texas fans got through it back then when they were going 5-7. But hey, that anytime I hear Charlie Strong, I just think of those Texas players lifting him up, and he's got the hat on after they went into the Texas OU game like I think 2-3 or 3-2. It was not looking good, but they beat them. They pulled it out. This OU Michigan game. I know, again, you haven't been there in 4 or 5 years, but you saw a lot of great home games when you were in college, and I've covered some other great home games. Where does like that atmosphere stack up? Because like up to this point, not only because of them being on the hot seat to some degree, but also like in the 3-4 years of the Venables era, this is the best home opponent or best opponent they played at home, right? In terms of ranking.
Yeah, it was the highest ranked game, or no, I should say it was probably one of the biggest games that they've had since Ohio State came to Norman in 2016, which would have been one of my first years there. They've had big games in Norman, obviously, but a lot of those were Big 12 conference games. I'll say this. Norman as an atmosphere is great. Last year, things went viral because Holly Rowe reported down on the field for the Tennessee game that they had hit the loudest decibel rate, I want to say at 117, since that ABC crew went to LSU the year prior. And I want to say that Norman beat out LSU's meter when they did that game by about a decibel point. So Norman's incredible, the striped out stadium and everything, but you also knew there's a little bit of emphasis behind that game as well, right? And I think there was an understanding that on the national stage in a game you got to go win. The fans had to deliver as well, and they did. It was electric. It was loud in there, and Oklahoma fans, they do a great job. I mean, it's right up there, obviously, with like Nebraska in terms of just consistent home sellouts. So, I had a great time. It was cool to see Norman, like Josh Pate said the other day, a lot of people who didn't know much about Oklahoma football got to experience Norman for the first time to a degree. And that place loves ball, man.
Oh yeah. I might need someone's help with finding this photo. I'm trying to find the photo that Malik Jefferson. I'm going through his Twitter. I'm pretty sure he posted it of Charlie Strong. Yes, here it is.
Malik Jefferson. Is this the stool?
Yeah.
Is this the stool thing? Yes.
Damn. Okay. I restarted my computer and changed some stuff to where I thought I'd be able to share my screen. I can't. But it's a photo of Charlie Strong standing on a stool at a press conference, it's photoshopped.
I remember that.
The caption from Malik Jefferson is he didn't drink his milk. So I don't know. So some good Charlie Strong days. I'm gonna retweet this bad boy just for fun. That tweet is 10 years old from August 31st, 2015. Crazy. But all right. Well, Michigan OU, Sooners obviously won. Next season, Michigan
on the road.
Same game in Michigan. Okay, cool. Talk about recruiting ramifications. I know they already picked up a 2027 commit out of the state of California, and hey, another 2027 commit potentially in 5 days. Payne Houston announced on September 15th. I guess just roll us through, who they could be adding after that game.
Yeah, we have a couple questions in here, and one of them was about Peyton himself, if you can pull that up. But to start, I think in all of my years covering the program, which is about 7 to 8, maybe even 9, if you want to count some of the years when I was a student but traveling and covering the team on the road, that's the best visitor list I have seen in my time covering Oklahoma football. 80 plus visitors, and almost every single one of them had an early 4-star rating. It was incredible, the amount of blue chip talent in Norman that weekend, and Oklahoma's feeling the effects of it. I think OU went into that game very confident about its ability to silence a lot of doubters and address some questions on the recruiting trail, which I think that they definitely did. And you got a commitment from Demare DeZern. You're trending well for Peyton Houston. More on that in a second. But of those 80 plus guys, a lot of them priority targets, a lot of them that are being pursued by the likes of Texas and Oklahoma and Texas A&M and Ohio State and LSU, and the list goes on and on. There we go.
Sorry.
Charlie, I like Charlie, man. I hate that he gets ragged on sometimes.
Let me show one more time. I figured out. I guess StreamYard doesn't let you screen share if it's not on Google anymore. But yeah, here's the photo I was referencing of Chuck fucking Strong on that stool. But sorry to cut you off.
What a guy. I love him. Anyway, the long and short of it is there is a lot going on behind the scenes to where I think kind of the way that I've said it is like, I think Oklahoma is back to being what Oklahoma should be in the eyes of a lot of recruits, right? And that now makes the 2027 cycle specifically, in my opinion, very interesting. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about Florida today and the recruiting ramifications there for both Texas and Oklahoma and what all of that could look like. But that's also very relevant in 2026. I think in the immediate aftermath, though, they get the 4-star wide receiver. And then to Nathan's question, Peyton Houston, I said it in my first notebook out of the weekend. There were multiple meetings that weekend specifically when Peyton Houston came to town to figure out where Oklahoma stands with this guy. Those conversations were incredibly productive. Let me put it that way. And I know he's going to be visiting LSU this weekend for the Florida game. I still think OU is in a position to go ahead and close that one down, especially because we can talk a little 27 quarterback dominoes. I think Nuss is going to end up being LSU's guy in 27. And so Oklahoma is the thing with Peyton Houston that people don't talk about is whether it was Jeff Lebby, Seth Luttrell, or now Ben Arbuckle. Peyton Houston has been the one and only guy in 27 for them. And I think that that's something of note, especially when you're competing against the likes of maybe an LSU who has multiple quarterback offers. And as you and I talked about the other night, they're bringing them all on campus at the same time this weekend, which I just don't think is the smartest strategy in the world.
Yeah, Houston, Elijah Haven, who's the #1 overall prospect from Baton Rouge, supposed to end up at Florida, but with Billy Napier looking like he's on the way out, that recruitment's kind of up in the air. And then Colton Nussmeyer, and then Woodville, or is it Woodville? Yeah, Woodville's finest. Luke Babin is also going to be there. He doesn't hold an offer, but they're all 2027 QBs. But so Peyton Houston, you think that one will be the Sooners, it sounds like?
I think that is going to end up being – I think that one is going to end up being Oklahoma, and I think that they're in a really good position to round the class out around him. Jose Rodriguez asks a good question here. Can OU afford all these players? They rolled out $32 million last year to athletes specifically. I think they're okay. I want to say that they finished somewhere in the top 7 or 8 in terms of NIL payments across the country. $32 million is a lot of money. And I've been told that they're still in a very good position, likely to pay another $32 million. The other part of that, though, is also Oklahoma is under Jim Nagy, been very adamant. We are not going to pay $1 million+ to a receiver. That doesn't make any sense, especially we can get guys in the portal. We can go pay then, because of that strategy, lots of money to quarterbacks, offensive linemen, defensive linemen. And I think that that's been the approach. And so the affordability rate is definitely there. Oklahoma specifically, though, wants to address premium positions rather than going willy-nilly. And I think that's why you'll see them, Davian Gross, for example. I don't know that they are willing to match the number that Florida is spending on that recruit, because in their eyes, that doesn't make any sense when they could probably get a good caliber player who's a veteran in the portal in December. And I have been told, by the way, that Oklahoma is already getting the money together for the window here in a little bit. So if you're asking about affordability, they're going to spend a lot of money in the portal this year. Peyton Houston's in a good spot. Were there any other questions that I was missing in the chat?
I know Peyton Houston and Booby Feast are really good friends. Their families are friends. Obviously, Feaster's originally from the state of Louisiana. I believe they played like youth ball or peewee together or something like that, and obviously still keep in touch. I mean, Peyton Houston was in North Crowley on Friday to see DeSoto play North Crowley. Is that a potential flip? I know over the summer after he committed to USC, it was reported he was going to be visiting Oklahoma at some point this season. He hopped on Twitter, said this is fake, this is BS, it's not happening. Where does this kind of stand with Feaster? If they were to get Houston, I should say.
I've told multiple people, like, with that guy specifically, just believe it when you see it. I don't know that it's worth investing all of this time and energy into this notion that suddenly Oklahoma is going to be a serious player there. And his reclassification to 2026. I mean, they already have 2 receivers. They might be positioned to get a third here in a little bit. They're probably going to attack that position in the portal as well. I'm not worried about that one until it actually becomes a thing, in my opinion. And that's another one too. Like USC, we know, you and I both know the operation over there. I don't know. Just doesn't make a ton of sense in my opinion, but we'll see. Looking through the chat here, and
I mean,
else.
With what USC's spending right now on the trail, where it's like, oh, we're going to offer this. Here's $200K more than them. You got to say yes. The kid says yes. Like Oklahoma isn't going to play ball in that thing. So,
yeah,
I mean, unless Feaster's cool taking a pay cut and going to Oklahoma, I mean, it's not going to happen. At least those are my thoughts. It's just good to hear you basically confirm that. Here's a good one that I'm also interested in. I think I asked you this months ago, but I forget what you told me. But enlighten us on how the Oklahoma Sooners ended up agreeing to go play the Temple Owls in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a cool concept. This game was agreed to a while ago, and I think that Oklahoma saw an opportunity to get a decent game on the schedule. And obviously, as you and I both know, what's very difficult now for a lot of Power 4 programs is getting kind of that, for lack of a better term, easier game on the schedule, because now more than ever in the rev share era, there are a lot of teams who would rather not take a beating physically. I want to say it was NCA&T. There was a coach the other day that came out with a really good point where it's like, some of these programs get the money in playing a high-level Power 4 program. They generate that revenue, but then they'll lose 4 players to injury who are starters because they have to play those starters. And all of a sudden, you're making money, but because of the game you just played, now you're down a lot of guys who would help you continue to draw revenue. So Temple showed interest. Oklahoma and Temple agreed to this, and then it's an opportunity for Oklahoma to not only get that game in, but it's an opportunity for OU to go on the road, play in an NFL stadium, help Temple generate revenue, but also, where Philadelphia is, anyone who is an Oklahoma alumni or fan in the Northeast, whether that's in PA, it could be Philly, could be Pittsburgh, whatever else, but also up into New Jersey, New York. I want to say it's a 2-hour train ride from New York to Philadelphia.
Something like that.
So Oklahoma is expecting a pretty decent turnout of like Northeastern alumni and stuff. And they thought, if that's a rare opportunity to go do something like that, get those fans a game, but then also help Temple generate some revenue, why wouldn't you go play in a stadium like Lincoln Financial, right? And I know that something I think we don't talk about a lot is like the Notre Dame USC game, all the debate that surrounded that game. People around Notre Dame are always like, they have to play that game so that the massive fan base of Notre Dame fans out on the West Coast get an opportunity to go see the Irish. That kind of stuff's real in college football. And I think that's a layer to this game specifically. I think Oklahoma saw an opportunity to not only help out a program like Temple and play a fun game in a cool place, but also get some Oklahoma fans out that way. An opportunity to make a memory or two.
Yeah. Man, I'm looking at this Temple roster to see if I could remember any of these names. I had no idea that Giovanni McCoy ended up transferring there after spending the spring at Texas State. But I don't recognize any of these other names. I mean, wow. Who's the head coach for Temple nowadays?
So it is
Stan Drayton got fired and is at
I
think Penn State now.
Yes,
he's check that.
I can't remember, but they hired Casey Keeler. So if the name
that's right
sounds, he was at Sam Houston, and was the guy to, I want to say he got them to a 10-0 season in 2020. Helped them transition into the FBS level. Really good football coach, took the job from Sam Houston State up at Temple, and they've been actually playing really good football. I can't remember the exact point differential to this point in the year, but they're 2-0 to start the season, and they have, let's see here. Yeah, they've beaten UMass 42-10, and they beat Howard 55-7. So not bad.
Yeah, hey, you're just
not expecting that to be a game, but
hyping
good for them.
Yeah. All right, we had another good one here in the chat. David Keith Williams saying, I'd like to know how the Oklahoma fan base can be comfortable at all with their clear best football player and most valuable player running the ball 20 times as the quarterback and remaining healthy. I assume he means for the entire season.
Yeah, I think anyone who assumes that Oklahoma's getting ready to run John Mateer 19 times against Temple might need to readdress their perception. But look, the simple nature of it was Oklahoma went in there and they said, okay, we've got 2 running backs who are hurt, Jaden Ott and Torrey Blaylock. Javonte Barnes' confidence is shaken. Whole new offensive line. Really talented Michigan defensive front. John Mateer is one of the best running quarterbacks in the country. Ben Arbuckle, I thought his layered awareness in this game, which watching Ben Arbuckle offenses, I was nerding out about this last night with somebody on the phone. Arbuckle came in and said, okay, I got to get these guys comfortable. I need to get them going. This Michigan defense is really good. We're going to go empty set, like 7 out of 10 plays. Spread them out. We're going to go pre-snap motion, force them to declare early. And then we're going to go +1 in the run game against a Michigan defense that's spread thin. And I'm going to make them play against John Mateer. And it worked. And not only did it work, it got the rest of that offense feeling it, right? And then as they went downhill and scored on the first drive, that's when Ben Arbuckle said, okay, now let's go to the drop back passing game. Let that offensive line set a little bit because I think they're feeling it. Now let's start running the running backs a little bit because, again, I mean, Torrey Blaylock shouldn't have played. He had a very serious injury that we didn't think he was going to be able to play in that game. Jaden Ott's still coming off of his shoulder. He's shaking the rust off. I know someone asked about that.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try and get him settled this weekend. At least that's what I would do. He's been banged up over fall camp, and Javonte Barnes is getting settled in as well. But yeah, I think that they knew going in, they had to go do whatever it took to win that specific game on that stage. And John Mateer being who he is, especially as a runner, they said in the postgame, if it took 19 carries to go beat Michigan in front of everybody and get this win we needed, then we sure as hell we're going to do it. You know, is that what you want? No. But the guy can do it. And why not do it when you're on that kind of stage, you know?
Yeah, it's also like, I mean, with how their roster set up and their schedule set up, there are going to be between 5 and 6 games this year where he has to run the ball 19 times for them to win. That's just what it is. Now, they don't need to do that versus Temple or versus, I don't know. I'm trying to think of who else on their schedule.
I mean, at the end of the day, if
like
you get
we'll have
to
to do that versus Auburn versus LSU, probably, at least Auburn in the first half.
I think at the end of the day, this is what I would tell people. The moment Jaden Ott even shows some resemblance of being the player he was brought in to be, does John Mateer really need to run the ball 19 times if a guy that was supposed to be drafted on the 2nd to 3rd rounds can run the ball again? You know what I mean? Like
my thing too, it's also like, yeah, you know, you don't want your quarterback running that often, but again, you don't win games unless he does run that often. You're risking. There's obviously the risk he gets hurt and is out for the year for a few weeks, but like they're on the hot seat. They got to win ball games, you know.
They got to win games, and like they have running backs. Don't get me wrong, like they have running backs. Just those guys aren't ready to play yet.
Yeah, I would say I'm happy I'm not an Oklahoma fan, man. If Michael Hawkins is one play away from being the starter, not great. Just think he needs some more time. Also forgot to mention this. He had a few ongoing bits, the Chuck F. and Strong account, but one of the best ones was Gary Patterson.
Yeah.
Being pregnant. What else do we have here?
I've seen a lot of different questions.
This is a good question. So this isn't like I saw a bunch of sites reported this as being final. This still has to be finalized and voted on for it to move from 2 portal cycles to 1 portal cycle.
Yeah.
But it's been drafted of what it would look like if/when it is approved. I believe it's a 10 or 15-day window that's like between January 5th and 15th or the 20th. Very interesting. Because that's when the playoffs are going on. And they make this thing a 16 or 20 or even 2014 playoff. Like, that might be 4 weeks before the Natty at that point. Like, Texas was playing they were 1 game away from going to the Natty, and they played Ohio State on January 10th. Like, imagine having to be 1 game from the national championship, and you have to deal with portal recruiting on top of it because it's only open those 10 days. You can't kick the can down the road till April or till after. So that part's interesting to me. I do think it's the right move. As someone who absolutely despises covering the transfer portal, I love that there'll only be 1 window and that it's shortened, but I don't know. But you have any thoughts on this?
I think that there are a lot of personnel departments celebrating if this eventually gets pushed through, and I do think that it will. That being said, kind of like you're talking about, the timing for me is interesting because it would be a torrential downpour in the sport of transfers while the playoff is going on. And I know that there was a lot of discourse in the sport from coaches in the playoff about what that looks like and how hard that is to navigate when you're preparing for one of the biggest games of your life. I think that I'm all for the window, one specific window being about 10 days in January. I personally would like to see it happen away from the playoff. That would be my only thing. Like, let's stop making it harder than it needs to be.
You just have to remember though, like, yes, they're making 6 figures, 7 figures, but they also still have to go to class, or at least that saying still exists, I should say, since there's so many online classes now. But like, it's hard. You can't just push it to February because you can't enroll in a school in February. It has to be done in January between the semesters and stuff. So I don't know how that gets fixed as far as timing, but like, if there has to be a 10-day window somewhere, I think January is the best time. Like, obviously the courses and figuring that out makes it tricky. But like, you get to be there for January, February, March workouts where it's pretty much sack, strength and conditioning. You're there for spring ball, the summer, and fall camp. Like, Emmett Mosley showed up, missed spring ball, was there in the summer, moved in June, and then missed most of fall camp because he was injured. And he still hasn't played at Texas in 2 weeks. So, like, if he got there in January, and I know he went in the portal in April because Andrew Luck, the GM at Stanford, fired their head coach in like March. But if he were to go in January, like, things would look so much different right now. Same with potentially Jack Endries or the defensive line group. And on the flip side of that, like, I'm curious how this is going to affect how much these players are making, because all these agents talk. And if a 5-star D lineman gets a $1.8 million freshman NIL deal from an SEC program, the next cycle, that agent's buddy who's repping a 5-star D lineman is going to say, hey, we need this number because that's what this school you compete with gave it to this player who's ranked exactly the same. That also goes on in the portal. And while the April window is usually weaker or worse than the January window, that's what causes the difference makers in the April window to be paid more than the January difference makers. Like Murad Watson, if he goes in the portal in January, does he end up at Texas? I don't know, but I guarantee you he wouldn't be making as much as he did since he went in April because he had the leverage. There was no other interior D lineman close to as good as he was in the April portal window, so he could pretty much name his price. And he chose Texas over like Ohio State, Tennessee, and I think Georgia. So how is this going to affect the numbers and financial part of it going forward? Because, like, I mean, roster management's more important than anything else. So I don't know, but I could talk forever about that. According to Patrick, we got a quarterback to watch out for in Alvarado.
Noted.
Check that out. Gonna answer some of these real quick before coming back to something I want to hear your thoughts on. But Antoine said, is Levon Johnson on the same path as Trill Carter and Tia Savea? Levon Johnson is one of the 5 interior D linemen that transferred into Texas this offseason. Came from Maryland. He has, after this season, he will have 1 more year of eligibility. He also has never redshirted. So hypothetically, if he barely played this year and only appeared in 4 games, he could have, the 26 and 2027 season to play. Look, I think he's a better player than Trill Carter and Tia Savea. But yes, to some degree, like he's depth. They took him out of the portal for depth. They took Travis Shaw, Cole Brevard, Murad Watson, and Hero Canoe out of the portal to play, if that makes sense. So Levon Johnson, he's going to get snaps eventually. He's going to play, but like he's going to be in the 3rd rotation or 2nd rotation unless there's injuries, or unless we're 2-3 years down the road and he's the most veteran guy in the room. So that's kind of what I have to say. Like out of the 4 interior D linemen they took in the portal, I think you ask anyone on this beat that has watched those players and either what they did at their previous stops or what they've done through 2 weeks of Texas, Levon Johnson is 5th out of the 5. And I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like if that's your 5th guy, if that's your depth guy, you're in good shape. Yeah. Bevo Lance Jason with the throwback. This is when you were talking about the Temple game. He said that's similar to when DeLoss Dodds and Mac Brown took Texas to play at UTEP, Wyoming, and BYU. Oof, BYU in Texas. It's a boogeyman. What other stuff do we have here?
I saw a question about Jeremiah Tabor, the 28 out of Melissa.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to the Texas game this weekend?
Yes, he will be there. I need to check in with Max Wright as well, but I'm assuming Max Wright will be there as well. Melissa either plays Thursday. I'm pretty sure they play Thursday or it's a Friday game, but I mean the game on Saturday is at like 3 or 3:15, so it's a lot easier to make than last week's at 11 a.m. Antoine said, besides Jonah, who are you surprised by that hasn't appeared in a game yet? I mean, the Jonah one isn't really surprising. He's been nursing that hamstring injury. I need to see how much he played. But when I was going through PFF, I saw Jonathan Cunningham got snaps for San Jose State. I might have seen his name, but I don't remember it. But Bo Barnes, that was a little surprising. Need to double check that though. I'm trying to think. I thought Kate Phillips and Khalil Lockett both would have came in earlier. I think we'll see that versus Sam Houston State or UTEP. It's just hard because, like, if you're Texas, you want Arch Manning and that starting offense that hasn't played a ton to get reps and gain experience together. But you also want your younger players and backups to be ready to play if their name gets called in conference play. So you have to balance that out. When do you pull the starters? When do you put the backups in? Curious what that'll look like this weekend and the weekend after.
I didn't want to skip over. I want to say it was Antoine's question about Jeremiah Tabor. Just quickly on him out of Melissa. Big physical running back, already physically imposing as a younger player. I want to say we have some decent testing data on him out of the Under Armour Combine and in Melissa from earlier in the spring. Big guy that I do wonder what the growth potential is because of, I mean, it's almost like the Zach Evans treatment to a degree. I mean, not in terms of like the overall talent or where he is progressive, but like physically, how much more muscle or growth can take place for a player who already looks the way Jeremiah does. But a guy that can get downhill in a hurry, a guy that Melissa's been high on for a long time. I want to say has some two-way snap experience as well in the past, a little bit of linebacker background
also,
as well. And
was varsity baseball as a freshman.
Yeah, two-sport. So really, really interesting player and a guy that I think we're interested to track and see what exactly he evolves into over the next few years.
Yeah. I mean, we were at his first ever high school game week 1 of his freshman year. He was their starting running back versus a really solid Parkway team from Arkansas. So I don't know, one of the rare 4-year 5A starters. They're 5A, right, Melissa?
Yeah.
What other questions do we have here? All right, we're going to circle back to this when we get closer to the game, and both teams have played someone with a pulse, or played more people with a pulse, I should say.
Nathan's question just got to me.
I'm not there yet. But Longhorn Bear says if the portal changes to January, more GMs will press the button on firing coaches before the portal opens up. Yes, that is true, but I feel like the large majority of Power 4 coaches that get fired, it happens at the end of November because they want the new staff to be able to kind of pick some guys for signing day. And also, I mean, it makes portal recruiting easier. And also, like, if you fire a coach after the portal window's closed, everyone on your team has a free portal window for 30 days. Meanwhile, you can't recruit anyone else to come join you unless they're already in the portal or they were at a program whose head coach was fired. Like, that's why Alabama got fucked so hard after Saban, because he retired after the portal window and their entire team could go in the portal and there was no one really good left for them to add once they lost those players. No one brings it up when they talk about Kalen DeBoer and the struggles that have happened in Tuscaloosa. See, exactly. This is what I'm talking about with Longhorn Bear. Woodcrest said, should we be concerned about the level of talent recruited on the interior offensive line? For example, Connor Stroh's lack of athleticism. I don't know if you should be concerned quite yet, but we're definitely getting closer to being concerned. I think my main thing, I mean, when you look at the IOL, you have to look at the entire offensive line, including centers and tackles. Texas has taken way too many of these these big humans, large humans, right? They're these tackle or guard tweeners, and 90% of them end up only being able to play guard. So it's like these tackle-sized guys that have slower feet and are less athletic playing guard. How does that work, right? So I think the strategy long-term needs to change a bit. Nato Umeozulu, been kind of disappointed in how his development has gone. I mean, this is his 4th year at Texas, first year really playing, and I mean, he's having to trade and switch snaps with Connor Stroh, who
I didn't have that on the bingo card.
Yeah, no one was really high on Stroh out of high school, to be completely honest. Like, Nato was much more the guy between them two, and Nato was obviously a class before. I think Cole Hudson was great. People forget, started as a true freshman at right guard. You know, DJ Campbell, he's gotten better. His ranking and ceiling is still there, but he hasn't lived up to it or really gotten close to it. I like Nate Kibble. I think the staff likes him. I think he'll be ready and can contribute, if not start next year. And then Jackson Christian, that's a kid I love. Jordan Coleman, Devin Coleman, I think they can be really successful at guard. And then Nick Robertson is a kid I'm a fan of. Like, I think the IOL takes have gotten better as it's gone on, but I mean, looking back, it's very easy to be like, man, they should have went all in on this tackle or this guard instead of kind of taking the low-hanging fruit, you know?
They're in a good spot at center too, though, right? I mean, like, Daniel Cruz was the guy that I liked.
Yeah, he's third string behind Connor Robertson, who's in his 4th year like Cole Hudson is, you know?
And Robertson's a redshirt junior, so
yeah, so he can
come back.
He can come back next season. Cole Hudson, though, I think has been playing special teams, so I think Cole Hudson's done no matter what after this year. I might be wrong on that, though. But and also, David Keith Williams said Trill Carter was all Big Ten honorable mention when he was in Minnesota. If LaVon Johnson's better than Carter, that will speak highly of Johnson. To be quite honest, I do not care that Trill Carter was all Big Ten honorable mention. I think looking back, it's very easy to tell he should have never been Big Ten honorable mention. And also, like, I don't know how they do it, but most conferences will have like 10 honorable mentions for each position. So, I mean, it's impressive, but like, I remember watching this tape in Minnesota after Texas got him out of the portal, and I'm like, what the hell are they doing? Because he never played at Texas. And after 1 year at Texas, he went to Auburn, where he also did not really play. And then he ran out of eligibility. So, like, with Trill Carter, my expectations were always low. But, I mean, after the first few weeks of him at Texas, they knew kind of what it was. So, Yeah. And also, I will say with like Levon Johnson, him and Murad Watson have more remaining eligibility than anyone else that they took out of the portal. Because after this year, Sean Brevard have to leave, graduate, they're out of eligibility. Hero Canoe can come back for 2026, and then Watson and Johnson can come back for 26 and 27. So, going to be interesting to see how he develops. Colin, I just saw this.
Don't worry, guys. I don't have that one in my repertoire as a reporter. So you're welcome to follow along with my coverage if you're looking for someone who does not analyze the face of a quarterback.
Oh yeah.
David Keith Williams, I saw mention he wants to see more of Cade Phillips. Have you heard like what's going on with him? Is it just a buying him some time thing?
So Malik Muhammad was always going to start this year. This is his final year at Texas, year 3. He's going to be drafted in April. The other side was Kobe Black and Warren Roberson and Jalen Gilbo fighting for that spot. Gilbo won. Kobe's his backup. And Warren Roberson is now playing behind Malik Muhammad. He didn't really have like a true shot to compete, and his name wasn't brought up in that aspect, but like they love Cade Phillips throughout the spring, throughout the summer, through fall camp. Like it's obviously not decided, but they believe he can start week 1 next year, and he'll start for 2 years before because he's an NFL. He's a 3-year guy. That's what it is. So he could start 2 years at Texas, starting in 26. Grayson Littleton is very likely to start next year as well. I mean, he's already starting some games as a freshman, or I think will if he hasn't already. He's playing starter level snaps, you could say. So I think with Cade Phillips, I mean, there's nothing wrong there. They love him. He's even better than they thought, or they think of him even higher than they originally did, and they thought of him very highly originally. So I think, like, if Grayson Littleton didn't exist, Cade Phillips would be getting that same hype because I think he's just as good, if not better. It just might be a longer curve developmentally. So that's what I'd say in regards to Phillips.
You see, we have an Isaiah Broughton question on the show today. That fires me up right there.
He's been getting offers. It kind of surprising to me a little bit.
Florida?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Speaking of which, I've seen Florida offer some kids, and like you look at the tweet and it's like after a great conversation with, and you click on it, and it's like the assistant director of player personnel.
Well, I mean, they have.
And it's like, oh, he's putting shots up for the next job, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they have 57 employees in that front office, it feels like. I mean, literally hired the largest off-field personnel staff in the country whenever Napier got that job. All those folks are probably like, I'm not going down without a fight. You know what I mean? I wouldn't if I were them. I mean, that's a lot of people trying to move jobs in a not very accessible sport if things go the way that it probably will for them.
Yeah, so Oklahoma State, they have a few analysts, like linebacker analysts or player personnel people, offering 27s and 28s. Just like, brother, like, we know what you're doing, you know? But okay, we've been having a good time. Ran out of some time, but let's talk some job openings. Will and I talked a lot about Florida yesterday, and we've talked about Florida a tiny bit today, so let's skip past them. But a place you're plugged in at as an Oklahoma man is Oklahoma State, Stillwater. In our conversation yesterday, you said Gundy is getting fired on field if they lose to Tulsa this weekend. So let's just talk the Pokes, you know. How about the Cowboys?
Yeah, no, listen, look. I do believe after everything that has gone on, if you've kept up with what's going on at Oklahoma State, Gundy has obviously had his fair share of slip-ups over the last calendar year or two. And then I would say at the start of this year to look at the way that they've looked, but then also have all the off-field fiascos that they have faced already happen a couple weeks into the season. I just think that there is a lot of chatter right now. Hey, after what just took place with the Oregon game, not just talking a little bit of mess to Oregon and then getting stomped and then taking pictures with Oregon fans like nothing happened. The viral clip came out where Gundy was just like, if they tell me I'm not coaching here, I'll just go coach somewhere else. Don't think that's a great look. Don't think it's a great look that his son took to social media and basically chose to attack nearly every single Oklahoma State fan or beat reporter that he could. And now they have a bye week coming up this week. And I think that this next week is basically going to be a lot of conversations about, hey, figure it out and fast, because next Friday, I want to say on the 19th, Oklahoma State hosts Tulsa in Stillwater, 6:30 kick. Tulsa will play their backup quarterback in that game. And like you mentioned, I have connections throughout the state of Oklahoma. I am very close to this new staff at Tulsa, led by Trey Lamb. And their backup quarterback, like, he can move a little bit. I'm not saying he's like the best thing since sliced bread, but Oklahoma State will face a backup quarterback, in my opinion, who has a little something to him.
Is he better than Oklahoma State's backup quarterback, Zane Flores? God, do you know how crazy that is? That you get to pause to think about it? That's how far Oklahoma State's football has fallen.
The kid came in for Tulsa, and I want to say led them on a touchdown drive right away.
Who is it?
So it's basically a freshman that Trey Lamb brought with him from ETSU to Tulsa. Didn't have like any Power 4 offers. I don't even think he had any G5 offers, but a guy that had multi-sport background, all academia type, can move well and like knows the system very well. And I mean, he played pretty well. Doesn't have a very strong arm, like really struggles to push it. Lighter guy.
It'll be enough to end Mike Gundy's coaching career.
It's basically going to be one of those things where if Oklahoma State can't contain the quarterback run and Tulsa dinks and dimes down the field against that defense and finds a way to score, then we have a real conversation on our hands as far as like what that could look like.
Yeah.
I literally like was on the phone with someone on the Tulsa staff the other day, and he was like, please just pull this kid up on PFF Ultimate real quick. And I watched every single snap of this kid, Baylor Hayes. And I'm on the phone, and then I had someone else I know last night watch him, and then immediately we're like, yeah, dude, this kid's kind of fun. Like, Oklahoma State may be a little bit of trouble. I still think they'll win the game, but basically what I'm saying is, like, Oklahoma State's arguably got a must-win against an in-state program coming up next Friday, and if they don't win that game...
And the in-state program isn't Oklahoma, it's Tulsa.
Just goes to show you where we are right now.
Has a Cowboy ever defeated a Golden Hurricane? You know, like, how do you even defend a Golden Hurricane? You know?
I don't think that I don't even know that hurricanes happen in the state of Oklahoma, or like, you know. But listen, if that happens, right, let's play hypothetical. If they lose to Tulsa next Friday, to a backup quarterback after everything that has gone on over the last few years, what incentive does Oklahoma State have to keep him around? Honestly, like, there is none.
Yeah.
The roster is riddled with players who really shouldn't be there.
Stink.
Donors at Oklahoma State are legitimately withholding their money because they're that fed up.
Yeah, and David Keith Williams, I mean, you're saying Gundy's a surprise win against Baylor from the Oregon game being forgotten. It's not just the Oregon game, though. Like, they won, I think, 3 or 4 games last year, maybe 2, something like that. After they returned, 20 of 22 starters, more than anyone else in Power 4 football. And they went from being Big 12 favorites to finishing last in the Big 12, if I'm not mistaken. So, for him to keep his job after that, he had to fire literally every single coach, position coach on his team. So, it's an entirely new staff. And they're off to a 1-1 start. Who'd they play week 1? I can't remember.
They played... That was the game that Haas got hurt. I can't remember who exactly they played.
I think it was a poor team, but Yeah, it's not great. UT Martin, thanks.
Appreciate it. UT Martin game, and they only won that game 27-7.
Yeah.
What are we doing, guys?
All right, Colin, it's past 11, so we got to get out of here soon. But I want to do a fun segment. ESPN this morning came out with like a hot seat meter story. So I'm going to go through each of these names. You're going to say they're going to keep. You're going to predict, do they keep their job or will they be fired? And if they're fired, give us your guess for who the next head coach of that university will be.
Oh, man.
Starting with, we're going to go from cool to hot. Cool is Brent Venables after the big win versus the Wolverines.
I think he's gonna keep his job.
Homer.
I think he's gonna keep his job.
I'm playing. Dave Aranda with the Baylor Bears.
I think that Dave keeps his job.
All right. Sam Pittman, Arkansas Razorbacks.
I'm going to say he is fired, and I'm going to say Barry Odom takes the Arkansas job.
Wow. I've not paid attention to Purdue this year, but I've also seen like there's a growing theory amongst Arkansas media and some of their fans that like he's going to retire, and that's how it's going to go down because he's already an older guy too. I mean, where else is he going to start over and coach? Auburn and Hugh Freeze.
I think Auburn's going to have a rough SEC slate. I think Hugh Freeze does get fired, and I think Rhett Lashley is legitimately in consideration to go back to Auburn.
There you go. Luke, we're now in the middle section. That was the coolest. We're now in medium, and then we're going to get to hottest. Medium, starting with Luke Fickell at Wisconsin.
I think Luke is getting fired. Hate to say it, but like it's been a little bit rough over there.
15-13.
Yep. And it's been there have been some ugly moments. As far as the next head coach, man, what's
I
Jim
try to
Leonard
hire
do these days?
I try to hire Signetti.
Does Signetti take that job?
Yeah, I don't know. But sorry, who would you say for that job?
I don't know what Jim Leonard is up to, the former safety and like defensive coordinator. Like he would be a Wisconsin hire.
Yeah. David Braun at Northwestern.
I think he's getting fired. And I don't even care who takes that job.
Yeah. Deshaun Foster at UCLA.
I think he is going to keep his job. I think this is his first year?
No, this is year 2 or 3.
In my opinion, you tell me if this is reasonable. I think they're going to let him run the clock out with Nico. So he has this year and potentially next year.
Yeah. All right. Kalen DeBoer at Bama.
I think Kalen's going to keep his job.
All right. Now we're in the hottest. There's 3 coaches here. Brent Pry, Virginia Tech.
Brent's done.
Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State.
Done.
Who's VTech and Oak State hiring?
Virginia Tech, if they can get like a Sumrall, someone like that, a really established head coach at the group of 5 level, I think that would be the right thing to do. What Virginia Tech needs, and I have inner information as far as like what their finances look like right now, they need someone with a track record of hitting on evaluations. And I think Sumrall would be pretty good. Not saying he would be the guy, but like they need that kind of group of 5 head coach. Oklahoma State, if it isn't Zach Robinson, who played there, is the offensive coordinator and is a Sean McVay disciple, then I think it's G.J. Kinney.
Billy Napier, Florida.
I think Napier's fired. And I think if it's not goalish, I think Florida is going to want to take a big swing. I don't think Florida can hire another group of 5 head coach. I think that they're going to want like a sitting Power 4 head coach. I don't think Lanning takes the job, though.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because like, if you turn down Bama, are you gonna accept Florida? But on the same note, he has to follow Billy Napier and not Nick Saban. You know, what I think could be a storyline. UCLA fires Deshaun Foster, Bama fires Kalen DeBoer, and UCLA hires Kalen DeBoer. He fixes Nico. This is around the same time USC has either fired Lincoln Riley or they figured it out with Lincoln Riley. And UCLA has a window of opportunity to get a really good coach that they usually would have absolutely zero shot with. Yes, Kalen DeBoer, they've kind of stunk it up at Bama, but his all-time record before taking the job at Bama was also like 116-12. Head coach win-loss record, you know, so that could be one. Washington, they need a really good year. I could see Jed Fish leaving there potentially after 2 seasons if he does well enough. Fran Brown potentially, but it's going to have to be the right place with what type of coach he is. That's just what it is.
Does Kiff take the job? Does Lane Kiffin go try to get Florida?
I'd love that, but
how about Eli Drinkwitz?
So that is a name. That is a name. Stanford they need a ball coach as well. You know, a lot of interesting stuff. But, anyways, we're gonna have to close it up. I know the guys are in the back wanting to shut it down. So up next, SEC Unfiltered is previewing Week 3 of the SEC season and giving some thoughts on Steve Sarkisian's viral press conference moment from Monday. I don't know if you saw that. Steve Sarkisian has never filmed a journalist, a member of the media, in the bathroom, in case you missed it. I will be back on the live stream tomorrow at 11 with Will, and then on Friday with Nick. Or I actually meant at 10, not 11. We're going to get out of here. Everyone who tuned in, Nathan, Woodcrest, Jake Bayless, Bevo Lance, Jason, Patrick, all y'all, appreciate it. Y'all have a great one. Y'all have a happy hump day, and we'll see you. Peace.